Violet, the Silver Series, Book 4. Written by Cheree Alsop. Narrated by Michelle Carpenter.
Chapter 1. His golden eyes held mine, like they did every time I entered the cold gray room. Roger led me to the table in the middle, and I sat on the cold metal. A shiver ran up my spine. I shook my head. I don't want to phase anymore. I hate it. Roger checked my heartbeat and breathing with his stethoscope, peered into my eyes, then put a thermometer under my tongue. He wrote something down in a folder.
Your heart rate is a bit high. It seems to trigger the response.
The phasing, you mean? I snapped before I could stop myself. He glanced at me calmly and nodded.
Yes, the phasing. Phasing has to do with an adrenaline response, and your heart rate is always elevated, which is probably another reason why you have trouble sleeping.
You mean reason besides changing into a wild animal without the ability to stop it? I grumbled. He tapped his pen against his teeth and surveyed me with the detached boredom of someone who has performed the same analysis and found the same results every day for the past 2 weeks. The tapping bothered my sensitive hearing. I glanced away from Roger and again met the eyes of the werewolf in the cage. A shield had been fastened over the lower half of his face. When I had questioned Roger about it, he said that the werewolf was wild and the shield was to keep him from biting people. It seemed cruel to me, and the shield also made his eyes that much more piercing. I broke away from his gaze and studied his surroundings. The cage he stood in looked more like a cell, a corner of the room sectioned off with thick bars and strong locks. I had never really looked at the werewolf's enclosure before. Usually, his golden stare unnerved me enough that I avoided looking in his direction at all costs. But the shudder ran underneath my skin again, and I desperately needed a distraction to delay my phasing. The werewolf stood close to my brother Kanan's height, a few inches taller than me. I guessed he was older than me by a few years too, but it was harder to tell. His brown hair hung long and tangled to his shoulders. His eyes, golden like a wolf's, bore into mine with a look as guarded and wild as the air about him. A shudder ran through my body again, and a hint of pity touched his gaze. What are you going to do with him? Roger followed my eyes, then shrugged.
We're trying to teach him English, but he gives no effort to learn and attacks anyone who enters the cage. I don't see how we can rehabilitate someone who won't even try to communicate.
Is it so bad if he wants to stay wild? Roger's expression turned disapproving.
A wild werewolf is dangerous. If we can't trust him, he can't be in society.
What if he just wants to go back to the wild? Roger shook his head.
That wouldn't be safe for anyone, including him. As it is, we have to keep him shielded and caged in silver to protect my staff.
I stared. The bars and shield are silver? Doesn't that burn him? Roger glanced toward the cage.
It might slow him down if he decides to attack someone.
He took in my own disapproving expression.
Colleen, I have an obligation to everyone who works here to keep them safe. A wild werewolf is a menace. He's just lucky he's being given a chance.
A strong shudder ran through my skin, this time making my teeth chatter. I jumped off the table.
Where are you going?
Roger called after me. I didn't answer him as I sprinted down the hall toward my room. A shiver ran through my skin, followed quickly by another. There wouldn't be time. There was never time. I let out a growl of frustration and was forced onto all fours while my bones shifted and joints changed direction. Black and cream-colored fur ran up my arms, and my fingers pulled into the clawed toes of the wolf. My nose and mouth elongated into a muzzle, and my teeth sharpened and grew. My body gave one last shudder, muscles taut from the change. Instinct called for me to find fresh air and freedom from the confining walls. A door opened down the hall, and I turned to see Roger peek out to check on me. I longed to go to him and have him try to fix me, but no one could stop the phasing, and nothing could change what I was. I turned away and padded slowly up the hall to my room. The door already sat open. I never dared to close it because of the havoc I wreaked if I found out I couldn't get out after phasing. The wolf instincts that longed for escape were too strong to fight sometimes, and the mindless mess that ensued was something no one wanted to deal with. The room smelled of chemical cleaners and cement. Little of me had made an impact on it in the week that it had been mine, except for claw marks gouging the door. The few things that my brother Kanan had brought me had been destroyed in my phase the other day when I accidentally pushed the door closed, and I went crazy trying to get out of the claustrophobic space. Roger's definition of safe for my own quarters was definitely different from my own, but it beat the cage similar to the wild werewolves I had inhabited the week before. At least they hadn't forced me to wear a shield. Another shudder ran through my skin, and before I could do anything, I was lying in my human form on the cold ground. A tear of frustration trailed slowly down my cheek. I embraced the humiliation, doubt, and pity for 10 seconds, wondering what I had become and what would happen to me. Then I took a deep breath, wiped the tear away, and rose to my feet. The hospital gown Meg gave me, with the tiny snap buttons that were a pain to do up but came undone easily when I phased, still lay in the hallway about halfway between my room and the analysis center. At least I had interesting problems to solve. I peered out the door, both ways, ensured that no one was within sight, then dashed down the hallway for the crumpled blue gown that waited sadly for me to reclaim it. As I did up the buttons, I was reminded of the races Kanan and I used to have for the remote, the last can of soda, or the bathroom. A pang of sorrow swept through me at what had changed. I pushed it away, knowing that regret was the last thing that would get me through any of this. I wandered through the halls later that night. Insomnia was another fantastic reaction to the DNA fusion that had made me a werewolf. Another of the reactions Kanan hadn't had to deal with, and no one could fix. It took about 3 days of no sleep for me to finally drop in an exhausted heap wherever the insomnia decided to let up. Until then, I was left to my own means, while the rest of the staff slept, except for the 2 solitary guards who seemed to have the position because they generally didn't like to talk and could care less about a bored teenager roving around. I had explored every nook and cranny of the rehab center except for the room with the wild werewolf, but desperate times called for desperate measures. I would go crazy if I couldn't find something to keep my mind occupied while everyone was asleep. The werewolf in the cage had never done anything to make me distrust him, but I still felt uneasy under his knowing golden gaze. I shook off the thought and entered the analysis center. My werewolf eyesight easily compensated for the meager lighting provided by a solitary emergency light that glowed dimly overhead by the door. Turning on the lights would wash the room in color, but sometimes I enjoyed the simplicity of animal vision. A myriad of grays, blacks, and whites of hues I had never before experienced colored the tables and computers I passed on my way to the cage. The werewolf watched my silent approach, his gaze above the shield guarded and slightly quizzical. He sat with his back against the cold cement wall, and I realized it was the first time I had ever seen him sitting and not pacing the metal enclosure. I drew near, expecting him to rise, but he merely watched me, his muscles tense as though it took all of his self-control to stay sitting. I grabbed the chart on the table and sat on the floor next to the cell. It felt familiar, comfortable almost to lean against the same wall, as though the cage wasn't between us and we were just friends, talking. I laughed at my own desperate delusions and flipped through the chart. Says here they have no idea where you're from. I glanced at him, an eyebrow raised. I guess Alaska or Canada, somewhere north, because apparently you've been able to hide out for this long without being found, and the hunters range pretty far. He didn't comment. I didn't expect him to. So, I flipped another page. They guess that you were raised by wolves, but don't know how you got out there in the first place. Sounds like negligent parents to me, I said to myself. The hair rose on the back of my neck, and I turned to see him standing by the bars, glaring down at me. I hadn't heard him move, not a brush of clothes or a whisper of his bare feet against the cement. I stood up quickly and held up my hands. I'm sorry, I didn't mean any offense. At his continued glare, his golden eyes fierce and dark, a blush rose to my cheeks. I really didn't mean anything, honest. You probably had wonderful parents. Maybe they're still out there, I don't know. I put the chart back on the table. It's none of my business, and I shouldn't be going through your stuff. I don't even know your name. I glanced back at the chart. They just label you as Feral Werewolf 4. That doesn't seem very nice. No wonder you're touchy. I turned to go, feeling horrible about what I said. I thought my life was bad, but at least I wasn't caged and away from my loved ones. Kanan came to visit a few times a week, and he said Mom and Dad would be so happy to see me again. They didn't know I was alive because we didn't want to tell them if I couldn't get the phasing under control. But when I could control it, I planned to see them first thing. I was almost to the door when the werewolf whispered something behind me. His voice, rough from the lack of use, sent a shiver through my skin. I turned back around slowly. "What did you say?" His eyes studied mine as though he debated whether to trust me. I waited in silence, his brow furrowed.
Rafe.
I took a step closer. "Rafe?" He nodded and gestured toward the chart.
My name is Rafe.
A smile spread across my face, and I crossed the room back to his cage. "You speak!" I said with barely contained excitement. He rolled his eyes, but the corners creased, and I wondered if he smiled under the silver shield. I frowned. "Why do you let them lock you in here? Why don't you talk to them?" He hesitated, then studied his hands.
I don't like them.
His voice was halting, hesitant, like he didn't trust the words. A puzzle piece fit together in my mind. "And they don't like you." I saw Roger's disapproving look and heard Jay's say again that they would rehabilitate every werewolf that came from Dr. Tannen's development center. Given the way Rafe had been treated by Dr. Tannen's team, and now at the rehab center, I couldn't blame him. I grabbed the file from the table and passed it through the bars. "Want to see what they say about you?" He took it, his eyes quizzical, then held it loosely in his hands as if unsure what to do with it. I wondered if he could read, but didn't dare ask for fear of offending him again after finally finding someone interesting to talk to. I sat down against the wall once more. He watched me for a minute, but I studiously avoided his eyes. He took another breath, then sank down against the wall a few feet away. His back didn't touch the brick, and he looked ready to jump up again at any instant.
Why are you here?
He asked, when I hadn't said anything for a couple of minutes. In truth, I was just enjoying the closeness of someone who wasn't a physician, poking and prodding me to figure out what was wrong. Rafe was the first person who had made me aware that I was wearing only a blue hospital gown. I felt underdressed and ugly, with my raggedly cut hair and lack of makeup, but also alive because, for once, I was near someone who didn't smell like fear or concern when I was around. I didn't know how to say that, so I settled for, to figure out how to control my phasing. His eyes narrowed, calculatingly.
No, I mean, why are you here?
His voice was slightly muffled by the shield, but I liked the warmth of his tone. He tipped his head to indicate where I sat, and another blush stole across my cheeks. "Oh, well, I got bored." An eyebrow lifted, but he fell silent again. He glanced at his chart, then back at me.
What do your papers say?
I pushed down the emotions that rose unbidden in my chest. That I died, was made into a werewolf, and can't control myself. I'm a hazard to everyone around me until they can figure out what's wrong. A knot formed in my throat, but I swallowed it anyway.
Is it wrong?
I rolled my eyes. It is when I can't go 2 feet without worrying about turning into an animal, or how that animal will react in enclosed spaces. The thought sent a familiar shudder through my skin. Dread filled me, but I pushed it down and turned my mind to something else. You know, if you talk to them, they'll probably let you out of here. He watched me without an answer. Another shudder ran through my skin. I pushed off the wall and rose to my feet. "I've got to go."
Colleen?
Warmth ran through my skin at the sound of my name, a name I hadn't told him. I turned back. "Yes?"
Will you bring me some water?
His eyes dropped as though he was embarrassed to have to ask. He said softly,
I can never seem to get enough to drink.
My heart turned over and I nodded. I knew I didn't have much time, so I ran to the other end of the room where there was a sink, searched around for an appropriate container to put water in, and finally settled on a vase of dried flowers that had been there ever since I got to the center. I wondered if they had ever been alive. I dumped the flowers out, quickly scrubbed the vase. and ran the water back to Rafe. My shoulders shook and my teeth chattered when I finally passed it through the bars to him. I turned and hurried toward the doors, but it was too late. The phase caught me just before I reached them, dropping me to my knees and changing my body against my will. I gave up fighting because fighting was futile and made it hurt. I took off my gown and waited with my back to Rafe, humiliated as I phased in front of him. When it was over, I realized the doors were still shut. Claustrophobia rose along with the instinct to get away from the walls and the doors, to get out in the open and run like a wolf was intended to. I couldn't fight down the panic that rose like wildfire in my veins. I went to the door and tried to open it with my paws. I scratched futilely at the unforgiving surface, and a whine of dread rose in my throat. I was trapped.
Colleen.
I had forgotten about Rafe and my need to escape. The fur on the back of my neck lifted, and I turned with a snarl, wolf instinct spurring me to defend against an unknown attack. The sight of Rafe kneeling at my level in his cage, his golden eyes unperturbed by my outburst, chased the fight from my body. I dropped my head and padded slowly back to stop a few feet from his cage. Embarrassed, I refused to look at him. A hint of humor touched his voice.
It's not like I haven't done that before.
I glared at him, wondering if he was laughing at me. His eyes grew serious.
Trust me, if I could, I'd phase right now.
I gave a soft snort and lay down on the floor, my head on my paws, and my eyes on the faint moonlight that showed through the small, barred window above us.
Your eyes are beautiful.
I turned my head slowly to face him, wondering if he was joking, but he met my gaze intently.
I've never seen violet eyes. They're amazing.
I looked away but smiled inside at a compliment when I felt the most unattractive. I was trapped by my body, unable to thank him or do anything more than sit in silence, listening to him breathe along with the sound of the clock on the wall and the scuff of a guard's shoes as he made one of his infrequent and inadequate rounds. I could have scratched at the door and he would have let me out, but I felt better next to Rafe, away from scrutinizing eyes and questioning glances. The shoes passed without so much as a flashlight shone in the small window on the door. I closed my eyes. Then my heart slowed, and a rush of warmth ran through my skin. Before I could even move behind the table, I had phased back into my human form. Any security I had felt laying next to Rafe's cage as a wolf immediately fled. I tried to cover myself the best I could, aware that my hospital gown was halfway across the room.
I'm not looking,
Rafe said quietly from his cage. I turned my head cautiously. Sure, I would see him watching me, another humiliating checkmark to put next to the people who had seen me naked since the accident. But I found his back to me, his eyes mercifully averted. Gratitude rose in my chest, and I hurried to the unflattering blue gown. I fastened it with my back to Rafe, said a quiet thank you, then fled from the room before he could respond. Chapter 2. I didn't know how to explain to Roger why I didn't want to go to the analysis center, and so found myself on the table again while he listened to my heart and lungs.
Just once last night?
I glanced at Rafe, found he was watching me with his unreadable gaze, and looked quickly back at Roger. Oh, what?
You phased just once last night?
I shook my head. 3 times, 2 in my room and 1, elsewhere. He frowned slightly and noted something on the clipboard. I knew I should tell him about Rafe's ability to talk, but something kept me from doing it. I skirted around the topic instead. Would it be so bad if that werewolf wanted to go back to the wild? Maybe he's happier as a wolf. Roger glanced at Rafe.
You've never seen the destruction a single werewolf can cause.
He sighed and looked toward the door, but no one came through.
My son was killed by a werewolf. It was a brutal attack, and it changed our lives.
My heart fell, and I touched his hand. I'm sorry. He gave a small nod.
Me too.
He took a breath.
The police said it was a wild animal attack and brushed it off, but we knew deep down it was something else. We searched on our own until we found the same kind of occurrences happening elsewhere in the country.
His lips tightened as though fighting back unpleasant memories.
The hunters found us, recruited us, which wasn't hard given the circumstances, and we pretty much spent the next several years wiping werewolves from the earth.
My stomach twisted at the note of regret in his voice. He glanced at me.
It took another werewolf to show us the error of our ways.
Jays? I named the calm, confident Alpha who had saved Kanan and Grace after they fled Dr. Tennant's lab. A shudder ran through me at the thought of the doctor who had turned us into werewolves. He was dead now, killed the day my brother saved me from that horrible place. I shied away from the thought and turned my attention back to Roger.
Yes, Jays, he helped unite the hunters and werewolves. And now we work together to keep the country safe for both humans and werewolves to live.
He glanced at Rafe again, an exasperated expression on his face.
But in order to determine whether a wolf is a threat, we have to be able to talk to him.
I think he's all right. He stayed in his human form. Maybe that shows he's friendly, I hazarded. Roger motioned for me to follow him to the cage. I did so reluctantly and refused to meet Rafe's eyes. Roger pointed at a thin metal band around Rafe's neck that I hadn't noticed when we talked the night before.
He doesn't have much of a choice. He can't phase with the band on his neck, or he'll strangle because a wolf's neck is thicker than a human's. We can't teach him if he's in wolf form, so we have to keep him human.
That's cruel, I said, fighting down the wave of anger that rushed through me at the thought that someone could keep him from phasing. I realized that was what Rafe had been talking about the night before when he said if he could have phased, he would have. They were forcing him to stay human. Roger shrugged.
It's necessary.
What about a full moon? His eyes tightened.
I guess he needs to learn quickly.
I hated the way he talked about Rafe as though the werewolf wasn't right in front of us listening. I met his eyes, tempted to tell Roger the truth, so that he would quit treating the werewolf as though he was dumb. But Rafe gave the tiniest shake of his head. I opened my mouth to argue, and he shook his head again, his eyes crinkling slightly at the corners. Frustration ran through me at both of them. I huffed out a breath and said, "You underestimate each other." Then I turned and stalked from the room. I awoke sluggishly and blinked at the darkness. Sound pierced my ears like a knife, and my skull threatened to shatter. Waking up after 3 days of insomnia wasn't easy to begin with, let alone at the demanding wail of the fire alarm. I covered my ears and tried to think past the noise that battered my brain. The door flew open, and Meg, Roger's wife, burst in, armed to the teeth and gesturing with a beretta.
Colleen, you've got to get out of here.
What's going on? I pulled on the blue hospital gown I had discarded after my second phase in my room that night and tried to fasten the edges, but my fingers fumbled with the buttons.
We're under attack. We don't know from who or what, but Jace, Jet, and your brother are on their way with the hunters and werewolves.
She glanced behind her down the hall.
They've lit fires everywhere. We've got to get out of here.
Golden eyes flashed in my mind, and my heart skipped a beat. Rafe!
What?
Meg grabbed my arm and tried to steer me up the hall, but I broke her grip and darted in the other direction.
Colleen, get back here!
I'll meet you outside, I yelled back. I didn't wait to see if she heard me. I reached the door and pulled it open to reveal clouds of smoke. Rafe! I screamed. Thick gray air obscured my vision. A memory of a fireman who visited our school when I was younger flashed through my mind. I dropped to my knees and crawled where the smoke was thinnest. I stared around, disoriented. Rafe, talk to me, I can't see! A cough sounded ahead and to my left. I crawled faster, my knees hitting the cement with dull thuds. Snapping and crackling came from above, and I looked up to see fire rolling along the ceiling. I froze, my mind suddenly numb as memories took over. I was back in a car, rolled over onto its hood. Fire snaked across the chairs above me, and my brother shielded my body with his own.
Colleen.
Rafe's voice was thick with smoke. He coughed again, a hacking, weak sound. I shoved the memory away and crawled to the bars. Rafe!
I can't get out.
He stuck a hand through and grabbed mine. Burn marks traced along his palm from the silver, and I could smell the charred flesh. A surge of anger ran through me at his unjust treatment and the way he had been left to die. I stood, grabbed the bars in both hands, and pushed them apart as hard as I could. The bars groaned, then moved slowly away from each other until there was a gap wide enough for Rafe to fit. He slid through the opening, then fell, coughing, to the ground. I put his arm around my shoulders and hauled him up, then pulled him with me to the door. A shudder ran through me. "No," I growled. "Not now." Another shudder shook me hard enough to drop me to the floor. Rafe fell beside me and was overcome by another coughing spell. I tried to fight the phase, knowing that if I changed form now, it could kill both of us. But fighting it only sent a surge of agony through my bones before they began to contort and shift. As soon as the phasing stopped, I leaped at the door in my wolf form. The door didn't budge, and it was useless to try the knob. The jolt of the door shook me, and I slid to the floor. I fought to clear my lungs of the overpowering smoke and started coughing. More smoke filled them with each breath until I felt like I was suffocating. Darkness touched the edges of my vision. I looked for Rafe. He lay on the ground, curled in a fetal position. The shield that covered the bottom half of his face looked starkly out of contrast with pain in his eyes. I crawled to his side and felt his fingers entwine in my fur. Darkness took over, leaving the fire and angry smoke behind. Chapter 3. I came to with the feeling of being carried. Light, splashed with darkness, ran across my eyelids. A heart beat close to my ear, and I listened to the sound, entranced by the bass thump of blood carried through a network of arteries and veins, and of muscles working together in smooth harmony. Lungs filled and released with the steady breathing of a conditioned body. I swayed back and forth, held in strong arms. My lungs burned. My eyes flew open at the memory of a fire and smoke, not the same fire that haunted my dreams, but fire that was alive and raging, eating everything in its path and smelling of wiring and rubber. Light blinded me, then turned to shadow with the sound of trees swaying overhead. The face of the person carrying me blocked out my vision of the trees, and something glinted in the sunlight. I squinted and realized it was Rafe's face shield. My heart slowed. Panic surged through my body so strong I kicked and rolled. I fell to the ground and the air was knocked out of my lungs by the impact. I curled inward, gasping, but not before I glimpsed Rafe backing up with his arms around himself, his eyes intent on mine. I ducked my head and forced the air back into my body. My lungs ached, but not with the burning throb of before. The thought brought back the memory of the fire and of phasing. The last thing I remembered was trying to open the door with wolf paws, very inadequate for the job. I looked down at my hands, realizing for the first time that I was back in my human form. I looked up at Rafe. He leaned against a tree, a few paces away, his eyes clouded and unreadable. My heart slowed when I realized that what I could see of his hands were covered in dark red burns. He held them against his bare chest, a challenging glint in his eyes. I moved slightly and felt the shirt I was wearing. Glancing down, I saw that it was the green one he had worn at the rehab center. A blush of shame rose through my cheeks. I sat up slowly, careful to keep the shirt around my knees and grateful that he was tall. His eyes, so bold and expressive at the clinic, were now guarded and alert, as though he expected me to spring at him and force him to go back. The metal shield across the lower half of his face had streaks of soot along it, matching the black marks across his forehead and through his brown hair. I rubbed a hand across my face and found the same. "You saved me," I said softly. He merely watched me, his hands cradled against his chest. My eyes moved to the lines across his skin. It took me a minute to realize that they were scars, 3 great jagged scars, 2 down his chest, and 1 lengthwise across his stomach, as though someone had cut him open. Far-spaced stitch marks showed little care to how he had recovered. "Who did those?" I whispered. He rubbed a hand across his chest, then winced and clutched his fingers back into loose fists. He looked down at the scars and his brow furrowed.
Dr. Tannen.
He replied so soft through the shield that I barely heard it. My heart clenched and I fought down the urge to growl or hit something. Two things, completely the opposite of what I would have done before the accident. I sighed and stood up, careful to make sure that the shirt covered at least the important parts. It stopped halfway down my thighs and did little to shield the chill that ran up my legs. "Let me see your hands." I took a step closer, and he straightened from the tree. His eyes tightened, and I imagined him baring his teeth beneath the shield. "You need help," I pointed out. "From what Roger told me, you should have healed by now." He opened his hands slowly and studied them along with me. I touched one and he winced and pulled it away fast enough to make me jump. I laughed at myself for spooking so easily, then held my palm out again. He set his hand in mine, his breath shallow and harsh as though it came out between clenched teeth. Gouges ran through both palms where he had grabbed the bars. Fresh blood showed in the crevices, and the angry red skin looked infected. I stared at him. "I don't understand. This should have healed." His brow creased slightly.
There was a gel on the bars, like on my neck. If I touched it, this happened.
I reached up before he could move and ran a finger along the metal band around his neck. He jumped back and growled.
What are you doing?
I held up the finger. "I'm immune to silver. It won't hurt me." I rubbed the gel between my finger and thumb and saw fine specks of gray in the solution. "It must make the effects of the silver stronger," I said more to myself than to him. "Maybe it absorbs into the skin."
Why doesn't it affect you?
Rafe asked, his tone cautious. I gave him a smile I hoped was reassuring. "I wasn't born a werewolf. I was made one by Dr. Tannen after I died in a car accident with my brother. Silver doesn't affect Kanan or I." It felt strange to say it so casually after what we had been through, but I felt less cautious, out in the open under the trees, like a heaviness had been lifted off my shoulders. He reached up to touch the band around his neck again, but I caught his hand. "I can take it off."
The shield, too?
He asked in a restrained tone, as if he refused to get his hopes up. I nodded and light touched his eyes. I smiled at the softening effect it had on what features I could see above the mask.
What do you want me to do?
He asked softly. I stepped around behind him, and he held so still I wondered if he was holding his breath. Every muscle of his shoulders and back was tense. A long scar ran down his spine, from the base of his neck to below his shorts. I shuddered to think of the pain that must have caused. "You're too tall for me to reach. You'll have to kneel down." He hesitated, then knelt with his back to me. His hands clenched into fists on his knees, regardless of the burns. I slid my fingers beneath the enclosure on the back of his head and pulled just enough to test the strength. The gel that covered the outside coated my fingers,
but the metal gave slightly.
I clenched my teeth and pulled with a quick jerk. The metal popped open, and the shield dropped to Rafe's lap. He jumped, knocking me backward before I could move out of the way. My hands shot out to catch myself. Even though Kanan had told me 1,000 times that was a good way to break an arm, I landed with a thud on the leaf-covered ground. Rafe was suddenly crouched next to me, his expression concerned. His uncovered jaw was bare of scruff, showing him to be closer to my 17 years than I had guessed. He carefully helped me to my knees, despite his injured hands.
I apologize,
he said, his tone embarrassed. He sat back on his heels. "It was my fault," I quickly pointed out. "The stuff burns you. I shouldn't have let it fall." Humor touched his eyes, casting away some of the shadows that had added to his age.
You were helping me.
"You saved my life," I said defensively. "It's the least I can do." I couldn't explain why I felt like I had to defend myself, but his suddenly shieldless face seemed so open despite the strong jaw that looked like it was holding back a laugh at my expense.
You saved my life first,
he said, his eyes on mine. I was suddenly aware of how close he was. I cleared my throat. "How about the other one?" He lifted a hand as though to touch the band around his neck, then lowered it again and gave me a sheepish smile. I decided I liked his smile even more now that I could see his lips.
That would be wonderful.
His tone told me how much the thin band had stolen from him. He turned on his knees and I slid my fingers underneath the metal. His neck felt warm and his skin trembled slightly under my touch. I wondered what would happen when he was finally able to phase. The thought of being alone in the woods in the middle of nowhere sent a shiver through my skin. "Am I going to lose you?" I whispered. He turned and looked at me, his eyes steady and humor gone.
I won't leave you.
The depth of the promise in his tone left no room for doubt. He waited until I nodded, then turned back around. I slid my fingers back under the band and pulled slightly. The metal bent instead of giving, closing tighter around his neck. I hesitated. "I don't want to hurt you."
Do it,
he said in a voice tight with restraint. I took a stealing breath, then yanked with both hands. The metal snapped, and I kept it in my hands this time. Rafe fell forward as though the band had been holding him up. He set his forehead on the ground and put both damaged hands across the back of his neck where the band had been. I worried that I had hurt him and moved to touch his back, but his voice stopped me.
6 months is a long time to be hacked open, studied, then pieced back together for the next guy.
My heart slowed. I couldn't think of anything to say that would make it the least bit better. He gave a chuckle, and I stared at the tattered body, his face still against the forest floor.
I never thought I'd touch pure, clean earth again.
He put his hands on the ground and ran his raw fingers through the dirt. I winced at the chance of infection, but then he lifted his face to look at me. My heart stopped at the look of pure happiness in his golden eyes. A bit of dirt clung to his eyebrows, making him look even more endearing.
Have you ever felt anything so wonderful?
He pulled my hand open and set a handful of deep, dark earth in my palm. I stared at it, wondering if I had freed a lunatic. Rafe smiled at the look on my face. He sat back on his heels and ran his arm over his face to clear away the dirt.
I'm not crazy, if that's what you're thinking.
I tried to protest that I had thought nothing of the sort, but the knowing look in his eyes cut the protest short, and I settled for blushing and kicking myself mentally for being so easy to read. He gave me a perplexed look.
I can't expect you to understand, but I owe you everything.
A shudder ran through my skin. I pulled the shirt closer, but cold had nothing to do with it. I was about to phase, unprotected, and out in the open, away from those who had been there to turn to if I ever needed help. My heart started to beat faster.
I'll face too.
At my stare, he shrugged.
It's better to not be alone.
I couldn't argue with that. I ducked behind a tree and pulled the shirt off, then phased quickly into my wolf form. I walked back around the tree, my paws silent on the soft ground. He studied me for a minute, and I turned away from his scrutiny.
Sorry,
he said.
I've never seen a black and cream wolf. And your eyes are amazing. You're quite beautiful, even as a wolf.
I refused to look at him, but saw him smile out of the corner of my eye. I hadn't seen many werewolves at the rehabilitation center, but they were usually gray, black, cream, or white. My coat wasn't too different from theirs, but no one else carried the contrasting colors. My eyes were another matter. Something had changed when I was turned into a werewolf in Dr. Tannen's labs. My dark blonde hair had changed to black with purple highlights, and my blue eyes were now a dark violet color that unsettled me every time I saw myself in a mirror. It was yet another reminder that I wasn't the same person who had died when Kanan crashed the car. Rafe's footsteps brought me back to the present. He walked around behind the tree and picked up the shirt I had been wearing. He then pulled the drawstring cord from his pants and folded the shirt into a tight bundle. He moved to pull his shorts off, and I turned away just in time. If a wolf could blush, I would have been bright red.
Sorry, modesty isn't huge in the wild, but I'll take these with us. Easier than finding clothes wherever we end up,
Rafe said with a hint of humor in his voice. I trotted a few paces away to give him some privacy and bent to smell a cluster of small purple flowers at the base of a tree. A strange scent touched my nose and my heart slowed. I turned, trepidation filling my chest. The woods behind us looked clear, but the scent was stronger. I was about to warn Rafe with a whine when a whistle sounded through the air. I ducked half a second before a bullet sank into the bark above my head. I darted to the left several feet, then turned and saw men running at us from the direction we had come. Rafe sprang out from behind the tree, a dark gray wolf whose muscles rippled under his fur. The small pack, made of our meager clothes, sat at his shoulder like a backpack. He snarled at the men who backed up quickly at his sudden appearance. He darted between them to my side and made sure with a quick glance that I was all right. He then turned and I ran beside him into the trees. A whirl of bullets flew around us. Rafe let out a slight yelp, then took the lead. He ran left down a river wash to the bed. I followed him around the twists and turns of the river bottom until he found a place to cross up the other side. He slowed after a few more paces and we both tried to listen past our racing hearts and heaving lungs. I willed my heart to slow and strained my hearing. Everything was silent for a few seconds. Then, the roar of motors touched my ears. I looked at Rafe and he stared back with wide eyes. He jerked his head for me to follow him, and we darted into the underbrush. It took several miles of running to finally lose them. The scent of blood, sweat, and fear wafted from Rafe by the time we stopped. I started to shake, and Rafe found a small cave between two slabs of stone. He mercifully phased outside, then tossed in my shirt so I could be somewhat decent. "You can come in," I said after I had pulled on the shirt. The cold bit into my bare skin after the warmth of a wolf's fur. I shivered and pulled the thin shirt closer around me.
Are you sure?
Rafe asked after a minute.
You could have the cave to yourself.
I smiled at his kindness. It's freezing out there, and we're safer in here. When he didn't move, I took a stealing breath and spoke the truth. And I'm afraid to be alone. His bare feet scuffed the rocks outside the small cave a moment longer. Then he ducked through the opening, a hand on his side. Blood ran between his fingers, and his face was pale. "You need help," I said, alarmed. He leaned against the rock wall and gave a wan smile.
Not too many doctors out here.
He took his hand away, and I gasped at the bullet wound through his side.
Looks like it came in the back and went out the front. Otherwise, I'd be dead by now.
"Why is that?" I asked with a pit in my stomach.
It was definitely a silver bullet. The way it's taking so long to clot. If it hadn't gone out, that much silver would probably kill me.
"And you just ran 5 miles after being shot," I pointed out, trying to stay calm. "That really doesn't help."
True.
He slid down the wall to a sitting position, leaving a streak of dark red behind him. "That needs to be cleaned," I said carefully, even though I had no idea how to go about cleaning it. He shrugged.
It'll heal by morning. Or I wake up dead.
Nice. I tore a strip off the bottom of my shirt and led him outside to the small stream we had passed a short ways back. He gave me a strange look when I took his hand without giving him a chance to argue, but he followed me into the graying dawn. "Kneel down." He did as I asked, his eyes guarded. I dipped the rag in the stream and washed the entrance and exit of the wound the best that I could. Rafe's breath caught in his throat at the cold water.
I'm not exactly fond of icy streams,
he said through gritted teeth. Better than nothing. I hoped I was right. At least the wound looked somewhat better by the time I wrapped it in another strip of the shirt and led him back to the cave. He stumbled at the entrance, and I had to catch him before he fell to his knees. He gave me an apologetic smile.
Just tired. I'll be better after I rest a bit.
I eased him down against the wall, and he tipped his head back and closed his eyes. I sat down across from him, resigned to another few sleepless days. His breath lengthened, and I thought he had fallen asleep when he said without opening his eyes,
Why did you save me?
I stared at him, but he kept his eyes closed. Hundreds of answers raced through my head. Generic answers about how anyone would have done it, how everyone deserved a chance to live, and how I was heading that way anyway. But they were all lies. Roger and the others had left him there to die in the fire. Though by accident or on purpose, I had yet to tell. I could name several men that had shot at us that I didn't feel deserved to live. And the analysis center was exactly opposite from the exit I needed to take to escape the fire. I took a breath, let it out slowly, then told him the truth. It was your eyes. He tipped his head toward me and opened his eyes slightly.
My eyes?
His tone was even, but I felt myself blushing anyway. I looked away. You have honest eyes. I know it's silly, but I felt like I could trust you. He fell silent for a minute, and when I looked back, his eyes were closed again, but there was a small smile on his lips. After several minutes, he said,
You can trust me.
I know. He fell silent, then opened an eye and looked at me.
You're not tired?
Exhausted, I admitted, but being changed into a werewolf also gave me insomnia. I don't sleep much. He thought about it for a second, then opened both eyes and sat up gingerly. But you should sleep, I said quickly, worried about how weak and worn he looked. He ignored my comment.
What do you do when you can't sleep?
Come talk to you, I said with a small laugh. He nodded and motioned for me to sit by him. I gave him a calculating look, and he laughed, then grabbed his side.
Ouch. It's not like I'm going to take advantage of you. You said you trust me, remember?
I trust your eyes. I don't know about the rest of you, I shot back, but I moved to sit next to him. The close proximity was both comforting and unnerving.
You can trust the rest of me,
he said softly into my ear. A shiver ran through my skin at the warmth of his breath on my ear, and I had to force my heart to beat normal so that he didn't hear it. He waited a moment, then lifted his arm so that I rested against his uninjured side. He leaned his head back against the wall, and I listened to his heartbeat and the steady rise and fall of his breath. A slight rain began to patter softly outside. We sat in silence for a minute. Then Rafe began to hum a soft tune I didn't recognize. After several minutes, he started to sing. His voice surprised me. It was warm and full, reminding me of the rolling thunder before a spring storm. He sang a soft song about a fox lost in its own forest. The song lulled me into a thoughtless calm that chased away my fears of the men who were after us. It took me a while to realize that he had stopped singing. I glanced up to see his chin on his chest, and his breath steady and slow. I moved slowly from under his arm and eased him carefully to the ground on his good side. He shivered, and I wished I had a blanket to put over him the way my mom always did for me when I was sick. The thought sent a pang through my heart, and I rubbed my shoulders against the cold. An irrational urge to curl up next to him ran through my mind, but I pushed it away with a quiet laugh at myself. Apparently, after being turned into a werewolf and chased with a stranger through the forest after said stranger rescued me from a burning inferno, I was ready to forget all boundaries for him. The rational side of me argued that he had indeed saved my life, possibly taken a bullet for me, and sang to me to help me sleep. Rafe shivered again, and my werewolf eyesight made out a sheen of sweat on his skin. I sighed and laid down behind him, with my back to his. It was the closest I could force myself to bend. The feeling of his hot skin against my back drove all thoughts of sleep from my mind. I stayed awake through the early hours of the morning, listening to his fevered muttering and shuddering breath, with the fear that he would need more medical help than I could give. The thought reminded me of Kanan, and I wondered how my brother was taking the fire. I hoped everyone had made it out. I hadn't seen anyone on my dash from my room to the analysis center, so I rationalized that meant the others had escaped before me. My deep sleeps, after days of insomnia, made me practically dead to the world. I could only hope we were in a safe place the next time my body gave in to exhaustion. Chapter 4. Rafe stirred when the sunlight reached a few feet into the cave. He had stopped shivering about an hour before, and the sweating had finally ceased. I sat up quickly before he awoke and moved to the other side of the cave. Rafe pushed himself upright and gave me a knowing smile.
I didn't die. I suppose I have you to thank for that.
I couldn't bring myself to meet his gaze. I don't know what you're talking about. He rose to his knees and unwrapped the bandage from his side. The red gaping holes had been replaced by pink, healing skin, with no sign of infection.
I guess you're pretty good at doctoring.
A small laugh escaped me. I couldn't even handle dissecting frogs in biology. He gave me a confused look.
Why would you want to dissect frogs?
I laughed again. I didn't want to. It was the only way to pass the class. His expression lightened.
Oh, at school.
Yeah, high school. I suddenly missed my friends, family, and old life so much I could barely breathe. I focused on him instead. You never went to school? He pushed to his feet.
We better get going.
I stood up, surprised at his change of demeanor. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry. I was just curious after seeing your file. He glanced back at me, his expression unreadable. Then he ran a hand through his tangled brown hair to push it back off his face and sighed.
Sorry. It's not you. It's just not a pleasant story. We better get going so they don't track us here.
I followed him back out into the forest. It was mid-afternoon, and birds talked around us with the carefree abandon of undisturbed creatures. We walked slowly through the trees. The sweet, earthy scent of decaying leaves and forest loam rose with each step. A soft breeze tangled through the underbrush and brought with it the smells of wild berries, burrowing mice, and the faint scent of deer that sent a shudder through my skin. It was strange to want to trail the deer, to chase it and kill it. I had never killed an animal in my life. I even carried the insects that made their way to my bedroom outside in a cup I kept especially for that reason. The want to sink my fangs into flesh and tear it, to taste blood flowing past my muzzle, to hear the last beats of a heart, and know that I had ended a life that would soon fill my belly, confused me. I pushed away the urge to phase, then walked a few minutes more until the realization hit me that I had been able to control my body. Rafe took a few more steps, then glanced back at me.
Everything okay?
I stared at him and felt the first rush of hope that I would eventually be able to live a normal life despite being a werewolf. A slow smile spread across my face. Better than it's been in a long time. He gave me a perplexed look and waited for me to catch up, then fell into pace beside me. Where are we going? I asked a while later when I realized I didn't even know which direction we traveled.
To my pack.
My heart skipped a beat, and I gave him a sideways glance. He studied the trees ahead of us. A werewolf pack? I pressed. He shook his head.
A wolf pack.
I couldn't help staring. A wild wolf pack? He glanced at me, his lips fighting back a smile.
Is there another kind?
I rolled my eyes. You know what I mean. He fell silent, his strange golden eyes light and a slight smile on his face. I walked beside him and began to enjoy the simplicity of forest life and the fresh air that felt alive around us. It was easy to forget that we were being chased by men intent on killing us, or that the rehab center had been blown up. But as the sun began to set, I couldn't stop thinking of Kanan. He had no way of knowing that I had made it out of the center. He had always taken care of me. I owed it to him to at least let him know I was still alive. I put a hand on Rafe's arm. I need to call Kanan. His brow furrowed.
We're a long way from civilization. It'll take a few hours to get to a phone.
I need to. They don't even know I'm alive. He fell silent, then changed our direction until we walked down a gradual decline. It was well after nightfall when we saw the lights of a one-gas station town nestled in a small valley between two mountain ranges. Every time moonlight broke through the clouds and touched my skin, the urge to phase surged through me so strong I had to stop to hold on to the sliver of control I had found. Rafe waited patiently beside me while I fought another battle inside myself. I leaned against a tree, hidden from the moon in its shadow, and put my face against the trunk. The cool bark helped me center myself and drive away the chaos that warred beneath my skin. I took a deep breath of the tangy, crisp scent of the aspen and stepped back to find Rafe watching me. What? I asked self-consciously. He gave a half smile.
You fit in here.
A wild animal too dangerous for civilization? I asked, then kicked myself mentally when I remembered that was how he had been classified at the rehab center. He shook his head and said seriously,
No, a graceful creature, so beautiful she hides in the shadows, so others can only guess at the contours of her face and the shades of her skin.
I stared at him, speechless. He dipped his head toward the town.
Ready?
I nodded, but could barely remember why we were going there. He gave another half smile and led the way down the mountainside. I watched from the shadows until a lone woman in her late 50s pulled up to the gas station. My heart jumped in my throat, and I had to push down the urge to run away. Rafe stayed in the shadows, a wild, wary look about him as though he would melt into the trees, and I would never see him again. I forced my feet to move and approached her car from the side farthest away from the gas station. Ma'am? She turned with a half-scared, half-defiant expression of a woman who feared getting carjacked late at night. Her eyes widened when she saw that I wore only a shirt.
What happened to you? Are you okay?
I nodded, then figured I should probably milk the situation for what it was worth, and shook my head. I ran away from my boyfriend, and I'm trying to get home. I tried to bring up tears, but my acting skills were lacking. My voice shook enough from nervousness that at least I didn't have to force it. Can I borrow some quarters to call my mom? She grabbed her purse from the car and handed me two $20 bills along with several quarters.
They have some clothes in the gas station. It's not a great selection, but it'll let you get home with your dignity.
She gave me a wink, her fake eyelashes fluttering.
We've all been there, so you have nothing to be worried about.
Thank you, I stuttered, surprised. I turned to go.
Miss!
I looked back to see her digging in her purse again. She pulled out a small bottle, sprayed some on me, then handed me the perfume.
To cover up the smell,
she said with another wink.
I don't know what you kids are into these days, but you smell like a forest.
I fought back a smile and accepted the bottle. I waved at Rafe surreptitiously, then stepped around the gas station to the 3 payphones. My heart pounded in my chest as I inserted the coins and dialed the number Kanan had made me memorize the second I could think without phasing every minute. The phone rang several times, then the voice that had been with me since I was born said,
Hello?
Kanan? I blinked back tears.
Colleen?
The heartache and relief in his voice broke down the feeble wall I had put up, and the tears flowed down my cheeks.
Colleen, is that really you?
It's me.
But how? Colleen, I thought you were dead.
His voice cracked and he sniffed. I knew him well enough to know that he was crying, too.
I thought I'd lost you again.
I know. I forced past the lump in my throat. I'm sorry I didn't call earlier. This is the first time we found a phone.
We?
Kanan's voice grew stronger.
Who's with you, Colleen? Are you okay? Are you a prisoner, or—
I'm okay, I cut him off. I'm with Rafe. He saved me from the fire.
Who's Rafe?
I remembered they hadn't even thought Rafe could speak, let alone have a name. This wasn't going to be easy. Rafe is the werewolf from the rehab center in the analysis room.
I don't remember anyone named Rafe, especially in the analysis center. There was only you and—
He fell silent, processing. Then he spoke in a voice thick with disbelief.
Don't tell me you're with that wild wolf.
He's not wild.
Colleen!
He cut me off.
He's dangerous. I can't believe you're with him, and you've waited this long to tell me you're alive? I've been at the center helping them sift through the wreckage and fearing that I was going to find your body.
His voice grew tighter.
But I also feared where you were if I didn't. I don't know what I'd do if Tennant's men found you again.
So it was Dr. Tennant? I fought back a wave of nausea.
We're not sure, but it's the best guess we've got,
Kanan answered. I could almost hear him frown.
No changing the subject, Colleen. We need to get you home. You can't trust that wild wolf.
He's not a wolf. He's a werewolf. And he's not wild. I was surprised at the sudden defensiveness that filled me when he spoke about Rafe. He saved my life, And he's a good guy. Kanan took a breath and let it out loudly.
Okay,
He said in a forcibly steady tone.
he's a good guy. Let's get you both home where you're safe and go from there.
I felt eyes on me and looked up to see Rafe watching me from the foliage at the edge of the gas station parking lot. His golden eyes reflected the moonlight, and there was an expression of sadness on his face, as though he guessed what we were talking about. I knew that if I went back to civilization, he wouldn't be going with me. I took a breath to steady my resolve. I'm not coming home. Disbelief colored Kanan's voice.
What do you mean you're not coming home? You've got to come home. Everyone's missing you, and you're not safe out there.
I can't go back behind walls and doors, Kay. The image it evoked sent a shudder through my skin. I pushed the thought away and continued despite his protests. I'm learning how to control myself. It's easier out here without people trying to tell me I should have more self-control, or I'm not safe to be around, or listening to them talk about how they don't know what they'll do with me if I don't learn to control it. I hear them behind the doors, Kay. I know what everyone thinks. More tears flowed down my cheeks. I wiped them away with my sleeve. Kanan's voice came softer.
Colleen, we can work this out. You don't need to stay away.
I shook my head even though he couldn't see it. I need to work things out. I promise I'll be back.
I need to see you, Cole. I need to know you're okay.
His voice grew desperate.
It nearly killed me to think you had died in that fire, or Tannen's men got you. Ask the others. I've been working non-stop since the fire, searching through the wreckage to find you and know if I had killed you again.
My heart slowed. The fire wasn't your fault. You didn't make it happen.
But you weren't safe there. I shouldn't have gone back to Jesus. I shouldn't have let you out of my sight. I
cut him off with the realization of what I needed to do for both of us. Kay, I need you to listen to me. I paused, and when he stopped talking, I said, You can't live your life if you're so worried about me. The accident wasn't just your fault. I knew you had been drinking, and I should have called Mom and Dad, instead of getting in the car with you. He tried to protest, but I rushed on. We both died in an accident, and for some reason, we've been given another chance at living again. I took a shallow breath. I'm going with Rafe, and I don't want you to worry about me.
Colleen, I
need to find myself out here, and you need to find a new life there without me, so that when I come back, you'll be able to stop worrying about losing me. Neither of us can live that way.
Tell me where you are. We can discuss it there instead of over the phone.
My heart caught in my throat at the pain in his voice, but I refused. You spent practically every waking moment at the rehab center. I don't know why Grace even put up with that. She's an amazing person, and she loves you, and I know you love her.
Colleen, wait,
A beep on the phone indicated I had 10 seconds left. Kanan, I've got to go, but I'll call you. I'm safe, so please don't worry. I love you.
Colleen, don't go.
Bye, Kanan. I hung up the phone to the sound of his protests, and a fresh wave of tears rolled down my face. I let myself seep in self-pity for a few moments, missing him, my mom and dad, my friends, Deborah who had died in the car accident with us, my school, and my old life so fiercely it was hard to breathe. I leaned against the old payphone that smelled of hundreds of people and the occasional forest creature that came to lick the salt of sweat off the phone handle, and allowed myself to fear for one moment the different creature I had become. I feared my stronger senses, the instincts that told me to run or fight when my old tendency was to act as a peacemaker. I feared the call of the moon and the power it had over me. I feared the forest that grew up to the edge of the parking lot and in some places overturned the pavement with reaching roots, as though it longed to take back the land that had once been a part of it. And I feared the werewolf that watched me from the shadows of that forest, also a part of it in a way that I would never be. Then I looked up straight into Rafe's eyes. The distance between us felt like inches, and I could smell the wild woodsy cedar and winter rain scent of him, even from across the parking lot. His gaze held a depth of sadness that said he had heard our conversation, but also that somewhere inside he felt a similar pain of loss with which he could identify. I wanted to ask him what it was, but he tipped his head to remind me of the gas station. I sighed, wondering why he could fluster me so much that I kept forgetting what I was doing. I closed my eyes and found the center of calm Mom had once told me was one of my greatest gifts. I let the calm overcome the torrent of thoughts caused by my conversation with Kanan and the fears of what I had become. The whirlwind inside faded to a manageable gust. I took a breath and stepped into the gas station. It felt strange to walk on the cold tile floor with bare feet, neon lights glaring overhead, and cigarette signs flashing behind the cash register. The cashier, a boy even younger than me who was probably pulling late hours for his gas money, glanced up from the graphic novel he was reading, looked back down at the page, then stared up at me again, his eyes wide behind big glasses and disheveled hair. I walked past him to the 2 racks of clothes, grateful that as the only gas station in town, it also served as a gift shop and mini-mart. I found a dark gray t-shirt and a pair of blue jeans shorts that would fit somewhat decently, pulled the tags off, set them on the counter in front of the still-staring cashier, and changed into the clothes in the surprisingly clean restroom. I then used the restroom with the relish of one who had been confined to Mother Nature for relief. I found black shorts and a dark blue shirt that I thought Rafe would like, then laughed at myself for thinking I knew anything about his likes or dislikes. It unnerved me to know I was going back into the wild with him. I shoved the thought aside and bought jerky, trail mix, 2 big bottles of water, and a backpack to carry it all in with the remainder of the money. The cashier stared at me with a mixture of curiosity and surprise. I realized I must have looked like quite the wreck when I walked in, and was grateful that the t-shirt and shorts fit somewhat reasonably. His cell phone sat on the counter next to the cash register, and I glanced at it. "Does that get good reception out here?" I asked as casually as I could manage.
Yeah.
He stuttered out, his eyes wide. He swallowed, then straightened his glasses and sat up.
It's the best phone for reception you can get.
He indicated the mountains.
Anything else, and you're pretty much screwed up here.
I smiled at him. He shifted in his seat and gave me a crooked grin back. I pushed the clothes, tags, and items I had gathered onto the counter. "I'll get these, thank you." He stared at me for a second longer, then swallowed again and nodded.
Yes, of course.
He rang them up one by one and I packed them into the backpack. I pulled the backpack off the counter when he was done, sliding the cell phone underneath it as I did so. I caught it when it fell and slipped it into my pocket.
That'll be $39.80,
he said. I felt a wave of gratitude for the woman's generosity and handed him the money. I slipped the change into a pocket of the backpack and headed back out into the night with the gawking cashier behind me, a cell phone in my pocket, and a backpack full of supplies. Chapter 5. I had lost all sense of direction, time, or date, other than the fact that it was almost 2 days from the gas station, heading deep into forested hills that smelled nothing of man or civilization by the time Rafe stopped and said in his soft, calm voice that we had made it. My uncontrolled phasing had slowed during our journey. I didn't know if it was the open woods or the fact that no one was there to tell me not to phase that made it easier. But Rafe's patience and easy acceptance of my struggle eased my frustration. He phased whenever I did, and never indicated that it bothered him if I slowed us down. I stared through the trees ahead and couldn't see anything until the breeze shifted and brought me a scent, like that of the werewolf, but deeper, more full, and mixed with the pine and loam of the forest, as though the scents were one. I narrowed my eyes and studied the clearing. My heart jumped when a form next to one of the boulders lifted its head and looked in our direction. A gray and brown wolf, smaller than a werewolf, but bigger than the wolves I had seen in the zoo, sniffed the air and then rose to his feet. Other forms stood with him and stared in our direction until I looked into the calm, searching golden eyes of 7 wolves. Rafe held up a hand for me to stay where I was, then walked toward them. The biggest wolf, a dark gray creature with black markings along its back and shoulders, stepped forward and waited for Rafe with his ears up, his muzzle high, and tail held stiff. Rafe crouched in his human form so that he and the wolf were eye level, and about 2 feet stood between them. The wolf took 3 slow steps forward, his eyes never leaving Rafe's. Rafe didn't look away, but his gaze was calm and non-threatening. He kept his hands on his knees, and the barest hint of a smile touched his lips, even though his eyes shone with obvious happiness. The wolf sniffed his face, followed by his chest, hands, and hair, then walked a full circle around him, smelling his clothes, feet, and back. The wolf went around to sniff his face again, and the animal's breath moved Rafe's hair back from his face. Rafe laughed and pushed the wolf. The wolf snorted, then licked Rafe across the face. Rafe wiped his face with a hand, and the other wolves bounded forward, surrounding him in a pile of paws, softly wagging tails, excited yips, and much sniffing and licking. Rafe ran his hands through each wolf's fur and spoke to them in undertones I couldn't make out. He seemed lost with them in a world I couldn't follow. And the look on his face was one of contentment and finally peace. I watched him with the wild wolves and couldn't help smiling at how happy he seemed with them, and how they hadn't forgotten him. I wondered what his full story was. It was obvious they were special to him, and they treated him as one of their own. I moved a foot slightly, and a twig snapped beneath my toes. Rafe's head jerked up as if he had just remembered me. He gave me a sheepish smile, and rose from his sitting position to his knees.
Sorry, it's been a while.
He motioned for me to join him. Advancing on 7 wild wolves was something I hadn't prepared for. I set foot into the thicket, and they all rose around Rafe.
It's all right.
He reassured them softly.
She's with me.
He turned back to me.
They won't hurt you. I promise.
Do they understand you? I asked to cover my fear. He shook his head with a small smile.
It's more the tone they respond to. Wolves don't have a set language. They speak through body language and tones instead of words.
He set a hand on the lead wolf's shoulder.
She's a friend,
he said quietly. I took another few steps into the clearing, then stopped where he indicated.
Kneel down,
he instructed, his eyes holding mine. My heart pounded in my throat, but I knelt slowly into the long grass that swayed around us. Rafe rose and knelt next to me. The wolves followed him, and I clenched my hands together so tightly that they hurt. Rafe noticed and put his hand over mine. The touch sent a rush of warmth through my skin. I wondered if he could hear the way my pulse rushed.
Hold out your hands like this,
he said, showing me his hand palm up with his fingers loosely closed. I did as he instructed and froze when the big wolf stuck out his dark muzzle and sniffed my hand. He then licked my palm and turned away with a soft snort. The other wolves rushed to me, their noses sniffing and tails waving. What just happened? I asked, amazed.
He accepted you as a visitor to the pack,
Rafe said, reaching out to rub a small brown wolf under the chin. The wolf leaned into his hand, and he scratched its forehead as well. What if he refused me? Rafe kept his gaze on the small wolf.
The pack would have attacked.
I stared at him, my heart in my throat. Now you tell me? He glanced at me and gave a small, serious smile.
Don't worry, I would have defended you.
I shook my head in disbelief and smiled when a lithe gray wolf let me rub her ears.
Smile with your mouth closed,
Rafe advised.
It's better not to show teeth.
I quickly shut my mouth and dropped my hand. Am I going to get eaten out here? He regarded me for a moment, and when I stared at him, he lifted an eyebrow.
You really think I would have brought you into danger just after getting you out of it?
He rose, and several wolves trailed behind him through the clearing. I glanced at the other wolves around me and hurried to follow. The wolves walked with an air of belonging to the wild woods, so different from the few dogs I had been around that they didn't even seem related. The wolves exuded a confidence of their own abilities, and I felt like one of them instead of a master, surrounded by pets. Rafe waited for me just past the trees and led me into a quiet hollow, where older towering trees provided shelter and thickly interlocking bushes created an enclosed space with only a few exits. One tree, a massive old oak toward the end, had fallen, and the exposed roots made a hollow in the earth. Someone or something had dug away at the hollow to create a tunnel. Rafe crouched a few paces away and threw me a smile.
Watch.
He gave a soft, whining sound, then waited. A few seconds later, a female wolf, almost as big as the alpha, but so skinny her ribs showed through her soft, tawny fur, came out and rushed at Rafe. He put his arms around her neck and held her tight. She whined and licked his face, and he laughed, saying soft things to her that I couldn't make out. The female wolf gave a sharp bark and glanced at the tunnel. I had to stifle a laugh when 4 fat, clumsy wolf cubs appeared. They fell over each other and tripped on their own feet in an effort to reach Rafe first.
They're new.
He said with a grin. A cloud swept across his face.
A lot happens in 6 months.
The cloud disappeared as quickly as it appeared, and he buried his head in a wolf pup's downy fur.
They're perfect.
He glanced back at me.
Come and see.
Are you sure it's all right? I knew mother animals defended their babies and didn't want to risk any of my limbs as much as I wanted to hold a pup. Rafe nodded.
They trust me, and they'll trust you because you came with me. Don't worry.
I took a calming breath and crossed the ground to his side, then sat down. The pups immediately swarmed to me, tripping over my legs and licking my fingers. The mother wolf sniffed my hair, and ice ran through my veins at the fear that she would bite me. But she merely gave a concluding sniff and went to lie down near the tunnel entrance. Rafe settled on his back and let the pups climb all over him. He rubbed their ears and tugged on their paws and let them chew on his fingers with their needle-sharp milk teeth. He closed his eyes and truly relaxed for the first time. I ran my hands through the grass at my side while one of the chubby female puppies slept in my lap. I took a deep breath of the cool forest air for the first time. I wanted to phase just so that I could better experience what it was to be a wolf. But I didn't want to break Rafe's reverie, so I settled for watching the leaves sway in the trees overhead and bring down the scent of rain and ever-present life. Rafe glanced back at me, then ducked into a small cave entrance about a half-mile from the wolf's den.
You can come in. It's empty.
He called out. I ducked under the stone lip and was surprised to find a wide cavern beyond. The ground sloped downhill to a flat place about the size of an average living room. The charcoaled remains of an old fire sat near the entrance, while the rest of the cave was littered with pieces of wood, a few scraps of clothing, and what looked like an old bear hide. A camper's cooler sat in one corner, while crystal-clear water trickled down the other side to form a tiny pool. Rafe cupped his hand in the water and drank from it, then motioned for me to do the same. The water was so cool and fresh, it tasted like how the bottled water commercials always portrayed their products, the difference being that any brand of bottled water tasted the same to me, while the pool in Rafe's cave tasted like mineral-laced snow, fresh from the highest peak. I took another drink and glanced up to find Rafe watching me. Water dripped down my chin, and I wiped it away with an embarrassed smile. He went to the cooler and opened it with the reverence of a child unveiling his most prized possessions. He set out a wind-up radio worn with use, a canteen, a pair of shoelaces, a small Swiss army knife, a marble, a length of rope, and a battered crayon drawing of a man, woman, and little boy. My heart slowed when I realized what he showed me. How long have you been here? He picked up the child's drawing and stared at it intently.
Since I was 4.
I didn't know what to say. My stomach twisted and I fought for words, but nothing came. He ran his fingers softly over the man and woman in the drawing.
I drew this by the campfire while my dad and mom cooked tinfoil dinners. Uncle Mitch and Aunt Diana had come to spend the night with us. Mitch was Dad's only brother and was a great uncle. I was so happy when he came.
Rafe fell quiet, his eyes distant. I waited in silence, afraid to break his reverie, but also afraid of what his pain-filled gaze would reveal. He brushed his hair back from his face and looked at the cave ceiling.
I liked to climb. It was a game of ours, for me to climb a tree and Dad to find me.
His voice took on a strange tone.
I didn't realize until later that he always found me so easily, because he was a werewolf and could just smell me out.
His brow furrowed, and he closed his eyes.
I climbed a tree just outside the light of the fire and waited for Dad to find me. Dad suddenly straightened up and looked me right in the eyes. "Stay there, Rafie," he said, as calmly as that. Then they were attacked.
By what? I couldn't keep still. The horror on his face made my skin crawl, and I wanted more than anything to give him a hug and protect him from whatever had happened. But he was still caught in the memory.
Men with guns, machetes, and knives attacked my parents and aunt and uncle before they could defend themselves. They were shot, then hacked apart while they were still alive.
He rubbed his closed eyes.
My mom screamed again and again, but tree branches were in the way and I couldn't see what they were doing to her. But my dad had fallen below the tree when they shot him. He kept his eyes on mine while they cut off his arms and legs. He mouthed, "I love you," before they cut off his head.
A tear leaked from the corner of his eye, but he seemed not to notice.
I stayed up there for 2 days, long after they had carried away the bodies and destroyed the campsite.
He turned and looked at me, his golden eyes haunted.
This picture was the only thing they left. It was as if they knew I was out there somewhere.
"That's horrible," I said softly. He fell silent, and even though he looked at me, I could tell he was seeing something else. I tried to think of anything to take his mind off it. "What about the wolves? How did you come to live with them?" He blinked and looked around the cave.
Paul, the old alpha.
He paused and glanced at me.
I guess it's weird I named him after my father. It was the only name I could think of at the time.
He gave a sad half smile.
Paul and his pack came to the remains of the camp, and he looked right up at me like my father had. I slid down from the tree, phased into a wolf for the first time in my life, and followed them away.
"I thought werewolves phased for the first time when they turned 7. He shrugged.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. I needed to be a wolf, so I was.
He tipped his head back against the cave wall.
I went back later that night for the picture and found this place to keep it safe.
"Where did you learn how to speak so well?" He gestured to the radio.
I began to miss being human, so I would phase and sneak into camps late at night and raid things I could use, like clothes and the radio.
A shadow of a smile touched his lips.
When I got older and more daring, I used to invite myself to their campfires and talk with them, just to enjoy being human for a bit. But I never met another werewolf, and I thought I was a fluke.
"Until you were captured by Tannen's men," I concluded. He nodded.
Then it was easier not to speak because I was so used to being silent.
I was about to ask another question when a deep howl reverberated through the cave. Rafe's face lit up, and he glanced at me, then cupped his hands around his mouth and sent back an answering howl. A chill ran through my body at the sound, along with a shuddering need to phase and be a wolf. Rafe gave an understanding smile.
I'll meet you outside.
He disappeared through the cave entrance before I could say anything. The shudder ran through my body again, and I was surprised to find that I was looking forward to phasing and experiencing the wolf side that had been such a part of Rafe's life. Heaviness hung over my thoughts at what he had been through. I couldn't imagine anyone living through that and turning out even remotely normal. The fact that Rafe handled what he had been through at Tannen's hands so calmly showed a depth of animal nature, the instinct to take everything in stride and keep on fighting no matter what. I saw the things I hadn't understood about him before in a new light, and it made me happy that I had chosen to go with Rafe instead of returning to a society of walls and restrictions. I set my backpack down with the remainder of the supplies and turned the power off on the cell phone, then slid it into the back pocket. I looked at the cave around me while I pulled off my gas station clothes. Rough drawings in charcoal covered the wall at a child's height, changing to stone etchings and intricate paintings with earthen colors, as the distance from the floor increased. It was as though I watched him grow up through the drawings on the walls. The black and cream fur grew on my shoulders and back like a welcome blanket in the crisp night air. I shook to settle the fur, then stepped out into moonlit grays and blacks as clear as daylight to my wolf eyes. Rafe came out of the shadows to my left, strong and self-assured in his wolf form. The dark gray of his coat blended with the darkness around him, making him seem more a creature of the night than the wolves that waited for us down the small rise to the cave. Rafe lifted his muzzle and howled a low, warm greeting. The wolves below joined him. 8 cries of different pitches mixing in a way that made my blood run hot and cold at the same time. I lifted my face to the embrace of the moon and answered the call with a howl of my own. The voice, so unlike me, yet a part of me in the fullness of the tone and the hunger to belong and be a part of something special again, left my throat and entwined with the others to create a complete tapestry of sound in the haunting night. The forest around us fell silent, and our voices reverberated through the trees and the mountains around us long after we had stopped. The alpha wolf below turned and 7 wolves vanished into the trees. The mother wolf was at his side, and I wondered which wolf had returned to the pups and how she dared leave them with another animal. Rafe bumped my shoulder with his own, his expressive golden eyes questioning. I gave a soft snort and started down the decline. He caught up, then passed me with the abandon of a puppy who had just found the joy of the run. I smiled inside and ran to catch up to him. The pack flew through the trees, winding in and out of windfalls, dry creek beds, and across meandering streams that cut trails through the unforgiving forest floor. Rafe and I trailed to the pack's right, and it was amazing to see how without word or motion to direct them, the wolves flowed as one through the forest, never missing a step or touching each other, though their shoulders were inches apart. They reminded me of a flock of birds circling and swooping in flight, their hearts one as they enjoyed just being alive. We loped deep into the mountain range. Rabbits, mice, and the occasional ermine darted out of our way, but the wolves ignored them, intent on something else. I tried to find the scent they followed, and suddenly the smell of wild, warm meat, pounding blood, and the promise of a full belly filled my nose. I missed a step and staggered in surprise at the strength of the wolf instinct that filled me. Rafe glanced back, then slowed to let me catch up. He watched me from the corner of his eye, his gaze questioning, but I couldn't voice the emotions that warred inside me. The alpha let out a short bark, and the pack suddenly split ahead of us. Rafe and I followed the right-hand branch around a grove of trees and down into a valley where a massive herd of elk lifted their heads and stared at our sudden entrance. The lead elk, an older animal with gray around its velvet nose and more spikes than I could count at the instant on his horns, raised his head and bugled a warning to his herd. They took off in thundering flight ahead of us. The joy of chasing down prey and feeding those dependent upon us filled my bones and pounded in my ears. I joined the pack as they culled a young buck from the herd, a foolish animal who struck arrogantly with short horns while throwing hooves right and left. It was obvious by the cast of his head and the certainty in his eyes that he thought he could take on the pack, something my wolf consciousness knew was a mistake, even though he towered high above us and his hooves struck the rocks with the strength of a jackhammer. The rest of the herd left the young buck behind, and soon it was only the 9 of us against the huge beast. He backed against a jutting rock to protect his backside and struck out with black hooves and antlers that my instincts warned were deadly. I paused out of reach, knowing that I was far out of my skill range, and suddenly doubtful that I wanted any part in the animal's death. The alpha dove under the antlers and leaped for the animal's throat. The elk turned at the last instant, and the alpha succeeded only in tearing skin from the animal's shoulder before jumping back out of the way of his striking hooves. Rafe took advantage of the distraction and darted around the other side. He lunged for the elk's back leg and drew his fangs down the animal's hindquarters. The elk let out a bugle of pain and limped heavily on the leg when Rafe dove back to safety. The elk swept his horns Rafe's way, missing the werewolf by merely inches. 2 more of the pack attacked when the animal looked away and latched onto his side, driving him to his knees. The alpha dove under the sweeping horns once more and latched onto the elk's throat. The elk's eyes rolled and he tried to get back to his feet, but the weight of the wolf kept him down. The alpha's jaws closed, while the wolves around him brought the elk to its belly. The alpha stepped back and blood poured from the animal's throat. I looked away as the rich iron scent filled my nose, and the animal's gurgling breath died away. The sound of tearing flesh and hungry animals feeding met my ears. I studied the ground in front of my paws and tried to remind myself that I was a human in a wolf's body, and that I didn't want to join them even though my stomach growled and my soul longed for the unity that pack feeding brought. A chunk of meat fell at my feet, and I looked up into Rafe's calm, beautiful golden eyes. A knowing look shone in them, as if he understood the war I fought inside. His muzzle was dark red with blood, and his breath smelled of warm life and food. He nosed the meat closer to my feet, as if to tell me that it was all right to give in and just be a wolf for a while. I let out my breath softly, then bent and began to eat. Rafe turned and brought back another hunk of meat for himself, then settled on his belly next to me to eat his share. The meat filled me as food in my human form never had. Though there was only one flavor, it was rich and tender from lush mountain grass and cold streams, tender bushes, and golden sunlight. I struggled to eat only my fill as the wolf instinct urged me to gorge in times of plenty against moments of lack. The other wolves' bellies were distended by the time they were ready to return to the meadow. We followed the pack back to the den, and I wondered why none of the wolves had brought meat back. But when the pups came out and pawed and danced around their mother at the scent of food, she regurgitated partially chewed meat for them to feast on. Another wolf dropped a mostly clean leg bone, and after the pups and the older light gray wolf that had stayed behind to watch them had eaten their fill, the pups began to play tug-of-war with the bone. Rafe sat near the trees and watched the pups, a content expression on his face. I settled next to him and enjoyed the simplicity of no one asking how I was doing or if I had been able to control myself. The younger wolves played with the pups while the alpha and his mate lay next to the den entrance, occasionally licking each other's muzzles in a gesture so tender it was as obvious as a couple holding hands or hugging to see that they loved each other. Chapter 6. Your pack is amazing, I told Rafe later after I phased in the cave, and he came in wearing the shorts and shirt I had bought. They care about you very much.
And I them,
he said. He wrapped the rope he had gotten from the cooler around his waist and tucked it under the shorts.
They saved my life and gave me a reason to live.
He shook out the bearskin and spread it near the fire he had built.
You can sleep here.
I don't sleep, remember? I said, though the bed looked very inviting, and after the chase, my limbs felt heavy with exhaustion. My mind raced, and I knew it would be a long time before I would be able to give in to sleep.
That's right,
he said. He glanced at me with a teasing twinkle in his eyes.
The insomniac werewolf who chases elk by night and saves poor caged wild creatures by day.
I sat on the rug and smiled. You aren't the poor wild creature I thought you were. He gave me an unreadable look.
Aren't I?
I shook my head and concentrated on the bear's thick fur, running my hand along the surface to make patterns.
Why did you really save me, Colleen?
I glanced at him, and he met my gaze full on, his brow furrowed. I told you, I began, but he cut me off.
I know, my eyes.
A smile twitched at the corners of his mouth.
I can't believe that eyes would make you dare flames and death to save a stranger.
I squirmed on the rug, but I couldn't find the words to answer his question.
You fell in love with me.
Rafe's soft words were spoken with certainty, and the truth that beat through my soul was echoed in his eyes. My heart slowed, and I tried to deny the statement, but we both knew I couldn't. Yes, I finally whispered. His fingers touched my chin and lifted my face so I would meet his eyes.
Did you know that wolves mate for life? They choose one wolf as their companion on this earth, and I've seen many wolves who chose to live the rest of their lives alone after losing their mate.
His eyes were soft with understanding.
It's in the blood.
I shook my head. Not my blood, I replied quietly. I wasn't born a werewolf.
Yet, Here you are,
Rafe said with a smile. He brushed the hair back from my face with a finger, then sat down at the edge of the bearskin.
Men on the radio rave about God or a higher power or something in the universe that guides us for the greater good.
His gaze darkened and he stared out the cave entrance into the night.
I used to hate whatever that was, some insurmountable being who had allowed my parents to be slaughtered and let me live for no apparent reason.
His gaze lightened, and his golden eyes reminded me of the moon calling to me with some unknown force, soothing the parts of me that felt sharp and jagged with everything that had happened.
But then I watched the wolves and felt the love and respect they had for each other. I remembered the way my mom used to look at my dad and how they used to laugh and hold hands. It was enough to hope that someday I would feel the same way about someone.
He dropped his eyes.
But all I am is really just a wild werewolf. I kill and I eat what I kill. I defend the pack with my life as they have defended me. And I have conversations with total strangers around campfires just to pretend that I am human.
His brow tightened.
It really isn't much to offer.
I stared at him. The way the firelight played off his tangled brown hair, casting the strong line of his jaw, his soft lips, and his dark brows in profile. My heart slowed at the self-deprecating look in his eyes and the scorn he felt for himself. His hands rested on his knees, and when I touched one of them, he moved to turn away, but I caught his hand and wouldn't let go until he looked at me. His eyes met mine with an exposed, haunted look. I loved you before I even knew anything about you, I said softly. Everything I learned just adds to that love. His eyes studied mine intently, looking for laughter or derision. When he found none, he dropped his eyes to our hands. I took a stealing breath and continued. I've found a werewolf who cares about his pack more than most do for their own family. I see someone who appreciates the forest in a way only those who have depended upon it for survival can. I hear the depth of love in your voice when you speak about your parents, and I'm shocked to see that instead of being embittered or filled with hatred because of what you went through, you're humble and torn. He turned his face away, but I caught his cheek with my hand and drew it gently back to me. He blinked rapidly, and tears shone in the firelight. I took a small breath, and I see someone that I love so much it hurts. He looked back at me and opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, I covered it with my own. The kiss sent a thrill of warmth through my body. His lips were soft at first, then needing and wanting as though he couldn't get enough. He pulled away quicker than I was ready and stared at me, his eyes wide and still wet with tears.
Why love me?
I blinked back tears of my own. Powers of the universe? He laughed and pulled me into a hug so tight and fierce that for the first time since I phased under Tannen's supervision, I finally felt safe and wanted, not a problem for people to solve in Roger's case, or a sister to protect because I had been let down before, but as someone with needs and wants and feelings of my own. I hugged Rafe back as fiercely and felt him smile against my hair. He finally let me go and fell back on the bearskin.
Loving you is exhausting.
I laughed and pushed his shoulder. Then sleep, you baby. Dark rings circled his eyes, disclosing how late it truly was. After not sleeping last night, I realized I must not have looked much better.
I'll sleep if you sleep,
he said, pulling me down next to him. I shook my head. Insomniac, remember? He sighed and wrapped his arms around me, pulling me into a close embrace I never wanted to break.
Then I'll sing and force you to listen until you want to escape my voice so badly you'll sleep just to get away.
I laughed. You have a wonderful voice. I'll take you up on your offer just so you have to sing to me again. He breathed into my hair.
I'll sing to you every night for the rest of our lives.
Promise? He nodded, Then began a soft song about wolves disappearing into shadows and the moon searching for her lost children. I opened my eyes to find Rafe sitting cross-legged on the bearskin across from me and watching me with a very pleased expression on his face. Sunlight filtered through the cave entrance around him, casting him in an otherworldly glow.
Sleep well?
He asked with a smile. I sat up and felt more rested than I could recall being since I was turned into a werewolf. Very well.
Think it was the singing?
I thought about it for a minute. I think it was because, for the first time, I finally feel safe. He gave a thoughtful frown, then nodded.
I'll take that as a good thing.
I crossed the bearskin and kissed him. He jerked back, then stared at me in surprise. That's a very good thing, I said. He smiled and kissed me again. A soft snort at the front of the cave made us turn. The alpha wolf was watching us, his pale golden eyes calm.
I guess we're up,
Rafe said with a laugh. He rose and helped me to my feet. Then we followed the alpha into the sunlight. It was easy to lose track of time in the forest. Days flowed together until at least 2 weeks had passed since we left the rehab center. I found I could control my phasing in the open forest, as long as I spent enough time in both my wolf and human forms. The wolves accepted me in both, so it didn't matter unless we were hunting or eating. Rafe gave me the cave and slept outside near the entrance, no matter how much I protested that I wouldn't mind if he slept inside away from the changing weather. Leaves fell in great piles, and the pups spent most of their time in the clearing outside the den, chasing each other and invisible enemies through the trees. Rafe and I wandered high through the hills. One such occasion found us in craggy outcroppings of rock that stuck out of the earth like the spine of a dragon. We were both in our wolf forms, and I loped through one small valley of rocks, intent on surprising him on the other side, when a strange scent touched my nose. I stopped and looked around. I had smelled it before in the forest, but it had been days old and faint. I didn't know what caused it. The scent was definitely a predator, musky and strong, with the iron-tang smell of a fresh kill. I turned and followed it between two large gray boulders. A hiss made me spin so fast that the cougar's claws missed my back by inches. I backed up, my heart racing, and felt another rock behind me, trapping me effectively between the cougar and my exit. The animal's ears flattened and his lips bared in another low hiss that made my fur stand on end. The cougar swatted at me with outstretched claws. I backed against the rock as far as I could. The animal advanced, a low rumble rising in its throat. A dark shape flew over the cougar and landed in front of me. Rafe let out a threatening growl that sounded more like thunder. The cougar jumped at his sudden appearance and backed up a few feet. Rafe took advantage of the opening and leaped for its throat. The cougar was pushed onto its back legs. Both animals rose, Rafe biting at its neck and the cougar clawing his back. Rafe pushed forward with his back legs and the cougar fell over, dragging Rafe with him. The cougar's back feet clawed deep into Rafe's stomach. Rafe refused to let go of its throat. I didn't know what to do. Every instinct screamed for me to dart through the opening they had made and run as far and fast as I could, but Rafe was being torn to pieces by the cougar's sharp claws. A moan of pain escaped him and unfroze my feet. I ran around the cougar and grabbed his throat just above Rafe's hold. I bit down as hard as I could and felt my teeth tear through flesh. Beside me, Rafe struggled as the cougar's claws dug deeper into his stomach. Its front paws had wrapped around his shoulders, and the claws drove into his back. I bit down as hard as I could and pulled away from Rafe. Flesh tore, then blood gushed over both of us. The cougar gave 2 futile jerks, then his paws went limp, and he fell back to the earth. Rafe collapsed on top of the animal, his chest heaving. I phased and fell to my knees next to him. Blood ran from Rafe's stomach down the cougar's tawny body to the ground. I tried to move the massive paws from Rafe's back, but the claws were still sunk into his skin. "Hold on," I said as calmly as I could. "I'll get you free." Rafe held still while I pulled each claw from his torn back. Blood ran from each tear and colored my hands dark red. Tears rolled down my face, blinding me while I worked. "It's all right. We'll get you back to the cave. You're going to be all right." My voice shook, but I kept speaking to distract us both. "We're almost done. Then we'll work on your stomach." I pulled the left front paw free, then focused on the right. 2 of the claws were stuck deep, and I had to pull hard to get them out. I winced along with Rafe, and had to blink away more tears. "You're going to be all right. I'll take care of you. Don't worry." The second paw fell to the ground, leaving Rafe's shredded back clear. His dark gray fur was almost black with dark blood that slicked both sides down to his stomach. I knelt down to look underneath him, and my heart turned over. Rafe's stomach had been sliced open by the cougar's hind feet, and his stomach contents showed through the tattered flesh. I gritted my teeth and forced out, "You're going to be fine. This'll heal quick and we'll laugh about it later, you'll see." I took a calming breath, then began to work the right hind paw from his stomach. It was easier this time because the stomach tissues were so torn. The hind paw fell to the ground, and the second one soon fell with it. Rafe rolled back before I could catch him and landed on his side on the ground. He let out a pained moan and tried to turn over, but I hurried to him and held him down. "You have to listen to me, Rafe." His eyes rolled back and he let out a whimper. I shook my head. "You're stronger than this, and you can make it through, but I need you to trust me." He looked at me, his golden eyes glazing. "You can't phase. It'll kill you. You need to stay in wolf form while I call Kanan." He made a weak, protesting growl, but I shook my head. "You have to trust me on this. You can't heal by yourself. You're too messed up. We need to get help." My voice cracked, and it took me a moment to calm myself. I took a deep breath. "I'm going back to the cave to get the phone. Stay just like this and don't move a muscle." I rose before he could protest and cupped my hands to my mouth. I howled with the notes of warning and calling that Rafe had taught me, then waited, feeling more alone than I ever had in my life. The alpha wolf returned my cry, and I breathed a prayer of thanks. He appeared around the boulder with his mate a few minutes later. "Watch over him," I begged the wolf, unsure if he would understand. The wolves looked from me to Rafe, then trotted to his side. I took that as an answer and started running. Chapter 7. It felt like it took hours to run down to the cave, reach the backpack, and return to Rafe, but in reality, only minutes had passed. I pulled on my clothes from the gas station and hurried back as fast as I could. He hadn't moved a muscle, and when I reached him, my first terrified thought was that he was dead. I knelt at his side and touched his shoulder. He opened pain-racked golden eyes and breathed out a slight huff, then closed them again. I quickly wrapped the shirt and shorts we had brought from the rehab center around his back and stomach and tied them in place with Rafe's rope. The alpha wolf stood over Rafe during all of this, his gaze attentive and concerned. I pulled out the phone and dialed the numbers, surprised at how close I had come to forgetting them in such a short period of time. It felt strange to hold man-made metal and plastic in my hands again.
Hello?
"Kanan!"
Colleen?
Kanan's voice was thick with relief.
Colleen, is that you?
"It's me. Kanan, listen. Rafe's been hurt. I mean, really hurt. He needs help, or he's going to die." My voice cracked, and I had to blink tears-free to see the trees again.
Okay, tell me where you are.
"I don't know where I am," I said, trying to keep calm. He turned away from the phone, and his voice was muffled as he spoke to someone else. Then he came back on.
Jays is having Mouse trace your call. Don't hang up.
Several strange clicks sounded, and I waited with a pounding heart.
Got it?
Kanan asked whoever was with him. Someone replied, and he let out a breath.
Okay, Jay said we can reach you by helicopter. You're a long ways off, so we might be a while, but we'll hurry. I promise.
Relief flooded my body and threatened to buckle my knees. "Thank you, Kanan. Thank you so much."
I love you, Colleen. We'll be there. Don't worry.
I hung up the phone, then knelt by Rafe. They're coming. Don't give up on me. His body burned with fever, and he didn't respond when I tried to get him to drink water from one of the bottles in the backpack. Blood had soaked through the shirt and shorts I used as bandages. I wrapped the backpack around his stomach to protect it, then eased his head into my lap and gently smoothed the soft hair between his ears. The Alpha's mate settled down next to me, while the Alpha kept watch over us all. A patterned hum filled the air. I squinted to see the trees brush wildly from the beat of air.
The wolf pack crowded around Rafe and me,
Blocking us from view as a black and red helicopter landed in a clearing about 100 feet away. Rafe was so hot, I wondered how he kept breathing. His lungs moved almost imperceptibly beneath his fur. He refused to drink and barely opened his eyes when I spoke to him. The wounds from the cougar were too great for his body to heal, and blood matted his thick fur. He was slipping away. "Kanan! We're here!" I shouted.
Colleen?
Kanan pushed through the trees, and his face lightened in relief when he saw me. The wolves around me started to growl, and the Alpha lowered his head. His ears held tight against his skull as he bared his teeth. Kanan slowed, his eyes wide. "They're here to help," I called to the wolves. "They're trying to save Rafe." The Alpha glanced at me. I didn't know if he would listen or attack my friends to protect the injured werewolf. "You can trust them," I said softly. "They're friends." The Alpha looked from me to Rafe, then back at Kanan and the others who now followed him from the clearing. "Please," I begged quietly. "Trust me." He trotted slowly back to my side, and the others followed to sit in a half circle around us. Kanan approached slowly, his gaze wary, but the wolves made no move to stop him. Jace followed with Nikki, his girlfriend. Jet, their dark-haired silent friend, came close behind with his girlfriend Tay, who carried bandages and wraps. They greeted me warmly, something I felt I didn't deserve after leaving so abruptly.
He's really bad.
"A cougar attacked me and he saved my life," I explained quickly. Tay and Jace knelt by Rafe. Tay lifted the backpack slowly, and Rafe groaned but didn't open his eyes. Tay looked up at Kanan and Jet.
He's in bad shape.
She met my eyes and said honestly,
I've never seen a werewolf recover from wounds like these. He'll be lucky if he makes it to Meg's.
Roger, Charles, and Dr. Benjamin will be waiting for us,
Kanan said, helping me stand up while the others slid Rafe onto a blanket and lifted him.
If anyone can save him, they can.
His gaze slid to the form of the cougar lying a few feet away.
That's what did it.
I nodded. The cougar attacked me, and Rafe saved my life. I had to kill it to get it to let him go. My brother opened his mouth to say something, then shut it again and shook his head. He kept an arm around my waist and guided me to the helicopter. I can walk, I protested. He gave me a serious glance.
Have you looked in a mirror lately? You look ready to drop from exhaustion. There's dried blood in your hair and your clothes smell like they're growing their own forest. You can use a little help.
Nikki climbed into the helicopter first, then took the corners of Rafe's blanket along with the scrawny brown-haired werewolf I hadn't met before. After they had Rafe settled as comfortably as possible on the floor, the pilot maneuvered the chopper away from the trees. I had one last glimpse of the wolf pack before they were lost beneath the branches and pines I had come to think of as home. I sat down next to Rafe and ran a hand gently along the soft fur at the top of his head, while the others sat around him and on the other seats.
Take us straight to Rogers,
Jace said into his headset. The pilot nodded, and the scrawny werewolf named Mouse gave Jace a thumbs up from the co-pilot seat. No one spoke above the pounding of the blades. Nikki and Tay wrapped new bandages over the makeshift clothing I had used, but other than that, there was nothing they could do until we reached the others. Rafe didn't move the whole trip home. We landed in an empty parking lot, about a block from Meg and Rogers as the sun was starting to rise. Jace's neighbors barely waited for the skids to touch the ground before opening the door. The others hurried around and carried Rafe straight to the house. I followed them through a living room, down a hallway, and into a small operating room that looked like it had once been a garage. They set Rafe on a stainless steel table, and two other men came from the hallway.
Colleen, This is Charles and Dr. Benjamin. Charles is a veterinarian who has treated werewolves, and Dr. Benjamin helps us out on serious cases at the hospital.
Jays explained quickly. Charles gave me a warm smile.
He's in good hands,
He reassured me.
I don't know if I'll be of any help here,
Dr. Benjamin said. He cast a quick glance Jet's way, and I know I didn't imagine the bone-chilling look the werewolf threw him back. Dr. Benjamin turned to Jays.
I didn't realize he'd be in wolf form.
We thought it best that he stay that way so that he didn't do more harm to himself phasing.
Tay put in before I could say anything. I threw her a grateful smile, and the doctor turned away, grumbling about treating an animal. Meg lifted the backpack gently from Rafe's stomach, then cut the clothes I had wrapped around him. She gasped when the makeshift bandages parted to reveal his stomach organs, partially obscured by torn skin and blood-caked fur. Dr. Benjamin quit complaining and began to work beside Charles. Roger gathered the equipment they needed while Tay escorted us from the room.
Less chance of infection, and they need the space,
She explained, her expression apologetic. I need to be in there, I protested. He needs me if he wakes up.
They're administering a heavy sedative now. It would be detrimental if he moved during the surgery. He'll be under at least until they're done,
Tay explained gently. She led me to a couch in the living room. Kanan followed close behind, his hands out like he wanted to help but didn't know what to do. I felt so helpless. He should have healed by now. How is surgery going to help?
They've got to clean the wounds and close them to give his body the chance to heal,
Tay explained gently. Her blue-gray eyes were soft with understanding.
He might need a transfusion, so Roger or Meg will be out to see if anyone is a match. If his condition changes, I'll let you know right away.
I thanked her and she disappeared back down the hall to help with the surgery. I sank onto the couch and buried my face in my hands. Soft fingers touched my shoulder, and I looked up to see Grace run her hand along the cushion next to me to make sure it was empty before she sat down. Her sightless blue eyes stared vaguely in my direction as she gave a reassuring smile.
He's got the best team in the country working on him,
She said. Kanan stood behind her and set a hand on her shoulder in a familiar gesture. She smiled and tipped her head toward him.
Kanan's told me so much about you. I'm sorry we have to meet under such horrible circumstances.
I nodded, realized she couldn't see me, and set a hand on hers. Me too, I said as warmly as I could under the circumstances. It's all my fault. Her smile deepened and a strand of her dark brown hair brushed across her face. She pushed it back and squeezed my hand reassuringly.
Kanan said you would take everything on yourself. He says you're the selfless sibling.
I glanced at my brother and couldn't help the small, teasing smile that came to my lips. And what does that make him? Grace laughed, a light sound that reminded me of Dad's wind chimes on the porch.
The selfish one, I guess.
Hey!
Kanan replied, but there was no offense on his face. Instead, he watched Grace with the careful attention of one who has found a good thing and fears losing it. I had never seen him so taken by anyone.
Grace smiled in return and squeezed his fingers.
Colleen, do you want to jump in the shower?
Kanan asked, his eyes searching my face. I glanced down and realized I was filthy, but the thought of not being there if Rafe needed me made me hesitate. It's all right, Grace urged. We'll let you know if anything changes. I nodded and allowed Kanan to lead me down the hall. Grace was kind enough to lend me a change of clothes. By the time I returned to the couch, I felt a little more like myself. The others joined us and waited in supportive silence for any updates. Roger came into the room and surveyed us all with a quick glance.
We need a transfusion, and the only matches are Jays or Mouse,
He said without beating around the bush. My heart tightened. He's still losing blood? Roger shook his head.
We stopped it for the most part, but we fear that he's lost too much for the healing process to be effective. A transfusion is his best chance at this point.
He smiled to soften his words, but they still felt like blows on my aching heart. Can I donate blood? I asked. Roger shook his head.
Sorry, but no. We don't know what changes have occurred to yours and Kanan's blood, and we don't have time to check it. We tested everyone else a while back for Jet's transfusion, and only Mouse and Jay's are matches.
Jay stood up.
I'm ready.
Mouse moved to protest, but Jay shook his head.
I'd rather it be me.
The scrawny werewolf didn't argue, and Jace patted his shoulder in passing. I wanted to follow him so badly, but knew I would only be in the way in the small operating room. The others sat around me in silence for a minute, until Jet stood up from leaning against the hallway door jamb and watched the front door expectantly. The door opened to reveal an older woman with long dark blonde hair and a hint of gray at the temples. She smiled at us all warmly and gestured to the crockpot she held in mittened hands.
Stew, anyone?
The others rushed to help her, and Nikki introduced her to me as Jay's mother.
It's wonderful to meet you, Colleen,
she said.
I'm sorry about your friend. He's in the best possible care.
I nodded and tried not to think about what I would do if they couldn't save him. Mrs. Carso must have noticed me blinking back tears because she gave me a warm hug.
This is a good place. You'll both be safe, and your mother will be happy to know you're here.
Kanan came back from the kitchen in time to hear her and shook his head.
They don't know Colleen's alive.
Mrs. Carso's eyebrows rose, and he sighed.
I know. I should have told them. But Colleen couldn't control her phasing, and we didn't want them to know if
I couldn't ever get it under control, I concluded quietly. Mrs. Carso nodded in understanding and gave me another hug.
Well, we are glad you're here, and I'll take care of you like I promised your mother I would take care of Kanan, and that includes food,
she concluded. The front door opened, and a boy with spiky brown hair walked in.
Did someone say food?
Everyone laughed as though they shared a joke.
Can't hide anything from you, can we, Brock?
Mrs. Carso asked with a chuckle. Brock shook his head.
Not if it has to do with food. That's serious.
He eyed the kitchen.
I smell stew. Is Jet in there?
At Kanan's nod, he hurried past us, muttering,
Be lucky if there's anything left after that ravenous werewolf's got a hold of it.
Guess he figured if we weren't at your house, we'd be at Nikki's,
Kanan said to Mrs. Carso. She winked at me.
Human and werewolf teenagers are like puppies or mice. Once you start feeding them, they never stop coming around. Did you just compare your son to a rodent?
Meg asked, coming from the hall. She wiped her hands together with an antiseptic that stung my nose. Mrs. Carso nodded and they hugged like old friends.
They are unstoppable.
Meg laughed.
Tell me about it.
She gave me a weary smile.
We've done what we can. I don't know what it is that keeps that boy ticking. He shouldn't be here right now, that's for certain. But he's strong and made it through the surgery, which is more than I thought he would do when I saw him.
At my pleading look, she gestured towards the operating room.
He'll be asleep for a while, but you can go to him.
I ran down the hall and opened the door to find the two doctors and Roger scrubbing off. The sink was coated in the rust red of blood, and the room smelled of iron and sterilized equipment. Jay smiled at me as he rolled his sleeves back down.
The transfusion went well. It's a waiting game now,
he said. He paused at the door.
Nikki will bring you some food. You look like you could use it.
I thanked him quietly and turned to the others.
He's strong,
Dr. Benjamin said, barely meeting my eyes before turning away to gather his supplies.
But don't get your hopes up. I've never seen anyone live after being disemboweled, werewolf or not. He's lost a lot of blood, and despite the transfusion, he's still in pretty bad shape. We'll be lucky if he makes it through the night.
He left the room with a curt goodnight to the other two men, and I stared after him down the hall. Charles, the veterinarian, patted my shoulder.
Don't mind him. He's a little rough around the edges, not much of a werewolf fan, but he's a good surgeon and you can rest assured that Rafe got the best possible care.
The wolf on the table had thick bandages wrapped all the way around his stomach and back. What showed of his dark gray fur had been cleaned of blood. He looked skinny and worn, a mere shade of the wolf who had welcomed me into his forest. His chest rose and fell, shallowly, and his golden eyes were closed. Leather bands had been placed around his chest, paws, and hindquarters to hold him on his side. I touched one of the bands.
To keep him still in case he awakens.
Roger explained gently.
We don't want him pulling his stitches.
I nodded, but couldn't speak past the lump in my throat. Rafe had taken all of this from me. He could have died, could still die, all to protect me from a cougar because I wasn't careful. He told me that the forest could be dangerous and would turn on me if I didn't stay on my toes. And he was right.
You can stay here.
Roger offered.
We have a guest bedroom, and you're more than welcome.
Could I rest on the couch? I forced out. I've gotten some control, but I'm not so good with small rooms. The operating room we stood in was starting to feel claustrophobic, but I didn't want to leave Rafe's side. Roger nodded with an understanding smile.
Of course. Whatever you need. I'm amazed at how much control you've gained since the rehab center.
I gave him a weak smile. The forest was good for me.
I can tell,
he said generously. He turned his head toward the open door.
Meg's calling us to eat. Smells like Mrs. Carso's cooking.
I looked at the door, surprised that I had missed Meg's calls, but my mind was focused on Rafe's heartbeat and the steady but shallow rise and fall of his chest. I'm not hungry, I said softly.
We'll bring you something just in case,
Roger replied. He left the room and I was grateful when he kept the door open. A shudder ran through my skin at the thought of being behind walls again, but I forced it down and pulled a chair close to Rafe's table. I set a hand on his side, laid my head on my arm, and listened to the breath flow in and out of his lungs. The door opened behind me, but I didn't move. Soft footsteps made their way to the other side of Rafe's table.
I wonder if the forest cured her insomnia too,
Roger said quietly.
I don't know if it's as much the forest as the werewolf that's doing the curing,
Meg whispered back.
Who would have thought?
The touch of awe in Roger's voice brought a flashback of a wild werewolf in a silver cage. His face shielded and golden eyes watching me, guarded and searching. A tear squeezed through my closed eyelids and slid slowly down my cheek.
We should let her sleep,
Meg said. She said something near my chair. Then they both turned away. They left the door open, wide enough that fresh air trailed into the room. I wiped the tear on my arm and closed my eyes again. Chapter 8. My bones ached from staying in one position so long that I finally had to rise and walk around. My feet led me to the kitchen, and I was surprised to find Meg still up. She gave me a tired smile and gestured with a cup of coffee.
Great for the insomniac.
She peered at the coffee and chuckled.
Or it's the reason I can't sleep, which is probably the case.
She shrugged.
But either way, it's a good companion on sleepless nights.
She gestured to the bar stool next to her, and I sat down. We waited in amiable silence for a few minutes until she said,
You know, I used to hate werewolves.
I glanced at her. She studied the contents of her cup. Her brow creased. I did too, I admitted. She looked at me, and a knowing smile touched her lips.
He's a good guy, isn't he?
I nodded, but couldn't find the words to say how wonderful he truly was. They knew him as a wild werewolf, and that was all. There was so much more to him, but I didn't know where to start. I took a shallow breath. Roger told me a little bit about your son before the attack at the rehab center. How did you get over that? Pain showed in her eyes before she turned back to her cup. She let out her breath in a rush and rose.
This calls for more coffee.
She went to the pot by the stove and poured another cup. Then she glanced at me, grabbed a blue and yellow mug from the cupboard, and poured me one as well.
Just in case,
she said with a small smile, and set it in front of me before taking her seat again. She turned the white cup in her hand several times, and her eyes tightened.
Randy went camping with his friends when he was 15. They were older than him, and I shouldn't have let him go, but Roger said he just wanted to be one of the boys, So I let him.
She gave a half smile.
We spent the day buying camping equipment, a 0-degree sleeping bag, a tent, thermal underwear, and a Dutch oven. I went overboard seeing how it was the middle of summer and 90 degrees even at night. But he was our only son, and we wanted him to be prepared.
She frowned into her coffee.
When we got the call, I didn't understand what the officer was saying. All I could make out was that something had happened at the campsite. I hung up the phone and I asked Jenny, the neighbor girl, to watch Nikki, who was 7 at the time, and we rushed over. Camp meet was only an hour from our house, and Roger made it in half that. Cops were everywhere when we arrived, and the other kids' parents got there soon after us.
She took a stealing breath.
The cops tried to keep us away, but it was our own son, and we got past them. There was blood everywhere. Body parts they hadn't collected yet were strewn around like hunks of firewood.
She closed her eyes and rubbed them, as if to chase away the images.
They said it was wild animals, but Roger minored in zoology and knew that an animal in its right mind wouldn't attack and kill so many humans like that. And the extent of damage done to so many boys meant either more than one animal had been working together, or the animal was something Roger hadn't studied. We pressed the cops, but they wouldn't tell us anything. The other boys' parents more or less accepted what had happened, held their funerals, and let it drop, but we couldn't.
She looked at me through haunted eyes.
I couldn't. We started to research mass killings and body mutilation. At first, it was like we were at a dead end before we began, but then we started to find things, references to similar situations, hushed like ours. We dug deeper, found out about werewolves, and then it was only a matter of time before the hunters contacted us.
Hunters that hunted werewolves? Roger had mentioned it, but all the hunters I knew were on the werewolf side, so it was hard to imagine. She nodded.
Hunters started out like us. Parents, husbands, wives, friends who had lost someone or known someone hurt or killed by werewolves. They became organized, started tracking the packs and systematically wiping them out, regardless of whether the werewolves were trying to live peacefully in society.
She tipped her head toward the house next door.
Like Jay's and his mom.
A smile touched the corners of her lips.
When they moved in, I thought nothing of it. I didn't know they were werewolves, and Jay's kept pretty much to himself as far as I knew. That is until the alpha werewolf here, who had been dating our daughter, tried to kill her.
She glanced at me, her eyes apologetic.
Roger and I set her up because we were trying to figure out who was killing off the alphas around here. Anyway, the alpha sent his pack after Nikki, and Jay's fought them off. It nearly cost him his life.
She took a sip of coffee, then grimaced.
Cold. Can't stand cold coffee.
She rose, dumped the contents in the sink, then poured a fresh cup.
Want some?
When I shook my head, she sat back down with her cup.
Jay's helped us see that not all werewolves are bad. He organized the peace between the hunters and werewolves. He may be young, but he's got a good head on his shoulders.
I thought about her words for a minute. Did you ever find the werewolf who killed Randy? She gave a small shrug.
Don't know, really. Never found one that killed with the same pattern. But as a whole, the hunters wiped out so many it's a wonder werewolves survived at all.
I took a sip of the coffee, fought down my own grimace, and remembered why I liked the smell better than the taste, and rose. I'd better get back to Rafe.
He won't wake for another day or so if he's lucky,
Meg said gently.
It's 50-50 whether he'll wake up at all at this point.
I bit my lower lip to keep it from giving away how deeply her words tore into my heart. She shook her head apologetically.
After the incident with the cops, I believe in telling things straight out. I hope I'm not too blunt.
I shook my head, but my heart felt heavy. Not at all. I appreciate you telling me. Rafe's strong. If he can't make it, nobody could. I went back to the operating room, but Rafe hadn't moved. I ran a hand through his dark gray fur and prayed that he would come back to me. I sat down and listened to his heartbeat, wondering if it was helping him heal or pouring more blood into the soaked bandages along his stomach and back. I couldn't take the waiting any longer and walked through the quiet house to the front door. A soft night breeze rushed in to tangle through my hair, and I ran my fingers through it to push it back, catching in snarls and rats from our hasty flight. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath of the humid air, different from the crisp, clean scent of the forest, but welcoming with its smells of humanity. Footsteps sounded behind me, and I turned to find Meg near the kitchen door.
You need a break. I'll watch over him.
Are you sure? Guilt flooded me at the need to feel the fresh air against my face, but the urge to phase had grown stronger, and I couldn't fight it anymore.
Definitely,
Meg replied.
Go for a run.
She turned to go down the hallway, then paused.
You might want to stop by Jay's. I'll bet some of the others would like to get out, and you don't want to get lost in a strange city.
Thanks, I said. The thought of not running alone was a welcome one. I crossed the lawn and paused when the door opened and a girl stepped out. The scent of mint and apricot touched the air, and I recognized Nikki, Jay's girlfriend, followed by Tay's sunlight and flower aroma. Tay paused at the door and peered out into the night.
Colleen?
Nerves fluttered in my stomach, and I fought back a weak laugh. I need to go for a run and was wondering if anyone wanted to join me.
Of course,
Tay replied. She smiled warmly and turned back to the door.
Let me see if anyone else wants to go.
She disappeared inside and left Nikki and I alone. I remembered with embarrassment that Nikki wasn't a werewolf. Sorry to,
Don't worry about it,
Nikki replied with a laugh, saving me from the rest of my apology.
I've gotten used to it with Jay's. You'll be safer with them anyway.
Safer? I pressed. Concern touched the edges of my mind. She let out a small sigh and nodded.
Life as a werewolf isn't without its dangers, as you've seen. Jay's works to protect everyone, but small bands of extremist hunters, a few psychoscientists, and the rare individuals who feel werewolves should be exploited as monsters make life a bit more complicated. It's safer not to run alone.
A shudder ran through my skin, and I cringed. I didn't want to phase in the street. Nikki's blue eyes softened.
Come inside. You can phase in Jay's room.
Gratitude swept through me, and I followed her quickly into the house. The scent of home-cooked food, clean laundry, werewolves, and humans filled my nose. But I was grateful no one was in sight as I followed Nikki up a set of stairs. Are you sure Jay's won't mind? I asked as another shudder traveled up my spine.
Jay's Jed and Mouse left on a call,
she replied. She pushed open the door at the end and gestured that I was welcome to step inside. A call? She nodded.
They have their work cut out for them since finding a group of werewolf fighting rings down south. They're still working on rehab for the werewolves pulled from Dr. Tannen's labs, and there's some trouble between werewolves and hunters in the eastern states.
She sighed, and a touch of sadness sounded in her voice when she continued.
It's a full-time job getting everyone back to their packs in safety, or finding new packs for those who don't remember where they're from.
Charts and maps filled the walls of the room I stepped into. A twin bed sat in one corner, and a huge desk covered in organized piles of papers around a computer occupied the far wall below the window. It had obviously once been the master bedroom, but Mrs. Carso's scent was faded, and Jay's was dominant in the room. I wondered how long ago she had turned it over to meet the needs of the werewolves he helped. It's gotta be hard dealing with all of this, I said, turning back to Nikki. She let out a small breath and nodded.
It is, but it's worth it. Jay's works so hard, and he cares so much about the werewolves and hunters. It's amazing what he's been able to accomplish.
The pride in her voice toward her boyfriend made me smile. From what I had seen of Jay's, he definitely deserved it. Neither Kanan nor I would be here without him, not to mention Rafe and Grace. Thanks, Nikki. I really appreciate it. She set a hand on my arm.
It's nice to have you here. Stay as long as you'd like.
Thank you, I replied again, touched. She smiled and left the room, shutting the door so that only a crack remained that I could open with my nose. A shiver ran up my spine so hard my teeth chattered. I pulled off my clothes and stopped fighting the phase. The fact that I could put it off at all amazed me. My time in the woods with Rafe had definitely improved my control. Black and cream fur ran up my arms and my fingers shortened into paws. I knelt on the ground and let my limbs change shape, relishing the form of the wolf as my mouth and nose elongated, allowing me to take in the scent of a candy bar in the drawer of the desk next to several newly sharpened pencils and a pen with a slight ink leak. My brain categorized the scents without me thinking of it. If I ever smelled them again, I would know exactly where they came from. My ears grew pointed and moved higher on my head, catching the meow of a cat up a tree several houses down, and the angry scolding of the older woman who tried to order it down. The faint scrape of a can of cat food being set on cement preceded the sound of claws on bark, and the soft patter of padded feet hitting the ground. The cat purred as though not at all bothered with the angry muttering of the woman who picked it up, then slid open the back door and stepped inside, still complaining to the oblivious animal. I stretched and a yawn pulled my lips back from my fangs. I shook to settle my fur, then nudged the door open with my nose. I padded quietly down the stairs, suddenly nervous at the thought of being trapped in a strange home, surrounded by unfamiliar werewolves. My nerves settled when Kanan's cedar and clove scent met me up the stairs, along with Tay's sunlight and clover. Another smell tangled with theirs, the scent of honeysuckle and lavender. Peace settled over me at the sight of Grace, leaning against Kanan. His strange ability to give her sight through touch when he was in wolf form, allowing her to see me for the first time. Kanan's fur was dark red, matching his red eyes and making him look like a beast out of a horror novel. The light gray wolf beside him was small and graceful in comparison, and she nudged his shoulder with the familiarity of one who knew him and accepted him without question. The effect was beautiful and settling. I trotted up to them slowly and waved my tail. I had to remind myself that they were werewolves, not regular wolves, and excitement grew in my chest at the thought of running with my brother. What we had gone through was horrible, but after all I had experienced, I wouldn't give back being a werewolf, and I wouldn't be there if it wasn't for him. He touched my nose with his in welcome, then lapped a slobbery tongue across my face. I snorted and nipped at his paws. He barked and nipped back, but I danced out of reach. Tay waited by the door. Her beautiful fur, the white of a female alpha werewolf, glistened in the moonlight that streamed inside. She gave me a wolfish grin, and her blue-gray eyes reflected the anticipation that filled me at the run. Nikki held the door open and waved us all through.
Be safe,
she called after us.
and don't chase cows.
Kanan and Grace huffed in laughter at some private joke, as Tay and I followed them through the shadows along the dark side of the street. The padding of 4 sets of paws sounded loud to my ears, while we made our way along the sidewalk toward dark rolling hills and the whisper of the night breeze through the trees. The wind ruffled through my fur, and I pushed Kanan's back with my nose, urging him faster. He threw back a grin in response and fell into the easy mile-eating lope of the wolf. Grace ran beside him, her tail waving and steps sure as he guided her sight. Their footsteps fell as one, as Kanan projected to her the dirt road that eventually faded away to mere tire tracks in the thick weeds and brush that tried to choke out any signs of humanity. We ran through the night, and I relished the freedom of the open fields and fences that fell away to plains. The scattered trees grew closer together, and my homesickness for Rafe's forest eased slightly. The thought of Rafe slowed my headlong rush. I didn't know what would happen if he awoke to find strangers watching over him. The same thought sent a chill through my body. When I awoke at Roger's rehabilitation center, the only one I recognized had been Kanan, but my brother looked so different, I barely recognized him. The urge to phase had been so strong I couldn't fight it, and it wasn't until he brought familiar things that filled my cage with sense of home that I was able to bring myself to phase back. I couldn't explain why I was alive or what had become of my life since the accident, but the cool grass under my paws and the ticklish scent of mustard weeds, sun-baked earth, and dandelions reminded me that I didn't regret it for an instant. As much as Kanan carried the regret of the accident on his shoulders, he had saved me from Dr. Tannen and given me a chance at a second life. My new life was strange and unpredictable, but one thing made it all worthwhile. Rafe. I stopped running, and Tay stopped after a few steps as well. She threw me a questioning look, and I tipped my head in the direction of the house and gave a short whine. She bowed her head, her white fur bright in the moonlit meadow. Then she lifted her nose to the moon and gave a short howl. The tones of homecoming and farewell mingled in a short, haunting song that left my heart full even after it faded. I wondered how the werewolves knew the same notes I had learned with Rafe's pack, but the way they pulled at my soul answered the question before it was asked. No matter what language was used, home and farewell would always feel the same. Two golden tones rang out from the sparse woods ahead of us. Grace's high, soft voice mingled with Kanan's low howl. I wished, for the first time, that my mom and dad could hear them like that, because I had never heard a song so beautiful. I missed my parents with a burning ache, but until I could control my phasing, I couldn't bring what I was to them. I had avoided thinking of them, but they deserved to see Kanan and Grace together. Kanan completed Grace's eyesight, but Grace was so much more to my brother. She filled something in him that had been empty for so long. The searching, restless look in his eyes was gone when he was with her, and the first peace I had ever seen on his face lingered when she was near. Their notes bid us farewell, while at the same time promising that they wouldn't be long behind. Tay turned with me, and we crossed the fields, slowly on our way back home. Her quiet presence was comforting and accepting. I didn't know her beyond her few brief visits to the rehab center and her skilled assistance with Rafe when they landed with the helicopter, but Kanan had told me of her relationship with Jet, the quiet, black-haired werewolf who looked ready and able to take down an army if needed. The scars that ran up his arms and marked his face and any other visible skin told of a brutal past that Kanan had only hinted at. I could understand how he would be drawn to Tay, how the calm reassurance of her presence stilled the wildness that showed in his eyes. The closer we got to Meg and Rogers, the more I worried about Rafe. I kept telling myself that he was all right, but I feared he would awaken scared and alone, hurt and afraid with only strangers to comfort him. Worse than that, I feared what would happen if he didn't wake up at all. Dr. Benjamin's honesty felt like a stake in my heart. I didn't know what I would do if Rafe died. Nikki opened the door when Tay scratched on it, and I loped straight upstairs, phased, and pulled on my clothes. I was grateful that the house was still and silent as I made my way back to the living room. I slipped out the door, with a quiet whisper of thanks to both Nikki and Tay, and ran across the lawn to Meg and Rogers. When I entered the room, Meg met my questioning look with a slight shake of her head.
No change,
she said quietly, a hint of apology in her voice. That can be good or bad, I replied. I blinked to ease the burning in my eyes. I refused to cry. Rafe needed someone strong at his side, not some babbling girl who cried before knowing the outcome.
Yes, it can,
Meg replied. She gestured to the covered bowl she had set on a TV tray. My stomach growled at the scent of a thick, meaty stew.
Eat up,
she said with a smile.
You won't do him any good if you waste away.
I nodded. Thank you. I took my seat beside Rafe's table and buried my head against the thick fur at his neck, reassuring myself with the cedar and winter rain scent that was his as surely as his pure voice when he sang me to sleep, or the way his golden eyes glittered when he watched the pups fight over a bone. I ate slowly of the stew and missed him with every breath. Chapter 9. I opened my eyes, then wondered what had startled me. I hadn't slept since we made it to Meg and Rogers, merely lying in the daze of the insomniac who knows sleep is a long ways away. Then something moved under my fingers. I turned my head and looked straight into Rafe's beautiful golden eyes. They were clouded with pain and confusion, but the recognition and relief that filled them when he looked at me made me smile. "Hello," I said softly. He tried to move, and I heard his heart begin to race when he felt the bonds holding him down. "It's all right," I tried to reassure him. "It's just so you don't break your stitches while your body heals." His eyes rolled and he pulled against the bindings. I held him down, worried he would hurt himself further. Rafe pushed against me, panic and pain in his gaze. "Roger! Meg!" Footsteps pounded down the hall, and Roger and Charles appeared. Dr. Benjamin had returned to his hospital yesterday, stating blandly that he had done what he could, and nothing else would keep the werewolf on Earth if his wounds were going to kill him. But Charles had kindly agreed to stay in case he awakened and needed additional care. Roger rushed to hold Rafe down from the other side, while Charles prepared something in a syringe. He pushed it into Rafe's shoulder, and Rafe's struggling slowed. He didn't let go until he stopped fighting us altogether and his eyes closed.
It's just a sedative,
Charles reassured me. He grinned, and at my questioning look, explained,
He's strong. No one who's about to die would be that strong.
I gave a small smile with the glimmer of hope that formed in my chest at his words. "You think so?" He nodded and patted my shoulder.
I do. As long as he didn't do too much damage when he awoke, I think he just might make it.
He and Roger checked the bandages, and I slumped back into the chair, suddenly so exhausted I felt like I could sleep for a week. It was as though now that Rafe was going to pull through, my body would let me relax my vigil, if just for a little while. I awoke on the couch and found the house empty. After checking to make sure that Rafe was still sleeping soundly in his wolf form, I crossed the grassy yard between Roger and Jay's houses. I paused at the corner and heard quiet voices coming from the porch.
I'm just not sure if now's the time,
Jace said, his voice contemplative, but concerned. The porch swing creaked.
You need to live your life too,
Nikki replied. Jace sighed.
I can't leave everything here. There's too much going on.
I know,
Nikki said warmly.
You carry so much by yourself.
I could hear the smile in Jace's voice when he replied.
Not by myself.
Nikki laughed quietly.
No, not by yourself.
They both fell silent for a few minutes, and I debated whether to let them know I was there. Then she said,
But you've always wanted to go to college. You'd make a great professor.
Jace chuckled.
I definitely know how to handle unruly werewolves.
Exactly,
Nikki replied. A shorter, comfortable silence ensued. I took a step around the corner, but they didn't notice me. Nikki leaned against the arm of the porch swing with her back to me, and her bare feet in Jace's lap. He rubbed her feet as they talked, his fingers softly caressing her skin.
Whatever you choose, I'm here with you,
she said, her voice determined.
If you want to go to college, I'll apply too. If you want to stay and rescue werewolves and continue to harbor peace between the werewolves and hunters, I'll do that too.
A soft kiss sounded. Then Jay said,
You're the best thing that ever happened to me.
And you to me,
Nikki replied.
Even if you are a werewolf.
He tickled her toes and she laughed. Then he pulled her close so that she sat on his lap.
Nikki, you are my life. No matter what I do or where I end up, if you're by my side, it'll be the right place.
She stared down at him, and I couldn't see her expression from where I stood, but her hand ran softly through his dark blonde hair, and he closed his eyes for the briefest moment. Moonlight played off his face, and his smile? A smile that he saved only for her. He opened his eyes, and my heart caught at the look in them. Nikki stared down at him, and her fingers toyed with the hair behind his ear.
I love you so much, Jace Carso.
You are my forever,
Jace replied, in a voice soft and possessive at the same time. He pulled her close and kissed her gently on the lips. She leaned down, her neck graceful, and her black hair brushing his hand that rested on the small of her back. She then rested her head on his shoulder and gave a soft sigh of contentment. My heart yearned for that sigh,
For a love so deep, nothing could be wrong in a world where it belonged.
Your mom's going to wonder where we've disappeared to,
Nikki said after a few more minutes of comfortable silence.
She won't mind wondering a little bit longer,
Jace replied. Nikki laughed and stood up, then pulled him to his feet.
Just note that I'm going inside under protest,
He said, wrapping his arm around her waist.
Noted,
She replied. They both laughed and boards creaked under their feet as they crossed to the door. I waited in the moonlight for a few minutes with a heavy heart. Rafe was so wild, so ingrained in the ways of the wolf. I wondered if he could ever feel for me as deeply as Nikki and Jace felt for each other. I ached to be with him. Every thought I had centered on him. I got lost in his eyes and his calm self-assurance in the woods. My future was uncertain. It would be wonderful to have someone committed to sharing so much together, but I couldn't ask that of him. If he did pull through this, he deserved to go back to the wild, where he was comfortable. As much as I loved both worlds, I didn't know where I really fit. A wave of loneliness washed over me so sharply, I swallowed a sob and made myself walk up the porch steps. The lights were on, and the muffle of cheery voices drifted from inside. Jays opened the door.
Colleen, come on in.
He stepped back to let me enter.
It's nice to have you over.
I smiled at the looks of surprise on the faces of Kanan's friends. My brother rose from the couch and offered me his seat.
You've gotta be exhausted,
He said. I shook my head. I got some sleep, but I've missed just talking. I fought back a blush. It gets a little quieter than I'm used to in the forest.
I can't believe it.
Brock said from his place on the floor, eating a slice of pizza.
No bathrooms, no telephones, no television.
He gestured with his food.
No pizza delivery boy. From what I've learned about werewolves, it's a wonder you didn't starve out there.
I glanced at Kanan and he laughed.
Don't mind Brock. If he's not filling his stomach, he's worrying about what he'll find to eat next.
As if to prove Kanan's point, Brock finished his last bite, wiped his hands on his pants, and hurried back to the kitchen. Jet stared after him for a moment from his place, leaning against the doorframe to the kitchen, then pushed off and followed him. The sounds of a tussle followed, and Jet returned with a sandwich and a triumphant gleam in his eyes. Brock came back sulking a minute later, with another slice of cold pizza.
I'm making spaghetti.
Mrs. Carso called from the kitchen.
More food will be available soon.
Everyone laughed at the competitive look Brock and Jet exchanged.
Mrs. Carso is the best cook,
Grace said from the seat next to me. She gave me a sweet smile, her blue eyes soft in their blindness. Kanan set a hand on her shoulder from his new spot behind the couch, and she covered it with her own, her fingers caressing the back of his hand. The expression on Kanan's face was the happiest I had ever seen. His dark, red eyes had a warmth in them I hadn't seen before the accident, and the protectiveness of his stance behind Grace showed that he cared for her more than he had ever cared for anything. She was good for him, and I liked her all the more for that. The scent of tomato sauce, spaghetti noodles, meatballs, and garlic bread made my mouth water. I couldn't remember the last time I had eaten spaghetti. My stomach twisted when I realized it was the night before the accident. Mom had just agreed to let me go to the school dance with Deborah as long as Kanan brought us home by 10 o'clock. It was early, but my parents were sticklers about being home on school nights. If only they could have known that would be the last night we would ever be home. Mrs. Carso's call to dinner startled me out of my dark thoughts. I followed Grace and Kanan to the kitchen and smiled when he held her hand and then pulled the chair out for her. Grace had brought something sweet and gentle out in him that hadn't been there before. I wondered if Mom and Dad noticed when he visited them and felt a sharp pain at the knowledge that they still thought I was dead. I took a seat on Grace's other side and blinked back tears at the sight of the spaghetti. The table was full. Roger, Meg, and Mrs. Carso occupied the counter, and an extra seat had been pulled up to a TV tray table.
Do you know everyone here, Colleen?
Jays asked. When I shook my head, he nodded at his friends.
You know Jet, Tay, and Nikki.
Mouse drove when we came to pick you guys up.
The scrawny werewolf kept his eyes on the floor from his seat at the TV tray.
And Brock gives my mom a reason to keep cooking, though Jet's a quick runner-up. Brock and Mouse used to scour the city looking for signs of werewolves, and he never knew that his best friend was one.
Brock rolled his eyes at Mouse, and a smile touched the werewolf's mouth.
We're going to need a bigger house if you keep bringing home strays,
Mrs. Carso joked. Jays grinned, his brown eyes bright.
Then we're gonna need a bigger house.
She opened her mouth to reply, but Jet stood up and stared intently toward the front door, his muscles tense and body completely still. The other werewolves slowly rose. I strained my ears and heard the slight creak of a foot on wood before the doorbell rang. Jays tipped his head toward the back door. Jet and Kanan slipped out the sliding door into the backyard. Jays met his mother's eyes for a brief second, then went to answer the door. The man on the porch made no effort to be quiet.
Mr. J.'s Carso, we need all the occupants of your house to come to the porch immediately.
What is this about?
Government business.
The sound of leather followed as someone flipped open a wallet.
I need to know details before I'll let my family come out.
Jace's voice was firm. The porch board squeaked as the man shifted his weight.
It's a matter of national security.
When it was obvious Jace wasn't fazed by his stern demeanor or his badge, he sighed.
You are harboring a female by the name of Colleen Anderson and a male by the name of Kanan Anderson. I'm here to arrest them.
My blood ran cold, and I rose slowly from the table. Nikki put a hand on my arm and gave me a reassuring look.
Jace won't let them touch either of you. Trust me,
she said softly.
What makes you think they're here?
Jace pressed.
We've had your house under surveillance for the last several weeks. We know that both individuals are eating dinner in your home as we speak. At least.
He turned around.
One of them is in the home.
His voice rose.
I have a dozen armed men in strategic positions around the premises. Your occupation here isn't exactly legal, and I know you know what I mean. If the individuals inside and those sneaking around the back refuse to come to the porch for a polite discussion, we will be forced to open fire.
Mrs. Carso's hand flew to her mouth. Meg touched her shoulder, and they exchanged wide-eyed stares. Roger motioned to the rest of us to go to the porch. Tay took Grace's right hand, and I moved to take her left, but Roger shook his head to indicate that I should stay at the back with him. I followed the others to the porch and hung near the door. Kanan and Jet were already on either side of the porch. Jet glared at the armed man next to him, and I could see him sizing the man up. 5 men stood on the lawn, guns trained in our direction. 2 waited on the porch, and the man who had spoken to Jace held a pistol casually in his hand.
Now, which one of you is Colleen?
My heart skipped a beat, but no one moved. The man cleared his throat.
You can make this easy or hard. I don't care. I'd prefer for things not to get messy, so we'll do this the easy way.
Before anyone could move, the man grabbed Mrs. Carso and pressed the gun to her head.
Now, which one of you is Colleen?
Movement caught my eye, and I glanced over to see Jace push a button on his phone, hiding in his palm. His eyes were on the man holding his mother hostage, and his jaw was clenched so tight I could hear his teeth grind. I had to buy him some time. I pushed through the others. "I'm here! Let her go!" My voice shook, but I gave him the meanest glare I could muster. His voice softened.
Colleen, darling, why don't you be a good girl and come down here?
He stepped slowly backward down the porch steps and pulled Mrs. Carso with him. I took a deep breath and followed.
Good. Now, where's your brother?
"He left," I said before Kanan could move. The man shook his head with another sigh.
No one left. You forget, I've got this place under surveillance. You've been staying over with that wild animal while Kanan stays here.
His voice turned ironic.
It's so nice that hunters and werewolves can live right next door and take care of each other.
He backed up to the corner of the house where the porch light ended and gestured with his gun.
Kanan, Colleen, in the cars and no one gets hurt.
Kanan moved away from the others and walked slowly down the porch.
That's right. Just do as I say and drop the gun.
Rafe's low growl sounded loud in the dark night, and my heart leaped. The man holding Mrs. Carso froze, then lifted his hand and tossed the gun to the lawn. He let Mrs. Carso go, and she hurried back up the steps to Jace's side. Jace put an arm around his mother and held her close, outrage coloring his face. Meg put a hand on her arm, her face tight.
Tell your men to put down their guns and retreat to the vehicles,
Rafe continued. The man rolled his eyes, then hissed as something was shoved into his back.
You heard him. Move.
He yelled to his men. The guards around us threw down their weapons and backed to the 3 cars across the street from the house.
All of them,
Rafe growled, a tight note of warning in his voice. The man grimaced.
Haskell, Dawn, you too.
One man climbed down from the porch roof, and another I hadn't seen extricated himself from a tree in the front yard. They both threw angry glances Rafe's way before heading to the vehicles.
Now tell us what the government wants with Colleen and Kanan.
The man's jaw tightened.
I told you, it's a matter of national security.
I glanced to the right in time to see a dark shadow melt into the trees at the corner of Jace's lawn. The scent of strange werewolves touched my nose, the same time that a shoe scuffed quietly across the gravel near Meg and Roger's house. Jace's reinforcements had arrived.
Enlighten us,
Rafe said blandly. The man grumbled something, then winced.
Colleen and Kanan are the only 2 successful werewolf DNA fusion specimens. We cannot allow additional copies to be made, so we need to destroy them.
His words brought my attention back. By copies, you mean clones? I said, feeling sick. The man nodded.
Cloning was attempted at Dr. Edward Tannen's facility, but no sustainable duplicate was achieved.
I glanced at Kanan to see if he had known about the clones. The apologetic, nauseous look he gave me confirmed my suspicions. I swallowed the hard knot in my throat as the man continued.
My job is to make sure it never happens. By killing them?
Rafe pressed.
Do you know of a better way?
The man replied with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Rafe said something quietly, and the man winced again.
I didn't want it to come to this,
he said in a tight voice.
It was supposed to be smooth. Easy in, easy out. Nobody gets hurt by the anomalies. My way, nobody gets hurt, including Colleen and Kanan. I want you to return to your government. Tell them we feel national security should include protecting its inhabitants instead of sending teams to kill them, and let them know that we won't allow any cloning or experimenting to be done with either Colleen or Kanan.
Rafe sounded winded, and I wondered how long he could keep it up, but it was obvious by the suited man's stance that he still had strength.
It doesn't work like that,
the man said.
We're on a clock. If we don't report back that our mission is successful, attack teams will be on your house like ants at a picnic.
Jay stepped forward.
Give your report and call your teams back. You obviously know who I am, or you wouldn't have reinforcements on call.
He glanced back at Jet.
Although we haven't had a fight in a while, it might be nice.
Jet opened and closed his hands with a dangerous smile on his face that said he would welcome a battle. The man shook his head.
I know who you are, and I don't want trouble. This can be a peaceful transaction between 2 respected members of society.
Jay's gaze darkened.
As far as I'm concerned, peaceful doesn't mean holding my mother hostage or storming my house with demands that I let you take my visitors prisoner. You will leave now, or I'll call in the werewolves and hunters who are surrounding my house and your men as we speak. You're bluffing,
the man said, but there was uncertainty in his voice that let me know just how dangerous Jay's men could be.
I never bluff,
Jace replied with an edge of steel. The man's face paled, and he tried to look around, but Rafe tightened his hold. Jays looked to the right, and roughly a dozen werewolves and hunters stepped from the various shadows into the light of the porch. Another dozen or so surrounded the two cars the men had begrudgingly disappeared into. Footsteps and breathing marked many more spread throughout the backyard and Meg and Roger's. I was amazed at how quickly they had gotten there. The threat that laced through Jays' voice sent a shiver up my spine.
I can have you out of a job and a few phone calls to certain senators sympathetic to werewolves for their own personal reasons. This is my house, and these are my friends. If I ever see you near them again, you'll be stationed in the North Pole, searching for Santa Claus.
The man looked like he wanted to argue for a moment. Then he let out a slow breath.
We'll leave you alone for now, but you're forgetting one thing.
The man met my eyes.
You aren't the only ones who bear your DNA.
He shrugged out of Rafe's grasp and walked slowly back to his car. Jays' silent guards pacing him on either side. He got into the first vehicle without a word and they drove away. I ran down to Rafe. He leaned against the side of the house in the black shorts I had bought at the gas station, his bare stomach still loosely wound in bandages from when he was in his wolf form. Blood trickled from several stitches that had torn when he phased.
Do you have a gun?
Jed asked cautiously from behind me. Rafe gave a weak grin and tossed something green to the ground.
Sorry about your garden hose,
he said.
I couldn't find anything else.
He stumbled forward, and Jed and I caught him before he could hit the ground.
Bring him inside,
Mrs. Carso said. A slight tremble in her voice was the only sign of how badly the situation had shaken her. Jays and Kanan helped Rafe up the stairs and to a couch in the living room. I took his hand and he kept his eyes on me, his face pale and grip weak. Meg took off the bandages and began to examine his wounds.
Surprised?
Rafe asked softly. I followed his gaze to Roger's lifted eyebrows and half-smile. Roger nodded.
Extremely.
He peered at the werewolf as though he was a prize specimen.
Why didn't you talk at the rehabilitation center? It would have saved you a great deal of unnecessary discomfort.
Rafe winced at Meg's prodding.
I didn't like you,
he said in a tight voice. Jays chuckled, and Roger gave a slight frown.
How about now?
Rafe tried to push himself up to a more comfortable position, but at Meg's look, he gave up and held still.
Not sure yet,
he forced out from between clenched teeth. Roger nodded.
Fair enough. Serves me right for making rash judgments. Won't be making that mistake again.
Rafe gave him a small smile.
Then we might be okay.
Roger's face lit up with relief.
You need a couple of stitches,
Meg said in a chiding tone.
Lucky you didn't do worse given the shape you were in.
I heard talking and thought I'd better take my chances,
Rafe said dryly.
We're glad you did,
Jays replied. He exchanged a look with his mother.
We're in your debt.
Rafe gave a true smile.
You got me out of Tannen's Werewolf Torment Center. Let's call it even.
Jays nodded, but his brow was furrowed.
Mouse, sweep for bugs. This house isn't safe until we can talk freely.
Mouse nodded and left the room.
They know we're here,
Jet said quietly.
They seem to know everything about everyone.
Kanan agreed, his red eyes deep with worry.
What did he mean by we aren't the only ones who have our DNA?
The realization hit me. Mom and Dad! Jays tossed a phone to my brother. Kanan dialed the number we had both memorized by the time we were old enough to speak. Mom and Dad only had a house phone. They said they were too set in their ways to learn a cell phone. Each ring sounded loud in the still kitchen. Everyone held their breath, but after the 8th ring, Kanan finally gave up. He tossed the phone back to Jays, his face pale.
We've got to go.
Jays rose and disappeared into the kitchen. He came back a minute later with a small computer in his hands and Mouse at his side.
There's a plane in a half hour. I'll be on it,
Kanan said firmly. Grace squeezed his hand and he pulled her close.
I'll get them somewhere safe and come right back. I promise.
We'll get them somewhere safe. The thought of being on a plane for hours and traveling through airport security made my skin crawl, but I wasn't going to let my parents suffer for what we had become. Kanan's eyebrows rose.
Are you sure?
Positive. I squeezed Rafe's hand, and I could see the fear in his eyes that he wouldn't voice. The fear at being left injured surrounded by strangers. I'll hurry back, I reassured him softly. His jaw tightened.
They're your pack, and they need you.
I nodded, and he forced a casual tone.
I'll be fine.
Meg poked a particularly tender area, and he clenched his teeth as though biting back a growl.
At least I'll be fine if I'm left alone.
Meg's eyes sparked.
You're under my care, and you'll put up with whatever I need to do to keep you alive, understand?
Rafe met her glare for a minute, then dropped his eyes and nodded.
Yes, ma'am.
Jays chuckled from the other side of the couch.
Good choice. You don't want to be on Meg's bad side.
Something flashed, and Jet disarmed Mouse before anyone could move. He then blinked down at the camera in his hands.
I needed Colleen's picture for the documents,
Mouse explained, his cheeks red and eyes on the ground. Jet handed the camera back to Mouse, looking flustered.
Don't point things at people without warning them first. Bad things happen.
Mouse stammered an apology and hurried from the room. Jays lifted an eyebrow at Jet.
A camera? Really?
Jet shrugged, a touch of chagrin in his expression.
You never know.
You're a bit jumpy,
Tay said, setting a hand on his arm.
Everyone is,
Mrs. Carso replied.
And it's understandable. Come to the kitchen. I'll make hot cider and cinnamon rolls. I stayed with Rafe and Meg while the others filed after her. Before long, the scent of cinnamon, flour, and apples drifted our way.
You going to be all right on your trip? Meg asked as she worked a needle through Rafe's skin and pulled it out the other side to close a dripping gap. I'm not sure, I said honestly. She looked at me for a minute, then smiled.
You're stronger than you think. You'll be fine.
Chapter 10. I can't believe you did that. Rafe turned over on the cot in Meg's operating room and gave me a tired smile.
What?
I glared at him. You know what? You need to take better care of yourself. His eyebrows knit together.
Are you referring to the cougar or the government suit?
I blushed at the thought that I was really the one who had gotten him into all of this. I dropped my gaze to my hands. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you.
Colleen.
He waited until I looked up at him again. His gaze was serious.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you.
I blinked at the tears that suddenly pricked my eyes. The cot squeaked, then Rafe was crouched next to me, one hand across his stomach, and the other hovering just above my shoulder, as though he was afraid to touch me.
Are you okay?
The fact that he was worried about me after all he had been through made me feel even worse. You should be in bed, I protested. He shook his head.
I've spent too much time there already. You're leaving in a few minutes and I don't know what I'll do with myself when you're gone.
He eased himself down to the floor and leaned against the wall next to me with an outlet of breath that was the only sign of pain. You could actually take care of yourself, I pointed out. A smile played about the corners of his mouth.
Where's the fun in that?
I rolled my eyes and leaned against him. He lifted an arm gingerly and put it around my shoulder. I'm going to miss you, I said. I didn't know how to tell him just how much it was going to destroy me to be apart from him. I kept telling myself that I was too young to be so in love, and that there was no way I could feel so strongly about him after such a short time. But my heart still ached when I thought of the plane ride I would take in a few minutes, and the distance it would put between us.
Do you remember the whole wolves mate for life thing we talked about?
Rafe asked, his tone funny. Yes, I said. I held my breath for his next words. He fell silent for a minute, then glanced at me.
Wolves don't do well separated from their chosen mate. Often, they refuse to eat until they're together again. They won't hunt or take care of themselves.
I saw a wolf let himself starve to death when his mate was killed in an avalanche. He wouldn't move from the spot where she died.
He tipped his head against mine.
I'll starve without you.
Not with Mrs. Carso's cooking, I said, forcing a light tone. He gave a small smile.
There are other ways to starve. If life loses its purpose, no moment is truly lived. You have to love to live, and my love is leaving.
My heart caught in my throat. I don't know how you say the things I feel so eloquently. I can't even voice my thoughts, and you define my soul in a sentence. He turned his lips to my hair, and his warm breath lightly brushed my face. I inhaled his scent of cedar and rain and committed it to memory.
I guess I've waited so long to speak to someone I care about that I have too much to say.
I smiled and shook my head.
What?
He asked. It's just the right amount. He breathed deeply with his face in my hair and let out the breath with a satisfied chuckle.
What a pair we make.
I smiled at the wonder in his voice as another tear escaped down my cheek. Jet, Jays, and Mouse surprised me by joining us for the flight.
Jet had a bad feeling.
Jays explained.
We tend to run with those. The hunters and werewolves here will keep the house under 24-hour surveillance. We're grateful for the company,
Kanan replied. He tried to reach Mom and Dad by phone earlier, but neither one had a cell phone, and they were away from the house. I could barely breathe at the thought of our parents in danger before I even had a chance to see them and thank them for all the wonderful things they had done before the accident. My thoughts drifted back to Rafe and the expression on his face when we drove away. In true Rafe fashion, he had refused to stay in bed and insisted on walking me to the car. After all he had been through, he could barely stand, let alone walk, so Kanan had practically carried him to the Carso's porch so we could say goodbye. I couldn't ignore the feeling of my heart being ripped in two when I left him there, and by the look on his face, he felt the same way.
Thinking of Rafe?
Kanan asked quietly from the seat next to me. Am I that obvious? He gave a small smile.
Your reflection in the window could make a rock cry.
When I didn't reply, he let out a small breath.
I didn't think leaving Grace would be this hard.
For the first time, I noticed the dark shadows under his eyes, mostly hidden by his sunglasses. His smile was sad, a former shade of the happiness that had been on his face whenever he was with Grace. Rafe said most wolves choose one mate and stay with them for their entire lives. Werewolves are the same way. I think that's why it's so hard to be away from them. His brow furrowed.
You really love Rafe?
I nodded. With all my heart. I feel empty being this far away from him. He stared past me out the window, his expression troubled. What? I pressed. He pursed his lips.
I barely know the guy. All I remember was him as a wild animal. Then you leave with him, and I barely hear from you until you bring him home bleeding and almost dead.
He saved our lives, I pointed out, disturbed by his description. He nodded.
That's what bothers me. What motivates someone to put his life at risk by phasing when almost dead to save a bunch of strangers?
I fought back a smile. As I recall, Grace said you did the same thing for her pack. He stared at me, and a ghost of a smile touched his lips.
Huh. Well, I guess I did.
His gaze turned thoughtful.
Maybe Rafe and I have more in common than I thought.
I guess so. I smiled to think of them as friends. It wouldn't hurt Rafe to have one more ally in the world. Mom's voice stopped me on the porch before I could knock. She was talking to Dad about her flowers out back. The sunflowers that grew twice as tall as me when we were little. Kanan and I would pick the seeds and eat them while we helped Dad gather the oranges from his fruit trees along the back fence. She loved her flowers. Listening to her talk about them after all we had been through felt surreal. The scent of warm bread wafted from the screen door.
Go on.
Kanan urged, an expectant expression on his face.
Give them their little girl back.
Jays, Jet, and Mouse waited on the sidewalk. I glanced back at them, and Jays grinned. Jet gave a short nod, a hint of a smile on his face, and Mouse met my gaze, smiled, then stared at the sidewalk. I took a deep breath and pushed the small white doorbell button, remembering a time when I had to tiptoe to reach it. Dad used to scold me for pushing it all the time, but I loved the chimes because they always reminded me of little birds.
Just a minute,
Mom called from the kitchen. My heart pounded in time with her footsteps. She came down the hall, turned at the small entryway, then stared at me through the screen. At first, I thought she didn't recognize me with my black and purple hair and violet eyes, but then her mouth opened and she whispered my name.
Colleen?
It's me, Mom. She put a hand to her mouth, then fell to her knees. I pulled open the screen door and threw my arms around her. We knelt on the ground, laughing and crying at the same time.
Honey, is something the matter?
Dad hurried in from the kitchen, his reading glasses still perched on his nose. I looked up at him, and he froze in the hall. He looked from me to Kanan. Then tears filled his eyes, and he threw his arms around both Mom and I. Kanan's feet shuffled uncertainly behind me. I reached back without looking, grabbed his shirt, and pulled him down with us. He joined in the hug, his face as wet as the rest of ours.
I'm not even going to ask how,
Dad said, his voice thick with emotion.
I'm just grateful that whatever they did worked.
I nodded into his shoulder, relishing the strength of his arms and the way I always felt safe with him. When I was younger, I had believed my dad was super strong, and no one could ever hurt us if he was around. Now, that same belief filled my chest with peace. Kanan shattered it.
We have to get you both out of here. There are government officials looking for us, and you're not safe.
Mom sniffed and sat back.
What do you mean?
Kanan gestured toward me.
Colleen's a werewolf, like me. That's how they brought her back. But the government's afraid that they'll make more of us, so they want us destroyed. They want to kill you?
Dad bristled.
They won't get anywhere near my kids. I've got my rifle. Dad.
Kanan tried to interrupt.
And I've got my pistol. If we need more weapons, we can buy them at Joe's hardware store. He knows me, and we can... Dad!
Kanan's voice rose. Dad shook his head.
Now, son, no one is going to come into my house and threaten my children, especially since I just got them back.
Jays opened the screen door behind us and stepped into the hall.
If I may, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson.
Both of my parents stared at him, and the two boys waiting at the door, no doubt wondering why we brought strangers with us. When they kept silent, Jace continued.
I'm Jace Carso. Kanan and Colleen have been staying at my house and the home of my friends.
Mom immediately stood up and wrapped him in a tight hug.
Thank you so very much for taking care of my children,
she said, fresh tears in her eyes.
And please thank your mother. She's been so kind.
Jace smiled, a hint of red in his cheeks.
I'll tell her. She was more than happy to help.
He waited another second, then said,
But we really do need to get both of you to a safe location.
Mom stepped back and took Dad's hand. Dad took off his glasses, put them in his shirt pocket, then rubbed his eyes.
These men are pretty bad.
Jace nodded without elaborating. Dad sighed.
The safety of my family comes before bravado. Where do you want us to go?
Kanan asked.
How about the Rasmussens?
He looked from Jace to Jet and Mouse.
They're old family friends from across town. I doubt they'd be found there.
Jace nodded.
Perfect. Can you call them immediately?
Mom hurried to the kitchen and we listened to her dial.
We won't be able to stay,
Kanan told Dad gently. He looked at me as though he couldn't believe that I was standing in our hallway again. He lifted an arm and I ducked under it and leaned against him.
Then we'll just have to enjoy the time we have,
he said, though it was obvious he didn't like the idea of us leaving any more than we did.
If we could stay without bringing you danger, we would,
Kanan said. His sincerity surprised me. I hadn't seen him interact with our parents since before the accident, and those moments had always been painful and frustrating, even though he could never explain why. It was refreshing to hear that he genuinely wanted to be around them.
Besides, us showing up at the Rasmussens after dying might raise a few questions. It might,
Dad said with his old smile. Mom came back down the hall.
Darling said we were more than welcome. I told them we had a gas leak, and we couldn't come back home until the gas company found out where it was and fixed it.
Good thinking,
Dad replied. He pulled his wife to his other side and hugged us both for a minute. Everyone waited in silence. I didn't want him to let go. Their scents were so familiar and comforting. Mom's baking, flour, sugar, garden flowers, and molasses, along with the smell of Dad's sawdust, engine oil, and oranges. It brought so much of my youth back and gave peace to the unsettled parts of my mind. I had so much to tell them, but it would have to wait until later. I sighed. You should probably go. Dad nodded.
as long as you promise to come back when all of this is over with.
Wild horses couldn't keep me away, I said. He smiled at his favorite phrase.
Good.
He led Mom reluctantly upstairs to gather a few things. I followed Kanan into the kitchen and took a deep breath of the homemade bread on the stove that sat next to an open jar of Mom's raspberry jelly. Kanan cut everyone a thick slice of bread, spread butter on it that melted from the warmth of the loaf, then generously heaped jelly onto each slice before handing it out to Jays, Jet, Mouse, and me. The others ate their slices with obvious enjoyment, but I could only hold mine, reminded of eating fresh toast with Mom in the mornings before school, and the same bread on a plate full of chicken and potatoes at night.
Good to be home, huh?
Kanan asked quietly. I met his gaze and sighed. So good. I didn't realize how much I missed it.
I know.
He took a bite of his bread and held it in his mouth for a moment. When he swallowed, he gave a sad smile.
I missed out on the best part of being a kid.
We still had great times, I reminded him. He shook his head.
I threw them away and was selfish and mean. You know what the worst part is?
He rubbed his eyes.
I can't even tell you why.
You were a teenager. It's normal.
It shouldn't be.
I patted his arm just as Mom and Dad came back to the kitchen with an armful of belongings.
We're ready,
Dad said.
but we aren't about to leave you defenseless.
He handed Jays the rifle he had brought down, then gave Kanan his pistol.
We're not exactly defenseless.
Jays said. The boys exchanged glances. Kanan touched the metal band he wore around his wrist, and Mouse gave one of his rare smiles. Jet opened and closed his fists as if itching for a fight.
Well, I'd feel better knowing everyone was out of harm's way,
Dad continued.
We'll leave right after you.
Kanan reassured him. We escorted them to Dad's old blue truck, their only vehicle left since the accident.
Sorry about the car,
Kanan said quietly.
Don't worry about it,
Mom answered. She slid across the seat so Dad could get in.
I prefer the truck anyway because I can cuddle with Dad while he drives.
I laughed and gave her another hug through her window. I'll be back, I promise,
We'll be waiting.
she said with a warm smile, hugging me back tightly with damp eyes. Kanan passed her something through the window.
Promise me you'll wear it.
Mom took the package, her eyes bright with surprise.
What's this?
She opened it and took out a necklace with a wolf paw print on it. Kanan grinned.
A little cheesy, I know, but I asked Mouse to make it for you.
We all looked at Mouse, and he fought back a smile while he looked at his feet, his cheeks so red that his ears turned pink.
It's beautiful,
Mom said. She put it around her neck.
I'll never take it off.
She leaned out the window, and Kanan surprised her again by kissing her on the cheek. She gave us a warm smile, her eyes on us both as though she never wanted to lose sight of us again. I knew exactly how she felt. It was as though I had been given my parents back just to have them taken away again. Mom must have noticed my look because she smiled bravely.
I'll have another loaf of bread ready as soon as we get back, and Dad'll make his orange juice. Then the four of us need to lock ourselves in the house for about a month to catch up.
Sounds good to me, I said with a grateful laugh, although we might have to shoot for 2 months.
Wild horses couldn't keep me away,
Dad said. He took a deep breath as though to convince himself he really had to drive away.
Now you'll call us when it's safe to go back home?
He pressed, stalling. Kanan gave him Jay's cell phone number on a piece of scratch paper.
Yes, and if anything comes up, give us a call immediately. Will do.
Dad hesitated again before climbing into the truck. He held out his arms and we both stepped into them. He gave us a tight hug, then climbed inside, his eyes shining.
Take care of yourselves. You do the same,
Kanan said with a sternness that made us all smile. We watched them drive away, and it felt like I was losing them all over again. I had to keep reminding myself that they would be back when everything was over, and that I would come back and introduce them to Rafe. I couldn't quite force away the foreboding that rose in my chest, but there was nothing I could do about it.
Are we staying?
Mouse asked quietly. I looked at him in surprise, but Kanan nodded.
The way I see it, we can keep running or we can stop them where we know they'll be. We can't hide everyone forever.
Jace nodded.
The sooner we end this, the better.
I followed them back inside, reluctant to be in the house without my parents. It felt empty without them, like a tree without a bird. Chapter 11. I stayed in my room that night, but sleep never came. I played with the toys that had survived me growing up and deciding that I was too old for such things. I toyed with my makeup, but my black hair with purple highlights and my new purple irises were so stark I didn't feel makeup was necessary anymore. It was strange to look at my new self in the mirror, as if I truly had been given a new life by the accident. Gone was the soft innocence of youth that I saw in the dozen photographs taped to my mirror. Gone was the carefree smile and blue eyes. Gone was the curly blonde hair, caring about prom gowns, first kisses, and who talked to whom about what. In place of the happy sophomore was a girl who looked to be in control of her future. I laughed at the thought because I had never felt more out of control, sitting in the home of my youth and waiting to be attacked by government officials out to kill me. But there was a determined set to my jaw and a fearless light in my eyes that had never been there before. I looked like I was ready to face whatever came at me. I sighed, touched my black hair one last time, and hoped I was right. The door opened a crack. My heart slowed when Jet hesitated, then pushed it open all the way.
They're here,
He said in his short, succinct way. There was a light of anticipation in his dark blue eyes. I stared at him. You're looking forward to this. A hint of smile touched his lips, then faded. His brow creased.
You're afraid.
I shook my head and said too quickly, No, I'm not. Jet lifted an eyebrow at the lie.
We'll stop them.
I couldn't hold back the argument that formed in my head. Then what? We hide at Jesus forever? My parents take up permanent residence with the Rasmussens? Wolves aren't meant to be hunted.
Tell me about it,
He said quietly, his tone strange. He took a small breath, then continued.
It's better than running.
His words rang true. I sighed and gave in. You're right. Like Kanan said, at least we know where they'll strike. He nodded and pulled something from the back of his belt. My heart skipped a beat at the sight of Dad's pistol. I shook my head, but he handed it to me anyway, and said,
Hide.
It offended me to think that they expected me to let them face all the danger. No way.
You've got...
I cut him off. I'm not hiding while you guys get yourselves killed. Kanan and I are family. We fight together. I tried to give him back the gun, but he shook his head.
Look,
He said, his gaze intense.
your brother is brave and can be a good fighter, but only if he doesn't have to worry about you. He lost you once. Worrying about losing you again will get him killed. Understand?
His words sent daggers through my heart. I wanted to protest, but if me fighting put Kanan in danger, I had to swallow my pride. Fine. Relief showed briefly in his eyes before he turned and walked back down the hall. I followed him to the kitchen where Mouse, Jays, and Kanan spoke quietly together. They glanced up when I entered and Kanan looked like he was about to argue. I put up my hands. It's okay, I already promised Jet that I'd hide. I couldn't fight down the worry that filled my chest, but I wanted to make sure you could take care of yourself. Kanan put a hand on the metal wristband I hadn't seen him without since the accident. The band sprung loose and snapped out into a straight line, like the slap bracelets I used to collect. Blades showed from one end, and Kanan flourished it briefly. He flipped it backward and forward, the dark blade glittering in the kitchen light as he worked it smoothly and efficiently. I could only stare at the sight of my older brother wielding a deadly instrument, as though he was ready to use it. He put the blade back on his wrist, then gave me a slightly embarrassed smile.
Jet's a good teacher. I'll be fine.
I rushed to my brother and gave him a quick hug. You'd better be, I said fiercely. I'm not explaining to Mom, Dad, or Grace why you aren't coming home, so you'd better take care of yourself. He surprised me by hugging me back as tightly, instead of just tolerating it like he used to.
I will,
He promised. I let go. I'll be in the pantry in case you need backup. Kanan opened his mouth to argue, then sighed and nodded.
Might be a good idea.
I gave the others a weak smile, then went back into the hall and slipped into the pantry Dad had built in the slanted closet under the stairs. My breath sounded loud in my ears. I wondered how far away the enemy was, then froze at the sound of a window being forced open at the back of the house. I debated whether I should slip out and tell the boys, but Jet's soft footsteps in the hall told me they already knew. My heart pounded so loud I wondered if the other werewolves could hear it. I clutched the gun tightly in both hands and ran through the brief lesson Dad had given me on loading and unloading. I checked the safety about 1,000,000 times while I waited in the darkness. A muffled cry sounded, followed by a soft thud. Several running footsteps echoed down the hall, then several more cries. Kanan shouted something and Jays answered. Jet grunted a reply to them both. A shot rang out and I jumped. The sound was amplified by the tiny pantry, and I almost dropped my gun in an attempt to cover my ears. I pressed an ear to the door to check if the fighting had stopped. Images of each of the boys lying bleeding or dead on the floor flashed through my mind. I couldn't wait anymore. I pushed open the door. The hinge squeaked like it always did, and I froze, holding my breath. When nothing moved, I stepped softly down the hall. Adrenaline surged through my body, and I had to force down the urge to phase and take them on as a wolf. But I knew less about fighting as a wolf than I did as a human. At least I had a gun. I slid the safety off and watched the floorboards for the one that creaked. I paused by the entry to the living room, then turned slowly around the corner, gun out and a finger on the trigger. A shadow moved by the window. A surprised squeak escaped my lips, and I squinted, trying to make out who it was with the flutter of curtains and the shifting moonlight confusing my eyesight. A hand shot out from beside me, grabbing the gun and twisting it out of my grip in one smooth motion, while pulling me back into the shadows. I recognized Jay's scent and was glad I had the presence of mind not to shout. He put a finger to his lips, then pointed again at the window. I followed his finger and almost screamed this time. A man in dark clothes, and with a shaved head, had a knife to Kanan's throat. Kanan struggled, but stopped when the blade touched his neck. The man's teeth showed white as he said something softly in my brother's ear. Kanan's lips curled back in a snarl, but he didn't answer. The man slowly slid the knife across my brother's throat. A shadow detached from the curtain next to them. Jet drove a knife into the man's low back and caught away his arm at the same time, freeing Kanan. Kanan turned, dropped to one knee, and knifed the man in the stomach with the wristband blade I hadn't realized he still held. Jet finished the man with a slash across his throat. The attacker fell to the floor, and the scent of thick, hot blood tainted the air.
That was a little close,
Kanan said, his chest heaving. He glanced at the corner of the room, and I saw several men bound and gagged. Most of them looked unconscious. I pulled away from Jay's and ran to Kanan's side. Blood trickled down his neck, but the knife wound was shallow. He grinned at me.
Think I'd get killed that easy after all we've been through?
I hugged him and cursed him at the same time. Be more careful. You're lucky Jet was there. He gave me a small smile.
I knew he was there, or I wouldn't have gotten into that position.
I rolled my eyes but hugged him again, glad he was all right. Don't scare me like that again,
I'm just glad she didn't shoot you.
Jay said from behind me. Would have served him right, I shot back, but I couldn't help smiling in relief when Jace handed the gun to Jet. He gave it to Kanan and began to go through the pockets of the men on the floor. Mouse came from the kitchen, a nick in his cheek and his hair tousled.
We aren't going to get anywhere with these guys.
Why not?
Kanan asked. Mouse kept his eyes on the body near the window.
They're hitmen. Hired guns. Threatening them won't get us any closer to stopping this.
Kanan's face tightened. He stalked over to the corner and took the gag out of one man's mouth.
Is that right? You're mercenaries?
For the right price.
The man answered. He grimaced.
But they didn't give us an accurate description of what to expect when we got here.
You thought you were facing an older couple, a defenseless, easy target?
Jace asked. The man nodded, but Jace didn't look convinced.
Then why did they send so many of you?
The man seemed taken back. He stared at the men around him, his eyebrows lowered.
I didn't think about it,
he concluded quietly. Jet stood over the man, a knife in his hands.
If we let them go, whoever's after us will know they failed.
Mouse cleared his throat quietly.
If they don't know already, they will soon. More deaths won't solve anything.
It'd make me feel better,
Kanan said hotly. He glared at the man beneath Jet. Jet lifted an eyebrow.
Really?
Kanan touched the knife wound on his neck and pulled away his fingers to look at the blood. But despite the anger in his eyes, he sighed.
No, killing doesn't solve anything.
Relief blossomed in my chest, and I gave him a small smile. Jet nodded as though Kanan had met his expectations. He made the man they had spoken to rise and ordered the others up with him. When one protested, he growled something softly that I didn't catch, but the look in his eyes left no doubt as to the threat. The men stood and he linked a curtain cord through the rope around their wrists, then pushed them down the hall and out the back door in a disorderly line. They carried the man who had been killed under the window, and it was a relief to see them leave the house. My mind was numb, playing over and over again the sound of the gunshot and the image of Kanan with a knife at his throat. Several spots of blood from the mercenaries tainted the carpet, and the memories I had of our peaceful living room. When Jet returned a few minutes later, Jays gave him a careful look.
What did you do with them?
Jet met his eyes with a slight gleam of cold humor.
I didn't kill them.
He tossed something to me. I caught it and saw that it was the permanent marker Mom always kept in the kitchen by the sink to write dates on the Tupperware with leftovers so she would know if they had gone bad.
I called Roscoe's boys and left a message on the bald man's head so they would know they were dealing with hired murderers.
At my stare, he shrugged and said in a softer voice,
I've killed more than my share, but never defenseless humans. There's a special place for men like that.
He turned away and concluded in a barely audible tone,
Maybe we all end up in the same place anyway.
Jace touched his arm, but Jet ignored him and disappeared into the kitchen, his expression dark and eyes haunted. Jace sighed and turned back. At my questioning look, he said quietly,
Roscoe's the alpha of the biggest pack in this area. He and the hunters have worked with us before to resolve a few concerns.
He'll handle this discreetly so the police don't come knocking on your parents' door.
Kanan leaned against the wall and let out a loud breath, his eyes on the blood-stained carpet.
That was a bit more than I expected, but not more than they expected.
Jace mused aloud. At my look, he nodded toward the door.
The hitmen might not have known what they were facing, but the government men knew we would be here. They're anticipating our moves. So what do we do now?
Kanan asked. Jace frowned.
Go back to my place and keep your parents in hiding. They know they failed, and they'll need to regroup, which will give us some time to plan our next move.
His gaze tightened.
But I don't like leaving the girls unprotected.
They have Brock.
Mouse pointed out with an unexpected chuckle.
At least the fridge will be safe.
Jace replied.
Only because it's empty.
Mouse shot back with a smile. Everyone laughed. Kanan sighed.
I'll call Mom and Dad and tell them to get comfortable.
Thank goodness for the Rasmussens, I said. A memory surfaced and I smiled.
What?
Kanan asked. I fought back a laugh. I just remembered the time you kissed Samantha in the orange grove. They sure hated you.
I was 10.
Kanan protested.
I didn't know any better.
As we turned to the task of cleaning the house and preparing for the flight home, I felt a bit lighter, but unsure about the future. Uncertainty made my skin shudder, and I longed to return to the forest with Rafe. I could only stare when Rafe pulled up in Jace's SUV. He met my gaze solemnly for a moment, then broke out in a grin. Brock sat up in the front seat and waved. They both got out and I threw myself at Rafe, remembering only at the last minute that he might not be completely healed. I slowed down and stuck out my hand instead.
What's this?
He asked with a laugh. He pulled me close, gave me a tight hug, then kissed me as though he couldn't help himself. I kissed him back with all the missing and longing I had experienced in the few days apart. Kanan grunted.
Really? Right in front of me like that?
I laughed. You're just jealous Grace isn't here. She's probably home cooking lasagna with Mrs. Carso just for you. Kanan smiled at the thought and left to get our bags from luggage claim. You drove? I asked, unable to hide my shock.
I lived my whole life in a forest. You think I'm ready to be behind a wheel?
Rafe asked. I shook my head and he laughed.
Brock had me switch seats with him about 2 minutes before you got here. I drove maybe 5 feet.
Brock grinned at me from Rafe's elbow.
Got you for a second though, right?
Letting an unlicensed werewolf drive the vehicle Jet's dad bought us? Maybe not the smartest move you've made.
Jace said in a tone that made us all pause. Brock started to sputter, then Jace broke out in a grin and slapped his friend on the shoulder.
Just teasing you. Lighten up a little.
He held out his hand.
But Mouse is driving home. I'm not putting my life in your hands in a car after the cow incident.
Brock grinned with red cheeks and tossed in the keys while Rafe stared between them.
What cow incident? I just drove with him.
Jace shrugged, his eyes bright.
You would have healed.
Rafe rubbed his stomach.
I'm not so sure.
The two went to help Kanan while Rafe waited with me by the SUV. I touched his arm. How's your stomach? He shrugged, but his face was still pale compared to the wild werewolf before the cougar.
Healing quickly, according to Roger and Charles.
But not quickly enough? I pressed, concerned at the forced lightness of his tone. He ran a hand through his hair to push it back from his face.
I miss the forest.
He said it softly, but there was a depth of longing that echoed in my heart. I miss it too, I admitted. He stared at me, his eyes searching mine.
Really?
I nodded. I'm tired of walls and small spaces. I need the trees. He smiled and leaned against the side of the gray SUV.
Leave when we get home?
As soon as we can without offending anyone, I agreed. I felt lighter with the knowledge that we would be back in the forest again, where things were simpler and phasing wasn't a death sentence. The control it took for me to keep from phasing during our trip made me worn and exhausted, and had brought back the insomnia. I longed for dreams and dark nights in a cave lightened only by starlight and fire that danced on the walls. Chapter 12.
Call me if you need anything at all.
Kanan made me promise at the gas station.
And check that cell phone. It's supposed to have amazing reception, but you know how they are.
I patted the pocket it rested in. I will, I promise.
I'll be back in a week. Don't forget. Things aren't over, and I want to make sure you're safe.
I know. He said the same thing for the past 2
days since we got back.
It was clear he didn't like the idea of me returning with Rafe, but I had also let him know that I was in charge of my own life. He might not like it, but I needed to be away from walls, and Rafe was the only one who could give that to me.
Take care of her,
Kanan told Rafe. A hint of threat carried in his undertone. He locked eyes with Rafe, and they stared at each other for a minute. A smile touched Rafe's lips when he finally looked away.
I'll take care of her. Don't worry. You better,
Kanan growled. Kanan! I rebuked him. My brother dropped his eyes to the ground.
Sorry. I just worry after last time and all that went on at Mom and Dad's. I don't want you to get hurt.
I put a hand on his cheek. I'll be fine. More than fine. Don't worry. I lifted my voice. Bye, Grace! She waved at me from the SUV, her smile sweet. On impulse, I ran to her and gave her a hug through the window. Take care of my crazy brother, I said.
Definitely,
she agreed. She tipped her head in Kanan's direction.
Come on, Kay. Let them go.
Kanan sighed, gave one last hug, then climbed back into the driver's seat. We watched him pull out of the parking lot, then hiked up the rise to the forest. When we were safely inside the shelter of the trees, I took a deep breath and let myself fully enjoy being away from the city. The shade was cooler, the earth and scents richer, and animals and bugs made the forest alive with vibrant sounds, scents, and motion that brought my senses alive. My pace quickened without thought, and Rafe smiled beside me.
Good to be back?
He asked. So good. I sleep so much better in the forest.
I sleep so much better knowing you're safe.
He put an arm around my shoulders, and we walked together through the green-leafed bushes and newly sprouted saplings that erased all traces of a path. We walked for about an hour before I couldn't contain the urge to phase any longer. I glanced at Rafe, wondering if he had healed enough to phase with me.
I'm way ahead of you,
he said with a grin. He pulled his shirt off and barely waited for me to step behind a tree to finish undressing. I pulled off my shirt and shorts, skimpy clothes considering it was early October and the air had a definite bite to it at the higher altitude. The shiver that ran through me turned into a strong shudder. I tied my clothes quickly, knotted everything into a small pack like Rafe had taught me, with the cell phone nestled safely inside, then slipped the loops of the rope over my shoulders just before the phase hit. It felt so good to be in wolf form again. My black and cream fur, so different from the solid blacks, whites, and grays of Jace's pack, settled thickly on my shoulders and down my back in a warm winter coat. I shook to arrange my bundle of clothes more comfortably, then trotted out from behind the tree. Rafe stood waiting, his dark gray winter coat thick and warm-looking. I gave him a wolfish grin, then took off through the trees. He barked and ran to catch me. We raced through the night, and I relished the soft pine needles under my paws and the brush of the wind through my fur. Entering the shadows of the trees felt like crossing into the embrace of home. Deer bounded across our trail, and we gave chase to a few, but it was only in fun and tempered by Rafe's growing endurance. We slept a few hours by a brook edged with ice, and I relished the freedom to stay in wolf form as long as I wanted. Rafe grew stronger by the hour, and by the time we reached the grove, he had to hold back so I could keep pace with him. Rafe stopped so suddenly that I barreled into him and sent us both sprawling in the pine needles and fallen leaves. He arose without looking at me, his full attention on the wolf clearing. His hackles were raised, his teeth bared, and the tension that rolled off him in waves lifted the fur at my neck. I sniffed the air, looking for what had alarmed him, and smelled something that made my stomach curl in disgust and fear. A lingering scent, A few days old, but as unforgettable as the smell of home, colored the grove along with the unmistakable scent of death. The first scent brought back the memory of the fire at the rehabilitation center. A sharp muskiness with a hint of mint and cheap cologne. I glanced at Rafe and took a step toward the grove to see what had happened, but he shouldered past me and stood in my way. Fear at what we would find clouded his golden eyes. We had to know. I nudged him gently with my nose. He shook his head. I pushed him to get him moving, then followed him into the clearing. The scent of fear, strangers, and pain chased away the smells of home, love, warmth, and comfort. I followed the scent to the mouth of the den and went inside to find a cold nest and no pups. I found the warmest smell where they had slept last, and took what little comfort I could in the fact that I couldn't smell any blood. I hurried back out of the den, but Rafe was nowhere in sight. My heart slowed. I loped through the grove, afraid that whatever had taken the wolves had come back for him. I practically ran over him just inside the tree line on the other side. I stopped short and gave a whine of uneasiness. Then the scent of death and decay washed over me. I looked down and found the alpha of Rafe's pack. He had been shot through the back, then dragged himself to the base of an ancient evergreen, where he died not long after. A sob escaped my chest, and I ran. I didn't notice where I was going, and didn't slow until I found myself at the mouth of our cave. I phased inside, pulled on my clothes, and was fumbling to turn on the cell phone when Rafe stepped in, already in his shorts. Tears streaked his face, and he stared at me as though he couldn't fathom what had happened. It was them, Rafe. It was the same people after us, after Mom and Dad, and now after your pack. Tears streamed down my cheeks. Why won't they leave us alone? I dropped the phone and he picked it up before I could.
Who are you calling?
Kanan. They know we're here, so we need to leave. We need help. Rafe shook his head.
No more people. Look what they've done.
His gaze darkened, and he stared at the cave wall, where drawings of a doe and a fawn at the edge of a river merged into a charcoal sketch of campers silhouetted against a campfire.
People destroy everything.
He gestured toward the cooler, where his wind-up radio sat.
I've listened to the news. It's filled with violence, hatred, and every bad thing one person can do to another. I was a fool to believe that wouldn't find me here.
I stared at him, unsure what to say, and so filled with grief I could barely think. We can't stay, I managed to get out.
And where do you want to go?
His eyes flashed.
Back to where your parents have to fear for their lives because of what you are? Where people kill each other for $1 and money can buy murder? Is that where you feel safe?
I opened my mouth, but no argument came to me except, I'm afraid, Rafe. I whispered the words and looked at the ground at my feet. I couldn't meet his eyes and let him see how truly scared I was, that they had tracked us here. How much I worried about my brother and Grace, and the fear I felt that they would find my parents despite the precautions we had taken. A tear leaked from the corner of my eye, and I moved to wipe it away, but Rafe caught my hand in his and ran soft fingers over my cheek.
I'm sorry,
he said. He pulled me close, covered my mouth with his own for the briefest second, then held me against his chest and whispered in my hair,
I'll take you back.
We climbed the mountain to the peak where the cougar had attacked Rafe. Neither of us looked in the direction of the boulders as we waited for the cell phone's reception to improve. When I dialed the number, the connection buzzed with static.
Colleen? Oh, thank goodness,
Kanan said, his voice tight. Kanan, it's terrible. The wolves,
They've taken Mouse.
Kanan's voice crackled.
We're in danger.
Mouse? They took Mouse? Trepidation shot through me at what they would put him through, especially if they were the same people responsible for the wolves. My heart raced at what he knew and what they would do to get it out of him. Kanan spoke quickly.
Jays is out with the search party, so I'll pick you up myself. How soon can you be at the road?
Early morning. We've already started out. We'll meet you at the gas station.
Good. I'll see you there.
He paused, then,
What were you saying about the wolves?
I blinked back tears. They killed the alpha and took the rest of the pack. Kanan swore, and the frustrated anger in his voice sent a shiver through my skin.
Tell Rafe we'll find them. We won't give up until they're home safe.
I'll tell him, I replied, touched. I hung up the phone and turned to tell Rafe what Kanan said, but he cut me off.
Werewolf, remember?
He gave a sad half-smile and pointed to his ear. We walked in silence through the trees until neither of us could stand the swarm of thoughts that wouldn't leave us alone. We then phased and ran in the mile-eating lope of the wolf. We didn't stop until we reached the trees that edged the gas station parking lot. Then we phased back to human form, and I talked Rafe into eating something with me while we waited. He was so pale, and the red angry lines across his stomach had stopped healing because he had pushed himself so hard. I was surprised to see the same attendant behind the register when we stepped into the gas station. He looked up from his graphic novel at me, then stared, recognition clear in his eyes. I was glad I was a bit more decently dressed than just a t-shirt this time, but it was obvious he wished it were otherwise. I put a few bottles of water, some jerky, and a candy bar on the counter and handed him the cash Kanan had forced me to take with my phone. The cashier stared.
I thought you were a dream,
He said in a voice just above a whisper. He made no move to take the money.
I thought, well,
He blushed and held up his book.
I thought I'd read too many comics.
I fought back a smile. I'm definitely real. His eyes widened.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure. I glanced behind me to find Rafe watching us both with a bemused expression on his face. I rolled my eyes and turned back to the cashier. Can we buy these? He shook his head and pushed them toward me.
They're on the house.
I gave him a doubtful look. Why? He smiled shyly.
For letting me know that the girl of my dreams really does exist.
He put the items in a bag and handed it to me. Thanks. I took the bag with mixed feelings, but wasn't in the mood to argue against generosity. I hesitated, then said, I took your cell phone last time I was here. I'll replace it. He shook his head and grinned, pushing his glasses up further on his nose.
I knew it was you. I didn't cancel the service in the hopes that maybe I could find you again.
His ears turned red at the admission. Flustered, my throat tightened with the memory of how the phone had saved Rafe's life. Thank you, I said sincerely. That means more than you know. Rafe and I went back outside, and it wasn't until we reached the trees again that he shot me a probing look. What? I asked defensively. His golden eyes lightened a bit.
Looks like you have a friend down there.
I lifted the bag. Handy.
You had the money to pay,
He pointed out. I fought back the urge to argue, reminding myself that he had just gone through something tragic. I was trying to be nice.
It was cute to see you perplexed. You're usually so calm and collected.
He gave me a teasing look that made me smile. I rolled my eyes. Thanks. We settled under the trees and ate sparingly of our snacks. Neither of us had much of an appetite, but phasing burned a lot of calories, and by the time Kanan drove up, we had finished most of the food. Kanan and Jet both climbed out, and the expressions on their faces made the pit in my stomach deepen. I asked the obvious. No word from Mouse? Kanan shook his head.
Nothing.
So what do we do? How do we find him? My heart clenched at the thought of the scrawny werewolf with the shy, sweet smile being hurt by the government men.
Wait,
Came Jet's simple reply. He climbed back into the gray SUV, his jaw set and gaze on the trees. Rafe helped me into the vehicle, then climbed in and sat by the window, his eyes also on the trees. His expression was one of deep loss, as though someone had taken his soul and stomped on it, leaving boot impressions that could never be erased. When we reached Jaze's house, Our friends hurried out, as though they had been watching for us despite the late hour. Mrs. Carso met us by the porch and gave Rafe a hug that surprised him.
"I'm so sorry about your pack,"
she said, her voice thick with emotion.
"Jace has already put out word with the hunters, and they're doing what they can to help find them."
Jace walked through the door with a cell phone in his hand.
"We're working on narrowing down the location of their complex.
His eyes tightened.
But they're good at hiding their tracks. I'm worried that we'll be forced to wait for them to contact us."
"What if they don't?" I asked. Kanan's lips pressed into a tight line, his arm around Grace's shoulder.
"They will. It's us they want."
He looked from Mrs. Carso to Jace.
"We put you in danger just by being here. It's our fault Mouse is gone."
"You don't know that,"
Brock pointed out. It was strange to see him without food, and I realized he was so worried about his friend's disappearance that he had even forgotten about eating. Kanan gave a tight, humorless smile.
"They really haven't left us any doubt. If we hadn't reached my parents' house in time, they'd be missing too."
He sighed and looked at us.
"We endanger everyone around us."
The thought that the wolves' capture and the Alpha's death were my fault hit me so hard I felt sick. Tears filled my eyes and I looked at Rafe. He's right. We should go. Rafe's golden eyes hardened. He put his strong hands on both of my shoulders and looked me straight in the eyes.
"You are never leaving my side again. We're in this together. And if the wolves' and Mouse's disappearance are anyone's fault, it's the fault of the people who made you werewolves."
His gaze softened, and he spoke as though he and I were the only people in the world, not surrounded by a group of humans and werewolves on a porch in the middle of the night.
"And I am so grateful for them that anything they do pales in comparison, because without them, I wouldn't have you."
The tears fell down my cheeks, and I hugged him tight. "But it's still our fault," I said. He tipped his face down into my hair.
"Then we'll do what we can to make it right."
Mrs. Carso led us all back into the living room and served fresh rolls and hot cocoa. Nobody ate, but it was comforting to hold the warm mugs. Everyone sat, numb with exhaustion and the chaos of thoughts that wouldn't slow. It was the early hours of the morning. The hunters hadn't been able to track anyone down, and every plan had been gone over and dismissed at least a dozen times. Jays answered phone calls every few minutes, but no good news followed. The girls nursed cold cups of hot cocoa around the table, and the boys sat and stood in various places around the kitchen, when a squeal of tires in the driveway made everyone jump. Jet was the first to reach the front door. He flung it open and jumped down the porch, his knives out and teeth bared. The rest of us followed and saw a large canvas bag thrown out of a car before tires squealed again and the car sped away. Jet ran to the bag. He tore it open, the fear on his face at what he would find so stark that the rest of us couldn't move from the porch. He touched what was in the bag, said something softly, then looked up.
"He's alive,"
he said, with relief so thick his eyes shone with tears. The rest of us ran down to him. The sight of Mouse beaten so severely that his face was nearly unrecognizable made me want to cry. Jet, Jays, and Kanan helped him gently from the bag and carried him straight to Meg and Rogers. Meg opened the door without a word and led them to the operating room. They set Mouse on the table, the pained expression on his bloody face filled with sorrow.
"Got to tell you,"
he forced out, holding his ribs.
"Shh.
Jays quieted him.
Let Meg and Roger take care of you. We'll talk when you've had a chance to heal."
Mouse shook his head and met Kanan's eyes, his own filled with tears.
"I'm so sorry."
Kanan took his hand. I clutched Rafe's arm so hard his skin was white around my fingers.
"For what?"
Kanan asked softly.
"Your parents."
My heart slowed. Mouse coughed and blood colored his lips. He grimaced and closed his eyes.
They made me tell them we're your parents.
He was taken by another coughing fit so severe he could barely breathe. Meg escorted us all from the room. My mind reeled at what he had said, and I could only stare at Kanan. He echoed my thoughts.
We've got to go.
Determination and fear was thick in his voice. Jays glanced at Brock.
Get us a flight.
Brock left at a run through the open front door. Jays turned back to us.
I'm so sorry for whatever happens. Mouse wouldn't have said anything if...
I shook my head. It's our fault he was hurt in the first place. If anything happens to our parents, it's on our heads, not Mouse's. Let's just get there. Jace's eyebrows rose, but he nodded.
We've got some work to do.
We left Mouse to Meg and Roger's ministrations and returned to Jace's. I packed the few belongings I had, and the thought kept racing through my mind that we wouldn't get there in time. My muscles shook, but I forced the urge to face down until my hands trembled so much I couldn't pack. I wrapped my shaking arms around myself and started to cry. Strong arms closed around me. I turned into Rafe's chest and a sob escaped my lips. What if we're too late? He smoothed my hair from my face.
They're going to be all right. Believe it with all of your heart.
Chapter 13. Jays, Jet, Kanan, Rafe, and I were on a private jet a half hour later. My heart raced at the unknown that lay before us, and it was harder and harder to keep from phasing. Rafe put an arm around my shoulders, and I shook as the ground faded into clouds below us. I fought the face so hard my muscles ached, and I caught the worried glances the boys exchanged, but I couldn't keep it in any longer. I can't control it, I whispered frantically, holding my shoulders to keep in my human form.
The restroom,
Jace said. He stood and helped me past the two stewardesses to the tiny bathroom. Rafe followed close behind, and when I slammed the door and locked it, I heard him lean against it from the outside. I fought back a growl of frustration and pulled off my clothes before they tore to pieces. The bathroom was so small I could barely turn around, but before I could question how it was going to work, I was in my wolf form, panting on the floor.
Colleen, you okay?
Rafe whispered from the other side of the door. I leaned my head against the wall, miserable and trapped in a wolf body on a jet. I could only imagine what would happen if I came out that way.
Colleen?
I gave a short whine, the whirl of impending danger to my parents, compounded by the trouble we would all be in if I couldn't phase back by the time we reached the airport. I tried to clear my head and picture what it was like to be human, but the sense of airline food and the stuffy air of a crowded room wafted under the door. Salty pretzels and sugary soda pop made my mouth water, and I wondered when I had eaten last. I forced the wolfish thoughts aside and concentrated on the sound of the voices on the other side of the door. The hum of the guys talking came surprisingly loud in the noisy rush of the tiny bathroom. The hiss of air hurt my ears, and when I tried to find a more comfortable position besides being wedged between the blue-watered toilet and the door, I hit my head on the tiny purse tray and bumped my nose painfully against the miniature sink. I let out another small whine and leaned against the wall again. The sound of Rafe's fingers just on the other side of the door from my head caught my attention. It sounded as though he was crouched at my level, his hand on the door while he leaned against it.
Colleen, you're going to be okay,
he whispered. I let out a soft snort of disbelief and wondered why they had even brought me along. I was a danger to saving our parents, and half of the reason we were here in the first place. I blinked back tears and reminded myself that wolves don't cry.
Colleen, remember the forest? Remember walking hand in hand beneath the trees, the breeze blowing through your hair, whispering of pine cones and babbling brooks? Remember the sunflowers and how their soft petals glistened like little suns in the meadows?
I closed my eyes and let out my breath in a small whoosh. The sound of his voice lulled me, and I let go of the what-ifs that would happen if I couldn't figure out how to face back. I listened and absorbed his voice, the way one might a beautiful symphony. My heart slowed.
Remember the foxes that lived in the den by our cave?
The kits used to scurry back out of sight whenever we passed by.
The smile in his voice made me wish I could smile back. My arms tingled and tried to remember their human form.
Colleen?
When I couldn't answer, I heard him shift around to his knees, a hand still softly touching the door. He took a small breath, then began to quietly sing the song about the fox that he sang to me our first night in the cave. I closed my eyes and remembered holding his shivering body against the chill of the darkness, the bullet wound in his side that he had gotten, protecting me, healing as we lay there on the cold stone floor. I remembered the feeling of his skin under my fingers, the rise and fall of his chest, and the beat of his heart, his human heart. My limbs began to shake, then stretch and change. The memory of his golden eyes, light with freedom, and the thrill of being alive burned into my mind when my body stopped phasing, and I stood slowly back in my human form. "Thank you," I whispered.
Anytime,
He said quietly from outside the door, the sound of a smile in his voice. I pulled on my clothes, splashed some water on my face, then opened the door. One of the stewardesses stood next to Rafe, but she didn't seem upset by the long waiting time. Instead, she looked from Rafe to me with a smile on her lips and contentment in her eyes, as if we reminded her of a dear memory. "Excuse me," I said, embarrassed at the trouble I had caused.
It's no problem.
She said with a warm smile. She nodded toward Rafe, who had gone back up the aisle to our seats.
He's a good guy.
"Far better than I deserve," I said with an answering smile. She stepped into the bathroom, and I followed Rafe back to where Kanan, Jays, and Jet waited.
You all right?
Kanan asked. "Much better," I replied. I leaned my head against Rafe's shoulder, and we watched the gentle flow of clouds beneath the wing outside our window. Someone tapped me on the shoulder a while later. I turned to see Kanan watching me, his dark red eyes searching mine.
Rafe, do you mind if I talk to my sister for a moment?
Of course not.
Rafe said, graciously giving Kanan his seat and walking a few empty rows back to talk to Jays. Kanan sat next to me and I waited, uncertain of what he wanted. He finally let out his breath in a sigh.
Colleen, I've thought of 1,000 ways to say this, but nothing sounds right.
I turned so that I faced him squarely and smiled. "You know you can tell me anything." He shook his head, and his brow creased as he lowered his eyes.
How do I apologize for ruining your life?
The thick emotion in his voice wrapped around my heart. I touched his hand, and he looked up at me, blinking against the tears that brightened his eyes. "You don't have anything to apologize for," I said quietly. He snorted in disbelief and waved a hand.
Look at this. Look at where my actions have brought you. You deserve to be finishing high school and worrying about what college to go to, not riding a private jet to check on your parents who are under threat by some unknown agency out to kill us for being werewolves.
I pursed my lips. "Well, when you put it that way." "I'm kidding," I said quickly to chase away the pain that crossed his face. "You don't have anything to be sorry for."
I do.
He replied quietly. His eyes met mine.
We both know that.
I fell silent for a moment to collect my thoughts, then nodded. "All right. It's good that you feel bad for the accident. Deborah shouldn't have died." He nodded with his eyes on his hands and let me continue. "Nothing we do will ever change the fact that she died, and I miss her." My throat tightened and I brushed away a tear that caught on my eyelashes. I gritted my teeth to keep the horror of that night at bay and continued. "But don't regret the turn our life has taken. I like being a werewolf." The admission caught us both by surprise, and Kanan looked back at me with wide eyes. I frowned, not knowing how to put my thoughts into words. It hasn't been easy, and my life is so different now, I don't know where I fit into it. I swallowed and refused to let any more tears show. His hands covered mine now, but I didn't look up. I rejected his chance to blame himself for everything. There was one thing I wouldn't go back and change. "But I met Rafe." My words were quiet, but my heart beat faster and a smile spread across my face. Without this, I would never have known how empty I was without him. I'm complete when he's around, and it's the best feeling in the world. Kanan was silent as he processed my words.
Does he feel the same way about you?
He asked the thought that had circled through my mind since I overheard Nikki and Jay's on the porch. I don't know, I admitted. We both looked back to where Jay's and Rafe sat in deep discussion. Neither of us said anything, but Rafe looked up as though he felt my gaze on him. His golden eyes met mine, and the smile that touched his lips was small, but it was my smile, the one he used only when he looked at me. It filled his eyes more than his lips, and the love he felt for me made them shine in the dimly lit cabin. My heart felt like it would burst, and tears trickled down my cheeks when I turned back around. He does, I whispered, more to myself than to Kanan.
I know,
my brother replied. He put his arm around me and pulled me close. I held him tight, and it felt like we were brother and sister again. Chapter 14.
They're not here,
Jay said. The concern in his voice sent ice through my veins.
Mrs. Rasmussen said. Several gentlemen from the gas company came to take them back home. Your parents went with them without a struggle.
What are we going to do now? I asked. I felt like I did when I was 5 and had gotten lost in a department store. I wanted to cry until they came back, like they had at the store. But I knew that would help no one.
We go to them,
Kanan replied. He reached into the backpack he had brought and pulled out a square, flat object. He flipped on the screen, and a tiny dot bleeped.
What's that?
Rafe asked, peering close.
Mouse's tracker,
Jace replied, his eyes bright.
Did you bug your parents?
Kanan nodded, a hint of pride in his eyes.
I put the bug Mouse had used on me to find Dr. Tannen's place in the necklace I gave Mom, so we wouldn't lose her if something like this happened.
I threw my arms around Kanan's neck and hugged him tight. Kay, you're the best! He shrugged and looked back at the tracker.
Let's wait and see if it works. Hopefully they didn't do a bug check.
Jay started the engine of the rental car. There's one way to find out. He gunned the gas and we flew back up the road. The tiny dot beeped as we drew closer. Jays drove as fast as he dared, darting around cars and taking shortcuts when Kanan pointed them out. He crossed a grocery store parking lot and turned down 4th Street, in time for us to see a convoy of cars heading up the next road.
That must be them,
Kanan said quietly, his voice edged with steel.
Buckle up,
Jace commanded. Everyone hurried to comply. Jace raced up the road parallel to them, checked the tracker one more time, then turned left down the next road and slammed into the first car, just as it was pulling away from a stop sign. Our car T-boned it, efficiently blocking the street so the other cars couldn't go around. The force of the accident jolted me back to the night Kanan and I died. I cringed at the sound of broken glass and the smell of burning rubber mixed with gasoline. My mind slowed, numbing to the chaos that began outside. I could only watch in horror as my comrades flew into action. Jet dove out the side door and punched through the driver's side window of the car closest to us. He pulled the driver out of the window and headbutted him in the forehead. The man slumped unconscious to the ground and Jet moved to the next car. Men began to spill from the vehicles. Rafe told me to stay put, then followed Kanan and Jays outside. Kanan gave me a horror-filled glance that said he had experienced the same flashback from the accident. Then a man grabbed him from behind. I screamed, but Kanan crouched, elbowed the man in the groin, then swept his legs out from under him and elbowed him in the back as he fell to the ground. I felt helpless and looked around for something useful to do. Jet had already put the drivers of the next 2 cars out of commission. The other werewolves were occupied in the fight, and the cars were abandoned as far as I could tell. With everyone distracted, I figured it would be the best time to look for our parents. I slipped out the door, away from the action, and ducked low behind the cars. I stepped around the unconscious driver from the first car and opened the rear door. My heart fell when I found the back seat empty. I left it open and ran in a crouch to the next vehicle. My heart felt even lower when I found that back seat empty as well. I crept around the moaning driver of the next car, checked the seat with a quick glance, and ran to the last two vehicles, barely slowing until I stared at the empty back seat of the last car. The battle on the other side of the vehicle was intense. Bodies lay scattered on the street, but the werewolves were still fighting. The sound of sirens was heavy in the air. As word of the accident spread, Jace's cheek had been sliced and bled freely down his face. Jet limped but fought without letting the injury slow him down. Rafe had two men cornered against a car. His shoulder bled from either a gunshot wound or a knife, but he ignored it, his eyes intent on the men, as though he dared them to run. Kanan was crouched on top of a man on the ground. He raised something metal and I flinched when he sliced the man's throat. A sharp whistle sounded. Jay spun around, an expectant expression in his eyes. From out of nowhere, werewolves and hunters swarmed past the buildings and cars and overtook the men who attacked us. Within seconds, every man was on the ground, guns pointed at their heads. Jays and Jet walked between them, checking on bodies. Down the block, hunters with police cars put up barricades and spoke to the drivers of two ambulances and a fire engine who argued to get through. A limo pulled up slowly from the opposite end of the street. At Jace's word, his small army surrounded it, guns out and no mercy on their faces. The limo stopped in the middle of the men, and the back door opened. A man in a navy blue suit with a red handkerchief in the pocket stepped out. He took one look around, spotted Kanan and I, and started clapping.
Well done. Very well done. Who would have thought you could muster a militia so quickly?
Kanan glared at him.
What do you want?
The man gave a small smile.
The real question is, what do you want?
Kanan glanced at me.
Our parents and our freedom.
The man met my eyes.
Did you find your parents in any of the cars, Colleen?
I bristled at the sound of my name from his lips, but shook my head. They're not here.
Huh. Strange.
The man pulled something out of his pocket and tossed it toward me. The necklace Kanan had given Mom landed at my feet.
Clever. You're outnumbered.
Jace pointed out.
We could just kill you now.
The man gave a half smile.
But then you'd never find the Andersons. By the time you tracked them down, they'd be just bodies to bury in the cold ground.
His voice lowered.
You don't want that, do you?
A growl rumbled in Jace's throat, and he took a step toward the man.
One phone call, and I'll have a SWAT team on your tail. I don't care what branch of the government you work for. This isn't the way to handle business.
The man held up a hand.
It doesn't need to be this way. You're right, it doesn't,
Jace replied. His dark brown eyes sparkled with intensity, and the threat of his words sent a shiver down my spine.
Let me state my business, and your friends can choose to go on their way or help us with a little matter. All they need to do is listen for just a minute.
His tone was honest, and he appeared unarmed. I couldn't decide if he was insane or confident that we would come to an agreement. The thought made my stomach roll. What do you want? His eyebrows lifted.
What you want, actually. Your parents safe and your lives back.
He motioned toward the car door.
Give me a minute of your time and we'll see if we can come up with an amiable arrangement to make both happen.
Jay started to protest, but Kanan met my eyes.
I'll meet with you, but Colleen stays out here.
The man shook his head.
This is a deal you'll both have to participate in. You don't want the choice of saving only one parent, do you?
He ducked back into the limo to wait. I grimaced and walked toward the car.
Colleen, don't,
Rafe said. I gave him a look I hoped was reassuring. I don't have much of a choice. At least he can't do much in a car, right? Rafe didn't look so sure. He followed me and paced outside when I climbed in with Kanan close behind. The man in the suit waited for us to close the door, then dropped all pretense of formality. He leaned forward and extended a hand.
I'm Agent Sullivan of the GPA.
At Kanan's look, he lifted an eyebrow.
The Global Protection Agency.
The title didn't faze Kanan.
Your ability to protect anyone is questionable. You're keeping our parents where?
Agent Sullivan dropped his hand and grinned as if the snub didn't bother him.
If only life were that easy.
He sat back in his chair and folded his hands in his lap.
Look, I'll be honest with you. The GPA has little reason to let you go. The only way I could ensure the safety of both the world and your lives was to get them to accept a bargain. You bargained with your own company on behalf of our lives?
Kanan questioned.
Why would you do that?
He glanced toward the front of the car, where the tinted partition window separated us from the driver. He then leaned forward and motioned for us to do the same until our noses almost touched.
Because my wife happens to be a werewolf,
he whispered.
I refuse to believe that a person should die just because of what they are, or in your case, made to be.
He sat back and cleared his throat.
The deal I'm offering is for you to wear suicide bracelets containing pills that will kill you as well as render your DNA unclonable in a matter of seconds.
At our looks, he gave a sympathetic smile.
I know, sounds pleasant. But the government operates with its own insurance policy. Life or death situations aren't taken lightly, and neither is the cloning of a potential werewolf army.
I glanced at Kanan, the pit in my stomach matching the sick look in his eyes.
And if we agree to that?
He asked quietly. Agent Sullivan continued lightly.
Then we move on to part 2 of the agreement, which is to destroy Base Omega.
Trepidation joined the chaos in my stomach. What's Base Omega? He pursed his lips.
Apparently, Dr. Tannen, with whom you are both familiar, decided to create a backup plan in case anyone destroyed his first facility. The development center.
Kanan said, his face pale. Agent Sullivan nodded.
And since you were so accommodating on demolishing that one, Base Omega continued according to his plan.
He sat forward with his elbows on his knees and his hands clasped loosely together in front of him.
Base Omega is the only other facility in the United States besides the development center that has the capability of cloning werewolves. Since the two of you are the only viable clones that ever came out of the development center, you are the most likely subjects for that cloning. You need to destroy it to ensure your safety.
Everything muffled past the words viable clones. I stared at my hands, unwilling to believe that he meant what he said. I opened one hand and closed it slowly, needing so badly to look at Kanan and see if he had heard what I did, while at the same time telling myself that by not looking, I could pretend that I never heard it. Kanan's voice came out as a strangled whisper.
Did you call us clones? Yes,
Agent Sullivan answered. He paused.
I thought you knew. That we were clones?
I saw Kanan shake his head from the corner of my eye.
I knew they were making clones of us, but I didn't know we were clones too. The human body wouldn't be able to phase into a werewolf. Only a body created with werewolf DNA already in place would be able to. I assumed you knew that.
There was a touch of pity in his voice. I met his eyes and he stared at me for a second before the pity left and his gaze hardened again.
If you refuse both conditions, I have orders to kill you and bury both you and your parents in unmarked graves.
Kanan gave a humorless chuckle.
Not much of a choice, is there?
His voice was flat, emotionless, and I knew his mind reeled the way mine did at the thought that we were clones. I needed time to think, but time was the last thing we had. Agent Sullivan shrugged.
That's how the government works.
What about the wolves taken from Rafe's forest? Will you return them too? I demanded. Agent Sullivan nodded.
We will.
I glared at him. Why did you take them in the first place? It's enough that you have our parents. Rafe's pack has nothing to do with this. He met my gaze.
We do what we must to ensure the safety of the human population. All the time that you spent in the forest without contacting your family left us doubtful as to your bond with them. But your actions with the wolf pack left us little doubt. Rafe was our target for your compliance, but the wolf pack was all we found, so we settled.
They killed the alpha, I pointed out angrily. He gave a little nod.
Not of my doing. Apparently no alpha will stand by and watch their pack be carried away. The team was told to take precautionary measures, and they felt killing the alpha was the best way to go about it.
His eyes softened.
Believe me when I say that I never take the loss of life lightly.
I met his gaze for a minute, then looked away as the image of Rafe's alpha, lying dead in the grove, flashed through my mind. I blinked back tears.
What makes you think we can just waltz into Base Omega and destroy it?
Kanan asked, changing topics to give me a minute to collect myself. The agent gave a calculating smile.
Because you're you. You are the only people they want.
His smile fell slightly, and an almost embarrassed sheen came into his eyes.
And since clones aren't recognized by the Constitution, and neither are werewolves, we retain no liability if anything happens to you. The GPA walks away, and no one is the wiser. One neat little package,
Kanan said with heavy sarcasm. Agent Sullivan gave us both a frank look.
Honestly, the whole situation makes me sick, and I don't feel that anyone should be considered expendable. But very few individuals are offered a way out. As improbable as it may seem, it's better than nothing.
His honesty struck me true, and I knew we wouldn't get a better offer. I liked my life, a farce though it might be. I definitely had some intense thinking to do on that later if things ever slowed down. I put out my hand. Thank you, Agent Sullivan. We'll take you up on your offer. The relief in his eyes countered the disbelief in Kanan's.
We will not!
He growled. Agent Sullivan ignored him and took my hand.
I wish there was any other way.
I know, I consoled him, laughing inwardly at myself for comforting someone who was sending my brother and I off to an almost certain death. He reached into his suit pocket and pulled out the 2 metal bracelets. They were tube-shaped, with a bulge in the middle. Agent Sullivan showed us where to bite on the bulge to open it, revealing 2 orange pills inside.
It only takes 1 to do the trick, but 2 won't hurt. Won't hurt worse, you mean?
Kanan muttered. He glared at us both when I held out my arm for the agent to fasten the bracelet, then shook his head when I told him to do the same. Kanan, I'm going. So if you're planning to keep your self-appointed job as my protector, you better accept that you're coming and stop being difficult. He held my gaze heatedly for a minute, then looked away, a wet sheen to his dark red eyes.
Fine.
He held out his arm and let Agent Sullivan fasten the bracelet. He then eyed it angrily.
You could have made it a bit more masculine. I'll take that up with the agency.
Agent Sullivan replied dryly. Kanan rolled his eyes, then opened the limo door and climbed out. I got up to follow him, then hesitated and glanced back at the agent. I don't envy you your job. He gave a genuine smile.
I don't envy you yours either.
A half-smile touched my lips, and I climbed out after Kanan. Rafe, Jays, and Jet were with him, and by the looks on their faces had already gotten the gist of what we were told by the agent.
No way,
Rafe said. He stalked to my side with his eyes on the limousine door.
He can't be serious.
He has our parents, and we know they want all of us dead. It's the only way, I said gently.
Then we're coming with you.
Rafe replied firmly. Jays and Jet nodded, but the agent spoke behind us.
They have to go alone. You'll be killed on sight, and then where will that get you?
Jays frowned at him.
So you expect us to let you drop our friends in the middle of a werewolf concentration camp so they can blow it up at the risk of getting themselves killed in the process?
Agent Sullivan nodded.
Exactly.
Jet's hands clenched and unclenched, and it was obvious it took all of his control to keep from laying into the agent. Agent Sullivan took a step back toward the safety of his limo.
You have to believe me when I say I don't like this any more than you do. We don't have to believe anything,
Kanan replied, but the fight that colored his voice in the limo had faded to resignation.
Werewolves are pack animals.
The agent said quietly.
You do whatever you can to save your pack.
He looked at me.
We need to take you both to our temporary location a few miles from here for preparation. Your friends can come with us if it'll keep them from decimating our convoy again.
Rafe glared at him, his arm protectively around my shoulder. I wanted more than anything to phase and run with him back to our forest. But I knew I wouldn't be able to relax until they agreed to leave us alone. I wouldn't leave my parents in their hands, and I owed it to the wolves to do whatever I could to get them back. Rafe lifted something small in his hand and slipped it over my neck. I looked down to see the necklace Kanan had given Mom. I gave Rafe a grateful smile and blinked back tears.
Let's get this over with.
Agent Sullivan climbed back into the limo, and we followed solemnly, leaving the team of hunters, werewolves, agents, police officers, ambulance drivers, and firemen to sort themselves out on the bloody, dark street. Chapter 15. "What's in those dump trucks?" I asked in the microphone on my headgear. I leaned closer to the window to get a better look. Rows of green trucks drove below us toward the hunched compound in the dusty Nevada desert.
Bodies, as far as we can surmise.
Agent Sullivan's voice replied in my headset from the seat in front of me. He didn't bother to look down at the trucks. Why do they need bodies? The number of deceased people it would take to fill a dump truck, let alone the convoy below the helicopter, made me nauseous.
Experiments, like the ones in which you were created.
Came Sullivan's reply.
That's just wrong.
Kanan said.
Can't you pull them over or something?
The agent shook his head.
No grounds, no warrant, and they just keep on coming. Our best hope to stopping them is you.
Kanan hit his head against the window. The pilot glanced back at him, as if about to tell him not to break his headgear, but Agent Sullivan shook his head before the man could speak. I set a hand on Kanan's arm, and he put his fingers over mine without looking.
Remind me again, what's to keep them from just shooting us?
Kanan asked in a tight voice. We walked slowly from the drop-off point to the dune-colored building slumped on the sand like a slug. Supposedly we'll blow ourselves to smithereens before they can do anything, I replied softly to keep my voice from shaking.
Uh-huh,
Kanan replied, his voice thick with doubt. We stopped in front of what we guessed was the door. Nothing happened for a few minutes. Then a voice crackled over an intercom system.
Kanan and Colleen Anderson? Werewolf pizza delivery.
Kanan said dryly. I rolled my eyes, but a thick metal door slid open to reveal a small, empty room. Kanan glanced at me, then stepped inside. I followed him in, and the door slid shut behind us with a resounding thud.
Nice,
Kanan said. He ran a hand along the metal door in front of us, but there wasn't a handle. He cleared his throat.
Do we need to say our names again, or are you going to ask us another ridiculous question?
The intercom crackled, and a voice said drolly,
I'm Dr. Varys, Dr. Tannen's understudy. Wonderful,
Kanan growled under his breath. The man either didn't hear him or didn't care. He continued,
It's clear that you've come fully armed.
Kanan glanced down at his vest. A bright red light blinked at the shoulder, and the C4 was visible.
Oh, he's a bright one.
I looked around for cameras and found one wedged in the corner on the ceiling. We've come to stop you, I said to the camera. Dr. Varys laughed as though the idea was no more than an annoying flea.
Why don't you see what we're working on first? I can guarantee it'll be worth your while.
He paused meaningfully.
Of course, you'll have to remove your vests.
And if we refuse? I asked.
We can either wait until you fall asleep, which I know could be a long time given your insomniac condition, Colleen, and then we'll remove the vests ourselves. Or move you outside the facility. Or we can simply shoot you in the head without giving you time to activate the bombs.
Kanan lifted his eyebrows at me in an I told you so manner. He grimaced.
You know, I'm tired of no-win situations.
He unclipped the vest the way Agent Sullivan showed us and set it carefully on the floor.
I'm also tired of having my life on the line ever since you guys turned me into a werewolf. We didn't turn you into a werewolf,
Dr. Varys said in a lecturing tone that reminded me very much of Dr. Tannen.
We merged human DNA with werewolf DNA, your girlfriend's if I have my facts straight, and came out with a true werewolf clone. It wasn't magic, it was science.
Kanan looked like he was ready to hit someone, and it echoed my feelings exactly.
Let us in.
I'm waiting for Colleen to remove her vest.
Kanan glanced at me, but I couldn't fight the heavy feeling in my stomach at the thought of going through the door. I shook my head. I feel better this way, thank you. Dr. Varys's tone lightened so that it sounded like he was talking to a small child.
Now, Colleen, we have no reason to hurt you. You both are our finest creations, and we're only happy that you have come home.
Kanan rolled his eyes, but the doctor continued.
Having you work with us will help us make drastic strides in the cloning effort. Your DNA samples from the development center were destroyed in the blast, and we have been forced to work with inferior strains, but new samples will help us reenact the cloning process.
When I made no move to comply, he sighed.
You and Kanan are anomalies, flukes, a miraculous hiccup that we have been unable to repeat with other humans.
The bodies you're trucking in? I said in as calm a voice as I could muster.
Yes.
Dr. Varys replied.
Unfortunately, no one has taken to the DNA coupling like both of you. We've had some near misses.
His tone indicated that the outcomes were gruesome.
But with you here, we can begin to understand our failures and learn from them.
I'll say.
Kanan replied in a soft undertone. He nodded at me, and I sighed, then shrugged out of the vest. I set it on the floor next to Kanan's, and we walked to the door, hoping that the cameras couldn't see the extra inch or so in our shoes that made us taller. The door slid open, and men in navy blue and yellow uniforms filed out. 2 men took the vests and walked them straight out the front door to the desert, while the rest waited for us to pass, then fell in behind. A shudder ran through my body at the sound of the door shutting and the multitude of feet on the sandy floor. Kanan reached for my hand, and I concentrated on his familiar hold. The shuddering subsided, and I focused on our surroundings. We followed 2 guards along a long, sloped hallway that grew cooler the further down we went. We turned left at a junction, past several doors sealed so tight no scent escaped them, then entered a doorway on the right into a room scattered with couches and plush Persian rugs. The guards left, shutting the door behind us. Kanan and I stared at the fine furnishings, elaborate impressionist paintings, and gold-leafed scrollwork along the walls.
Did you think we were animals, living in stone caves and dirt?
Dr. Varys asked from a couch facing away from us. I bristled at the shot. I pictured fire and brimstone, I replied before I could stop myself. Dr. Varys rose and turned.
A suitable home for demons. Touché.
He smiled and held out a hand.
I'm glad to finally make your acquaintance.
The difference between his cold, clammy-looking hand and Agent Sullivan's trust-inspiring honesty was so stark, neither Kanan nor I moved. Dr. Varys dropped his hand and went on as though he didn't notice the slight.
Why don't I give you a tour of our facility?
He led the way to a side door, and we followed him out into a carpeted hallway. The 2 guards from earlier fell in on either side of us.
The youth center is directly below us. We'll visit there first.
My heart slowed. You experiment on children? He nodded.
Turns out they are more adaptable. Our closest achievements have been with children.
I felt so sick I wanted to vomit. We stepped into a gold-gilded elevator, and I hesitated about ruining the beautiful red carpet. Then I remembered where I was and almost hoped it would happen. We reached the next floor down and had to step out before my stomach made up its mind. Dr. Varys led us through another hallway, this one carpeted in pink and blue with doorways painted the same color. We stopped at a viewing window and the nausea turned to full-blown horror. Children, healthy human children, stacked blocks, slid down a tiny slide, and crawled over colorful alphabet mats. They wore pink or blue depending on their gender, and each bore a colored medical bracelet like in hospitals. "What are you doing with them?" I whispered. Dr. Veris gave a predatory smile.
Insurance, my dear. Everyone has it these days.
He indicated a small boy close to the window who played with a plastic green horse.
Also, we get tired of the dead bodies. They smell, you know. It's nice to work on the living and hope they are still living when you're done. How many children do you have here?
Kanan asked through tightly clenched teeth. The doctor shrugged.
A couple dozen. It's hard to keep track.
I forced myself to ask, "Are any of the experiments successful?" Dr. Veris shook his head, and it was all I could do not to phase and tear out his throat like the wolves had done to the elk.
Not yet. We've only just started, but so far the mortality rate is 100%.
A growl ripped from Kanan's throat, and he couldn't control himself anymore. He grabbed the doctor by the throat and threw him across the hall. Dr. Veris slammed into the opposite door and slumped to the floor. The two guards grabbed their guns, but my instincts kicked in and I grabbed one gun and slammed it into the temple of the first man. He collapsed at my feet just as I punched the second guard in the stomach, then elbowed him in the back when he doubled over. He landed on the ground and I smacked the barrel of the gun against his skull. Kanan looked at me as though I was from a different planet. I rose slowly and stared at my hands. The gun trembled in my fingers, and I dropped it as if it was a hot iron.
Remind me not to get on your bad side,
Kanan said. I nodded numbly, amazed at how strong being a werewolf had made me. Kanan pulled both the guards and Dr. Veris into an empty room, then shut the door behind them. "What are you doing?" I asked, horrified. "We have to find the way out."
We're going back the way we came in.
He grabbed the doorknob and forced it to turn. It resisted, then gave with a snap.
Come on, kids,
he said in his most amiable voice.
We're going to a playground.
The older kids immediately stopped what they were doing and ran to the door. Several of the smaller ones watched, but didn't move in our direction. He instructed the older children to carry younger ones and proceeded to the next door. "What makes you think they're going to just let us walk out of here?" I asked, hurrying after him with two children in my arms.
We still have bombs, remember?
He lifted a shoe to remind me, paused a second, then set down the little boy with the green horse and took off both shoes. He ran back up the hall, then returned barefooted, a grim smile on his face. "What did you do?"
We don't need both sets, remember? Let's just say I gave Dr. Veris a chance to learn from his failures before he's blown to bits.
I grimaced at the image and opened the next door. More children stared at us, and my heart sank further. My limbs started to shake with the urge to phase and escape everything Dr. Veris's facility represented, to escape the torture, the walls, the experiments, and the stares of haunted children who had seen their playmates led away to never return. "Kanan, we have to get them out of here."
I know.
He looked at me carefully.
You're going to phase, aren't you?
I hated myself for my lack of control, but we both knew it was inevitable. I nodded. "If I phase, I can still lead the children out, but we don't know what's on the lower levels." His face showed the dread I felt.
We don't want to blow up innocent people.
"Are you going to have time to look?" He gave a grim nod.
I set Dr. Veris's bomb for 15 minutes. If I'm not out in 10, start worrying.
"If you're not out in 10, I'm coming in after you." My muscles were shaking so badly I couldn't hold still any longer. I turned to the children. "Kids, I'm an ice werewolf, and I need you to trust me." I pointed at the room we had just left. "I'm going to go in there and change into a wolf. Then I want you to follow me outside, okay?" Most of the children just stared in incomprehension, but a few of the older ones nodded. A dark-skinned, beautiful girl of about 12 touched my hand. "We'll wait right here." I threw her a grateful smile, gave Kanan a quick hug, then stepped into the room and let the face take over. When I padded back out of the room as a cream and black wolf with violet eyes, the girl I had spoken to before set a hand on my shoulder with the trusting faith only a child can have. Her other hand was clutched tightly by a little boy I guessed was her younger brother. Kanan brought my shoes from the room, tied the shoelaces together, and looped them around his neck.
Take care, sis,
He said. He opened the last door and instructed the older children to help him carry the younger ones out and follow me. Then he disappeared down the hall. I led the way back to the elevator, waited until all of the children piled in, then pressed the button with my nose. The anxiety that filled me was calmed by the fact that we were helping, and the children around me didn't seem the least bit concerned about the fact that they rode in an elevator with a wolf. We reached the top floor, and I nosed the girl so that she would keep the others inside. I ran on ahead to clear the way to the doors, but it seemed that someone knew of our attack, because there was not a soul in sight. I thanked Rafe's powers of the universe with a silent, grateful laugh, and loped back down the hallway to the elevator. The children followed me through both sets of doors to the desert. 2 of the younger children climbed on my back, while the other kids helped carry the others across the cool night desert sand. Dawn touched the western horizon, lighting the sky in deep red edged with rose. I led the children past several dunes so that they would be clear of the blast. I waited with them as long as I dared, but my heart slowed with every second that Kanan didn't appear. When I couldn't stand it anymore, I rose, nosed the 12-year-old girl again so she would keep the others there, then loped back to the facility. The scent of fire touched my nose when the inside door opened. Smoke trailed along the top of the hall and told of burning plastic, paper, and electrical wires. I galloped down the hall at full speed, slid into the elevator, and hit the button for floor 2. The door slid open when I reached the second floor, but the hall it revealed was empty. Kanan's scent lingered, but only lightly. He had to be further down. The elevator shook when I stepped back in, and I hesitated. The sign on the wall warned not to ride the elevator in case of a fire. I rolled my eyes and wondered if the same applied to an exploding building. I took a deep breath and pushed the next button with my nose. The door opened on level 3. A strange scent of chemicals filled the air along with a tangle of smoke that worked its way along the ceiling. But Kanan's scent was faint there as well. I didn't have time to investigate with the building about to collapse and my brother missing. I pushed the button for level 4. My heart thundered in my chest, and I had to remind myself to breathe. The smoke that rushed in when the door opened was white and billowing. The scent of chemicals was stronger here, mixed with a stale smell of werewolves and humans. But Kanan had returned and entered the elevator again. I rode down to level 5 and began to question what would happen if I didn't find my brother. My breathing was rapid and smoke clouded my nose, making me fear that I wouldn't smell him if I did finally reach the right level. When the door to the 5th level opened, a heavy scent of decay and rot hit me so hard I had to fight back the urge to vomit. Part of me felt like I should find out the source of the smell, but the other half reasoned that Kanan had returned, so I needed to keep going. I stepped back and pushed the button, then cringed when the elevator started with a rocking jolt. Nothing prepared me for when the doors opened on level 6. Kanan lay on the floor, halfway down the smoke-filled hallway in his wolf form. His deep red hair was singed and smelled of blood and fire. Smoke poured from the room around him, and flames lapped out from several doorways. The heat was so intense I could barely look at him. I had to pass at least 3 raging fires from open doorways to reach him. He outweighed me by more than 50 pounds, and I knew I couldn't move him in my wolf form. I raced into the room next to me and glanced around quickly for anything I could use to protect us from the heat. The room was empty save for a few beakers and a microscope on a lone table. I braved the flaming hallway again, and in the next room, I was relieved to find several hospital gowns, scratchy hospital blankets, and a sink along with rows of tables covered in beakers, microscopes, and stacks of slides that smelled of strange chemicals. I willed my heart to slow, but it was hard to be calm with my brother lying in the middle of a torrential fire while children waited in the desert far above for us to take them to safety. Too many people depended on me to make it, and I wasn't about to let them down now. I closed my eyes, found the calm place deep inside myself, and centered on it until it blocked out the roar of the fire, the panic at the edge of my thoughts, and the urgency to phase. My heart slowed, and I felt control over my body return. I phased as quickly as I could, doused the hospital gowns and blankets in cold water, then pulled a gown and a blanket over myself before I ducked back out the door and ran down the hall to Kanan's side. His red eyes stared off, unseeing, into the distance. I touched his singed fur, afraid to find him not breathing. My heart started again when his chest rose and fell shallowly under my hand. "I'm getting you out of here, Kay," I said between gritted teeth. I wrapped the remaining soaked blankets and gowns around his body, picked him up in my arms, and ran as fast as I could toward the elevator. Chapter 16. I was almost there when the first vision struck and staggered me against the wall. Kanan's ability to share images when he was in his wolf form came especially helpful with Grace, but when he was asleep or unconscious, he passed the memories he saw in his mind to whoever touched his fur. I watched the door to the elevator open on the 3rd floor. The chemical scent I noticed before lined the walls as though coated. Kanan stepped slowly into the hall, his knife from his wristband held ready and my bomb shoes around his neck. He peeked through the doors and found each room empty until he opened the last door. Wolves that looked so much like Rafe's pack my breath caught lined the walls. Wolf heads, wolf hides, and whole wolves took up every corner of wall space and most of the floor. It would have looked like an ordinary trophy room except for the eyes. Somehow the taxidermist had figured out how to preserve the eyes of the wolves, and I, through Kanan's memory, stared into the gazes of over 50 wolves whose eyes told that they had been werewolves. The place was a trophy room for werewolves who had been killed in their wolf form, and the wolves' eyes held expressions of pain, hope, sorrow, joy, and love that reflected the lives they had lived in their human forms. Kanan turned and hurried quickly back up the hall to the elevator, feeling no doubt the knot in his stomach that I felt in mine. He rode down to the next level, and when the door opened to reveal the same chemical scent, his steps dragged down the hall, and my stomach turned over in fear of what he would find. He glanced in the empty but strongly scented rooms that lined each side of the hallway, then hesitated in front of the door at the end. I knew he wanted to turn back, but both of us had to know what was beyond. He opened the metal door, and his werewolf eyesight made out human forms standing in the dark. For a second, he froze as though his fight or flight instincts were battling to take over. But the forms didn't move, and there was no scent of life in the room. He blinked, and the grays and blacks separated to show humans mounted on the walls and on platforms like the wolves had been. Kanan stepped slowly into the room. The human forms stared back at him with their real eyes, the scent of werewolf thick in the air. They had been mounted in action forms as the wolves had, crouching by a pretend fire, running after a stuffed deer, and kneeling together by a plastic stream. The one that haunted me most took 4 werewolves and stood them in a row, in different stages of phasing. The first one was partially hunched, but still in human form. The second's hands were almost touching the ground, his nose and mouth elongated into a muzzle, and his fingers and toes retracting into paws, while a slight protrusion of a tail showed from his backside. The third was on the floor, on his hands and knees, gray fur running up his arms and sides, and his ears moving to higher points on his head. His face had mostly phased to that of the wolf, and there was a haunted, wild look in his eyes. The fourth body was pure wolf, but the sadness and pain on his face was unmistakable. All of the figures were naked, like the wolves, posed as though for a study and learning, but it was impossible to think of them as less than human. They had lives, joys, and happiness that had been taken from them by this place so that they could be displayed like museum dinosaurs. I felt so sick, it was all I could do to lean against the wall and carry Kanan to the elevator. The fact that the bombs were about to go off somewhere echoed in the back of my mind. But Kanan's visions swept the warning aside, demanding to be seen amid the smoke and flames of the hallway we traveled. In the visions, he staggered into the elevator and pushed the button for level 5. His hands shook and he studied them as though he didn't understand. The elevator door opened again and decay and filth colored the air. Kanan took a stealing breath of the remaining fresh air in the elevator, then entered the hallway. This time, instead of being lined with doors, the short hallway led to one giant room. Kanan opened the door slowly, then leaned against it and stared at the neon-lit room beyond. Rows upon rows of tables contained human corpses like those brought by the dump trucks. IVs and machines stood by each corpse, reading vitals and pumping red fluid that looked like blood into the bodies. The bags had a big W written on them. It took me a minute to realize it was werewolf blood. They were infusing the bodies, and the monitors told them which specimens took to the fusion. The monitors beeped, but only to show the infusion percentages. Heart rates were flatlined, and the bodies stunk of decay. None of the fusions had taken, but fluids were circulating through the bodies to keep them from rotting further. Kanan left the door open and ran back to the elevator with jolting steps. He pushed the button to close the door, then hesitated, staring at the button for level 6. His hand shook when he raised it to press the number of the last floor. The elevator gave a slight shudder, then lowered slowly. The scent of decay from the floor above was replaced by fear, pain, anger, and blood. Kanan walked in slow, resigned steps to the end of the hall, his bare feet hitting the tile with soft thuds. The sound of each door handle echoed loudly as he turned it. The rooms along each side of the hall were mostly empty, containing nothing but beakers, slides, microscopes, and the occasional sink and workstation. Light showed through the bottom of the door at the end of the hall, and strange moaning noises and the occasional shriek emanated from it. Kanan approached it slowly, then paused a minute as though to gather his strength. He pushed the door open, then slid to his knees on the floor. The tables had been changed for hospital beds, each of which contained an occupant. At the sound of the door opening, rows of mutated faces turned toward Kanan. There were similarities between their faces and ours, and my heart beat painfully in my chest when I realized these were our clones, the failed experiments Dr. Veris had referred to, kept alive for some cruel, demented, unfathomable reason. Several of the creatures that looked at Kanan had his deep red eyes, while others bore the brown ones that he had before the accident. Others, with mixtures of blonde or black and purple hair, stared at him through violet eyes or blue ones, or one of each. At least those that had eyes with which to stare. The facial features had come out distorted and confused with those of both human and wolf. On the face closest to us, rows of canine teeth stood out through one cheek, while the eyes, crooked and full of pain, blinked from down by where the chin should have been. The creature across from it bore a muzzle that was split in half so that the nose sat in a distorted center of human teeth and a canine tongue. The creature's eyes were missing, and several overlapping layers of skin took their place. A wheezing, growling sound emanated from its throat. Giant gaps showed through the skin of the creature at the next bed. It looked mostly human, but the gaps across its face revealed teeth and claws, and the gaps bled freely, as if the workers had given up on bandages. The bed across from it showed a wolf-like creature with blonde hair and purple eyes, but its skin hung loosely from its body, as though not attached to the bones, which showed sharply through the skin. Rows upon rows of distorted figures writhed in agony, held down to the beds by ropes handcuffs and leather straps that caused deep wounds in arms and legs from where they had rubbed raw and never been treated. The IVs and machines that kept the creatures alive hung like grim sentries above each bed and beeped in a cacophony that would have driven any sane person crazy. The creature closest to Kanan, the one with the teeth protruding from its cheek and the eyes at the bottom of its face, met my brother's eyes and held them. Kanan's own crimson eyes stared back at him with such pain and sorrow that there was no doubt what the creature wanted. A sob escaped Kanan's chest. He pushed up to his feet and tore the shoes from around his neck. He slid the soles to the side, pushed the immediate activation buttons, then tossed both shoes into the room. The creature closed his eyes as though in a silent prayer of thanks. Kanan slammed the door and staggered halfway back down the hall, then tore off his clothes like he couldn't stand being human anymore. He phased and collapsed on the floor. The bombs detonated the same time that his body hit the ground. I had almost reached the elevator when another series of explosions sounded from down the hall, blasting us both into the open door. I pressed the button for the first floor and prayed that the elevator still worked. I refused to question the sanity of riding in an elevator up an exploding underground building and held Kanan close. The elevator door took its time closing. Heat beat down on us from the fire that roared at the other end of the hallway. A door on my right blasted open, and fire shot out with angry red, orange, and yellow fingers that reached in our direction. I worried for a second that the elevator was dead, sealing us in. Then the doors slid slowly shut, and we began to rise. A group of blasts shook us, but the elevator continued up. We finally reached the first floor. The doors opened slowly, then stopped halfway. I shoved through and carried Kanan across the empty room, through the door to the smaller room we had entered only a short while earlier, but which felt like an eternity ago, and exited the last door to fall to my knees in the desert sand. Several more blasts sounded. I knew I couldn't rest, so close to the building, and with the children left out in the desert. I mustered what was left of my strength and picked Kanan up again. His wolf head lolled against my shoulder. Tears streamed down my face at what he had seen. I beat myself up for letting him go down there alone, but neither of us could have left the compound without making sure all of the children were safe, and with my phasing, it had been the only way. I marched slowly up the dune that shielded the children from the exploding building. I could barely concentrate on placing one foot in front of the other. I knew I was in shock from what I had seen, but the survival instinct of the wolf wouldn't let me give up. I reached the top of the dune with a slight feeling of accomplishment, then staggered with the rush of rage that ran through me at the sight ahead. The children had been clustered into a group, older ones comforting crying little ones while a circle of armed guards kept them under control. 2 men in suits, similar to the one Dr. Varys had worn, stood with their arms crossed loosely as though I had kept them waiting. "Let them go!" I growled, too exhausted to care about the guns that pointed in my direction at my tone. One of the men cracked a shallow smile.
"You're outnumbered."
I glared at him. "I'm not afraid of you, and by the number of guns you brought, you can't say the same about me, so I figure we're even." His eyes narrowed.
"Our orders were to bring you back alive, but I'd feel no remorse at saying you attacked me and had to be killed."
"Funny, I feel the same way about you." Kanan's body was starting to feel a lot heavier as my werewolf strength receded, but I refused to put him down. I lifted an eyebrow. "And who are you going to tell?" His smile widened.
"Dr. Varys."
I was about to tell him that would be a bit difficult when the thud of a helicopter's rotor blades reached my ears. I fought back a smile when I recognized the sound coming from the same craft that had dropped us off. "I think you're about to regret ever listening to that fool." I tipped my head in the direction of the helicopter, and he glanced sideways. His eyes widened as the chopper neared.
"Form 2 lines and have the children kneel on the sand in front of you. Keep a gun at each head and pull the trigger when I tell you to,"
he barked. The soldiers around the children did as they were told, though they exchanged doubtful glances at the orders. It was risky, but I took the chance to bargain. Let the children go. They're innocent, and none of them are werewolves. I set Kanan's body carefully in the sand.
Not yet, but they will be soon if our experiments are any indication,
The leader said. His silent companion gave a ghost of a smile, then glanced back warily toward the helicopter. I sputtered. Indication of what? That you can kill people and make disfigured clones? You're not even capable of sustaining life at this point. He gave me a disgusted glare.
We created you.
I rolled my eyes. And obviously did a great job. Why else am I here to blow up your facility other than to make sure you don't do to others what you did to me?
We gave you a new life.
He shot back. The helicopter hovered over the next dune, and the ropes dropped down. A few of the guards took shots, but the chopper finished its drop and flew away to safety. You destroyed my life, my brother's, and the lives of my loved ones, just so you can profit from your experiments, I said, hoping to draw him out in an argument and distract him.
Form a perimeter,
the leader commanded. His men rushed to form a circle around me, Kanan's still form, and the children, with their guns pointed outward. Men appeared over the rise of the dune. It took a minute for the exhaustion in my mind to clear enough for me to recognize Rafe, Jays, and Jet. Rafe! I shouted. He waved, relief visible in his golden eyes. The head guard muttered something and aimed his gun at Rafe's head. I hit the gun aside and punched the man as hard as I could in the nose. He swore and cupped his face in his hand, then hit me in the side of the head with the gun. I fell to the ground, but grabbed his elbow as I fell, throwing him off balance. He stumbled and blood gushed from his nose to his shirt. I looked up to see him aim the gun at my head and froze.
Commander?
Pain-laced glee filled the man's eyes as his finger tightened on the trigger.
Commander!
Another guard interrupted, his voice more urgent.
What?
The man snapped. He broke his gaze from mine and looked up. Then his face washed pale. He lowered his gun and I rose to my knees to see 4 rows of armed hunters and werewolves, ringing the guards. The helicopter had been a decoy to distract them from the real threat. The thought filled me with relief as the guards dropped their weapons with soft thuds to the sand. Rafe ran through the guards without pausing. The hatred and threat in his eyes was so pronounced they glittered with the promise of violence. When he reached us, the werewolf moved with such fluidity that no motion was wasted. He spun in the space of a heartbeat, taking the commander's gun and sweeping his legs out from under him. He fired 2 bullets into the sand next to the commander's head, and the man cringed away from the sound.
Threaten Colleen's life again and I will tear out your heart and feed it to my pack,
he growled, his eyes flashing with anger. The man refused to look at Rafe, but a chuckle came from his throat. Rafe glared down at him.
Why are you laughing?
He demanded, the look in his golden eyes dangerous.
Because nothing you do at this point matters. You can kill me, kill all of us, destroy the bodies of the children, and leave them in the sand to rot, and it won't make a difference,
he said, pushing to a sitting position. He brushed the sand from his suit as though it were a mere annoyance. We destroyed Base Omega, I pointed out. There's no starting over. He smiled.
Even now, Dr. Varys and my comrades are driving north to a new facility that's ready and waiting.
His eyebrows lifted.
We always have a backup plan. You should know that by now.
Jays moved to stand on my other side, while Jet slowly paced around to flank the guards by the children. They kept uneasy eyes on the werewolf. Knives flashed in Jet's hand, and I knew it was only a matter of time before the metal tasted blood. My stomach tightened. There's no way. Kanan threw the doctor into a room with half our bombs. He couldn't have survived. The man lifted an eyebrow mockingly.
Oh, really? And did your brother watch the room at all times to make sure the good doctor was never assisted out?
I thought of my run to the desert with the children and Kanan's journey down to level 6. I shook my head, but knew what I had seen. Dr. Varys was unconscious. How would anyone know he was there?
Security cameras,
the man said with an infuriating calm, given the fact that Rafe was a step away with a look on his face, as though he wanted to hasten the man's departure from the earth.
The good doctor's long gone by now, untouchable, and in vehicles you couldn't possibly trace.
Jace tipped his head to the side and regarded the commander with steel in his eyes.
You mean the 4 black SUVs we blew up on the way here?
The man's face paled, and he stared back and forth, from Jace to Rafe, as though debating whether the Alpha told the truth. When neither looked anything but completely serious, his mouth fell open.
It can't be!
Jace shrugged.
Given Colleen and Kanan's danger, it was the only option we had.
His eyes narrowed slightly.
I guess that puts a little damper on your backup plan.
A wail escaped from the man's throat, and he lunged at Jace. Jet was there before anyone could blink, and had the man in a headlock on the sand in the space of a heartbeat.
Take them away,
Jace said in a low growl. Jace's militia bound the guards. A few minutes later, several vehicles pulled up, and more hunters and werewolves got out along with government officials in suits. There was little for them to do but haul the guards into the vehicles and leave. Where are they taking them? I knew their faces would show up in my nightmares, along with everything Kanan had shown me.
It's up to the government,
Jace replied, eyeing the suited men with distrust.
But any they don't take will be escorted to the hunter's prison in the mountains.
The thought of chambers the hunters once used to lock away werewolves made me shudder. Rafe's arm tightened around my shoulders, and I leaned against him. He rubbed my arms and heat ran through my body at his touch.
We'll take the children to one of the safe houses and help them get home,
Jace continued. Several hunters were already helping children into their SUVs. The kids looked happy, and it was obvious they were being treated with kindness. The 12-year-old girl that had been so much help with the others waved at me before she climbed into one of the vehicles next to her brother. I smiled and waved back, relieved that at least something good had come from Base Omega. Chapter 17. Rafe helped me into the helicopter, then took the seat on my right side next to the window. Kanan was still unconscious in his wolf form, so Jet set him carefully on the floor of the chopper. Jace positioned a headset over his ears the best that he could to block out the sound. He then sat next to me and shrugged.
Worth a try, I guess.
I gave him a grateful smile and accepted the headset the pilot handed me.
Well done,
A familiar voice said. I looked up to see Agent Sullivan in the front seat. He turned and gave me a thumbs up that I felt too exhausted to return. He didn't seem concerned by my lack of response.
I knew you could do it.
But at what cost? I asked, looking down at Kanan's still form meaningfully.
A dear one,
Agent Sullivan replied. He was looking out at the cars loaded with children, and I felt a bit better.
2 of those kids are mine.
His voice was thick with emotion, and I stared at him. He turned back and met my eyes.
Thank you.
Why didn't you tell me? What if we didn't save them? Or we didn't know they were there? Or... He cut me off with a sad smile.
I was under direct orders not to influence your task in any way. Besides,
He sighed and turned back to the window.
If I had let them know my emotions were compromised, I would have been pulled from the mission.
I frowned, thinking hard. Does that mean all of those children have parents that are werewolves?
1 parent.
He corrected. The helicopter's blades started to spin and brush and sand were battered away from the chopper.
I'm assuming Dr. Veras thought children who already carried the gene in part would be easier to fuse.
He looked at me searchingly.
I assume he was wrong?
I nodded. Dr. Veras confirmed that none of the child experiments had been a success. I swallowed and continued. His clone experiments weren't successful either. Agent Sullivan let out his breath in a rush.
I can't express to you what that means. The government knows of werewolves and is infiltrated by more than we care to acknowledge, as Jace has learned to use to his advantage.
Jace agreed with a slight tip of his head, his eyes on the landscape below. The agent continued.
But an army of genetically created werewolves is more than we are prepared to deal with.
His eyes creased at the corners when he smiled.
You may have saved more lives than you realize.
My mind reeled and I fought down the urge to face. I wanted more than anything to be away from helicopters, guns, agents, blood, and anything that reminded me of the labs. Rafe took my hand and tightened his grip, reassuringly. I leaned my head against his shoulder as the cars beneath us disappeared rapidly behind the dunes. "Where are we going?" I asked after several minutes had passed. Rafe looked at me, his golden eyes light beneath his headset.
To see your parents.
My heart leaped in my chest. "They're okay?"
They said to tell you they'll have lasagna and spaghetti on when you arrive.
Agent Sullivan said into the headset. Tears of relief spilled down my face at the thought of my mom cooking our favorite foods, my dad no doubt preparing fresh orange juice to go along with it. I smiled and felt the tightness in my chest from all that I had seen dissipate, at least for a brief time. I was going home. Kanan had come to in the helicopter and phased back to human form when he heard where we were going. Needless to say, there were a few uncomfortable moments while everyone scrambled to find him some suitable clothes. He quickly pulled on some flight pants, then Jet took off his black shirt and my brother grinned as he pulled it over his head.
Better to hide weakness than give them an easy target,
Kanan said. Jet laughed, then looked surprised that such a sound had come out of his mouth.
Take this,
Agent Sullivan said. He slipped out of his tailored suit coat and handed it over. Kanan shook his head.
It's too nice.
The agent merely smiled.
I owe you much more than just a piece of clothing. Take it as a memento of my appreciation.
Kanan shrugged into the coat and looked rather sharp by the time we landed, despite his bare feet. I wiggled my toes, relieved to be out of the bomb shoes I had feared would explode if I took a wrong step. The beat of the helicopter blades pushed against the trees as they waved back and forth as though in welcome. Kanan stepped out of the helicopter. I followed him across the lawn so achingly familiar I wanted to lay down in the grass as I used to do when I was young. Kanan reached the porch and walked slowly up the steps as though he never thought he would get the chance to do so again. I knew the feeling and blinked back tears before they could fall. Rafe stepped from foot to foot nervously as we waited for everyone to reach the porch. I squeezed Rafe's hand, surprised to find it cold and clammy. "They're going to like you," I reassured him quietly. His brow creased.
How do you know?
The worry in his voice made me smile. "Well, you're you." Kanan let out an exasperated sigh that sounded very much like his old self.
What she means is, you helped her learn how to control her phasing, saved her life on more than one occasion, and helped bring her back home. They're definitely going to like you.
Rafe gave him a grateful smile. I looked back at Agent Sullivan, who waited close to the helicopter. "You sure you don't want to come in?" I asked. He gave a small smile.
As good as I'm sure your mother's cooking is, it won't be as wonderful as feeling my little one's arms around my neck and seeing the joy on my wife's face when I bring them home. I must decline, but plan to take you up on that offer someday.
"Definitely." I waved and he waved back. "Good luck," I called.
I don't need luck,
He said with a wink.
I have you two.
He turned back to the helicopter, then paused.
By the way, you're officially deceased per government records, so we're going to have to work on some alternate identities. In the meantime, try not to get pulled over or anything, or we'll have a heck of a time explaining why you're still alive.
"Yes, sir," I replied with the grin that had refused to leave my face since I found out we were going home. He ducked into the helicopter, the same time that the screen door behind me opened.
Oh my goodness!
Mom exclaimed.
You're home! Thank goodness you're home!
She turned and called behind her.
They're here! Get the lasagna out of the oven!
Lasagna?
Kanan repeated. A smile played about his lips even though his eyes remained tight.
I'll always make lasagna for you,
Mom replied. She threw her arms around his neck and hugged him tight, then saw me and held open an arm. I ducked underneath it and closed my eyes, relishing the strength of my mother's embrace. Dad appeared at the door and held us all, his strong arms comforting.
I'm so glad you're safe,
he said with a sigh.
Me too,
Kanan replied, his voice troubled. Mom was the first to step free. She looked at the others behind us and her eyes locked on Rafe.
I don't believe we've been introduced,
she said, falling back into her country manners. I smiled. Mom, this is Rafe. She brushed past me and hugged Rafe so fast he barely had time to shoot me a surprised glance.
Jay's told me everything you did. You'll always be welcome at our house,
she said in a tight voice as she fought to keep from crying. I shot Jays a glance and he pretended not to notice, though the corners of his brown eyes creased. Kanan smiled a shadow of his familiar grin.
I don't know if Rafe will dare come back if you keep hugging him like that, Mom,
he pointed out. She stepped back with a frazzled look on her face and blustered an apology, but Rafe shook his head.
It's all right. I'll take whatever hugs I can get.
I slipped an arm around his waist and he pulled me close. We followed Mom and Dad into the house, and the familiar sense of home lulled me into the hope that it was all over. The lasagna was a ghost of scraps in the pan, and only a few leftover strands of spaghetti had escaped Jet's careful attention by the time we pushed back our chairs. We stayed around the table, drinking orange juice and lounging with full bellies as exhaustion seeped into our limbs. Jays tipped his head at my wrist.
What's with the wristbands?
He asked. Kanan and I exchanged a glance. Before I could say anything, he held up his wrist.
Just tracking bracelets. It's part of our agreement with Agent Sullivan. We go free, and they can keep an eye on us to make sure we're not in trouble.
I nodded in agreement, but knew by the look on Rafe's face that he didn't believe us. The others seemed to accept the explanation without question, but Rafe's fingers lingered on the round metal band and the bulge that made up the pillbox in the middle. I was relieved he didn't push the matter, but hated the taste of the lie in my mouth. I could only find relief in the fact that not telling my parents the truth would keep them from worrying.
I apologize again for the death of your alpha,
Agent Sullivan said. Wines escaped the covered cages in the cargo truck, and Rafe touched one of the corners, his eyes damp.
The way of the wolf is to accept what has happened and move on. They don't dwell in the past because there's nothing they can do to change it.
He met the agent's eyes.
I would change it if I could, but there's nothing left except to move on. I'm just grateful they can return to their forest. Your forest,
Agent Sullivan said. At Rafe's look, he reached into his new jacket pocket and held out an envelope. Then he glanced at me.
Well, actually, it belongs to both of you.
What are you talking about? I asked. Rafe handed me the envelope, his eyes still on the agent. I opened it and scanned the letter. The contents made my heart soar. The government is giving us the forest? Why?
As a wolf sanctuary.
He winked.
Or a werewolf sanctuary, as needed. They agreed that we needed to do something to thank you for risking your lives to destroy the labs.
My breath caught in my throat. But a whole forest? He smiled.
It'll be considered a national forest, but the fences around the perimeter will entitle it an endangered animal reserve, with a fine of $1,000 to anyone who trespasses. That way, no one will bother you.
I didn't know how to express my thanks, but Rafe looked eagerly from the agents to the wolves, politics and boundary lines the least of his concern.
Can we let them out now?
The agent eyed the cages with a shred of doubt.
At least wait until we leave. I wouldn't blame them if they don't forgive us. We'll be back for the cages long after you're gone.
Rafe supervised the unloading of the cages, and the wolves began an eager chorus of yips and barks when they smelled him. We waited until the truck and Agent Sullivan's jeep were gone, then opened the first cage. The tawny mother wolf leaped out, her 4 pups close behind. They had lost some of their puppy fat, but they gamboled around with enough energy and zeal it was obvious they would suffer little from the effects of the confinement. The mother wolf, the mate to the alpha they had killed, was a different story. While she looked happy to see Rafe, her eyes swept the edge of the forest, and it was plain she wanted to find her mate. We let out the rest of the wolves, phased into our wolf forms, and joined them in an overjoyed frolic around the small clearing. The pups kept up the best they could, but the mother wolf waited by the trees, impatient to return to the den. Rafe and I knew we couldn't put off the inevitable any longer. We led the way slowly along the creek bed toward the den. The pups bit at leaves and dried twigs as we passed, and it took a long time to herd them up the faint game trail through the woods. When they neared the grove that housed their den, though, even they stopped playing and walked resolutely forward. We paused at the edge of the clearing and let the mother wolf enter. She walked to the fallen alpha's side, his chest sunken and eyes closed, the effects of decay absorbing him back into the forest where he belonged. She touched his muzzle gently with hers, then lifted her nose to the sky and let out a soft, mournful howl. After a minute, the pups pushed past and sat at their mother's feet, mingling their sweet high voices with hers in a tribute to their father. Rafe and I watched with the other wolves, hearts heavy as we gave them time to mourn. After a few more minutes, a low howl rumbled from Rafe's chest and he closed his eyes. His face bathed in moonlight and the notes of his mourning painfully beautiful in the soft night air. The other wolves joined him, and I followed at the end to mingle my voice with theirs, the loss of the alpha tight in my chest. The female eventually lowered her muzzle, touched her mate's side with her nose one last time, then led her pups away from the grove haunted with memories of fear and pain to a place more suitable to raise her little ones. We followed the pack slowly, watching the pups as they stumbled over sticks and around rocks. The big sable male nipped at his brother and sisters to start a game of tag, and they raced between their pack's legs, tripping up their elders who didn't rebuke them for the trouble. Rafe and I sat together, watching the snow fall outside the cave that now made up both our living area and the wolf's den. With the alpha gone, Rafe had chosen to have the pack move in with us. The pups still played, but their legs were lankier, their fur thick with winter hides, and they were beginning to show slivers of the wolves they would become. The sable male was more dominant than the rest, and Rafe had already taken over the alpha's duty of training him to lead the pack. Earlier that day, we had helped overtake an elderly moose that wouldn't have lasted the winter. It had been the pups' first hunt, and now they all lounged around the cave with full bellies and pleased expressions on their faces. I pulled the bear blanket closer around my shoulders and leaned against Rafe. He never seemed to feel the cold and smiled at me contentedly with one arm around my shoulders and the other braced on the cold stone floor. Snowflakes drifted down through the dusk outside the entrance, white spots amid the darkening grays of the forest evening. An owl hooted somewhere in the shadows, and a mouse close to the entrance of the cave squeaked in fear. The alpha pup cocked his head at the sound, but even he was too full to investigate. Chapter 18. The cell phone Kanan had given me before we left began to beep. He had given me a tiny wind-up charger, and I charged it faithfully each night as I had promised, to alleviate his worries about me returning to the forest. I called once in a while to keep in touch, but it had been over a week.
Your turn,
Rafe said. I laughed. It was always my turn. I answered the phone and was surprised to hear Grace on the other end.
Hi, Colleen. How are things going?
Great, I answered, but there was a tightness to her voice that made my stomach turn. Is everything all right?
Oh, yes, of course.
She hesitated and her warm, welcoming voice turned desolate.
Well, maybe not.
I waited for a moment, but she didn't go on, so I guessed. Is it Kanan? She sniffed and my heart ached at the pain in her voice.
He doesn't sleep. He barely eats. And when I ask him, he brushes it off like it's nothing. But whatever happened to you guys at Base Omega changed him. I don't know what to do anymore.
The images that the forest had slowly erased from my mind surfaced, and I fought down a shudder of the wolf trying to fight free so I could forget them again. I met Rafe's eyes, and he nodded. I took a calming breath. When can you pick us up?
We can meet you at the gas station as soon as you can get there.
The relief was so strong in Grace's voice that I couldn't help but smile. We'll leave right away.
I'm so excited to see you,
She gushed, the warmth and kindness I always associated with her surfacing again in her voice. I'm excited to see you too, I replied. It feels like it's been forever.
It really does,
She said.
And you'll be just in time for Christmas. Your parents are coming, and we'll be able to celebrate.
A rush of excitement filled me at the prospect of seeing my family again. Rafe was already gathering supplies for the trip through the snow, and there was still half a moose left, so the wolves would be fine by themselves until we returned. I laughed inwardly and reminded myself that the wolves had done just fine without me before. I felt protective about them, like they were a second family I needed to watch over. The mother wolf observed our preparations solemnly. When we were ready to go, she took my hand in her mouth and held it firmly, her golden eyes staring into mine. She then dropped it and walked to the back of the cave, where she settled onto the pile of furs that made up my bed. "What was that about?" I asked Rafe. He smiled at her.
She's saying farewell. It's her way of showing she thinks of you as part of the pack.
I touched my hand where her teeth had rested and smiled. "Thank you," I said. I knew she couldn't understand, but it felt better than saying nothing. I waved at the pups, then ducked through the entrance after Rafe. Mom and Dad reached Jay's home the day after we did. Mrs. Carso was overjoyed to have such a full house for Christmas and refused to send any of us over to Meg and Roger's, arguing that she liked having the house stuffed to the brim. Meg, Roger, and Nikki complied by bringing their own presents to put under the tree and spending the evenings with us. It didn't take long to see that Kanan's cheerful facade covered a deep depression. He disappeared from the dinner table before anyone was through eating. He went to bed early, but paced the floors far into the morning, and his gaze was often distant and pained. I pulled him aside the second night and made him follow me onto the porch to talk.
I'm fine, Cole, really.
He said with false lightness. I gave him a droll look. "You really think that after all these years you can really hide how you feel from me?" I glanced at the house. "I'm not the only one who's noticed that something's wrong. Grace?"
What about Grace?
Kanan asked, cutting me off. "Well," I sighed, "she's worried about you. That's why she called us to come out. Christmas was just a handy cover-up." I smiled. "But I'm glad to be here. I missed everyone."
We missed you too.
He said. His eyes took on a sheen of sorrow.
I don't want to worry Grace.
"Well, she's worried. And frankly, I am too. You're not taking care of yourself. You're depressed, and I can't remember the last time I heard you laugh."
Laugh.
He turned away and studied the darkening night. The shadows of the few remaining leaves danced in the moonlight. The breeze that toyed through my hair smelled of winter and frozen things, reminding us that a deep chill was yet to come. I took a deep breath and held it, then let it out slowly. "I saw what you had to do at Base Omega." Kanan stared at me, horror in his eyes.
You did?
I nodded. I saw each level, all of the terrible things they did there.
I showed them to you when I was unconscious, didn't I?
But the self-loathing in his eyes answered his own question.
You shouldn't have had to see that.
"Neither should you," I pointed out. "But we did, so we have to deal with it."
How?
The pain in his voice throbbed against my heart. I touched his shoulder. "By realizing how much we have to live for." He turned away, but I continued. "It's the same way I learned to control my phasing." He paused by the corner of the porch and I could tell he was listening. I continued. "I had to accept what I had gone through and who I was because of it before I could find any control. Everyone kept telling me to stop phasing, to stay human, and to be the more acceptable side of myself. It took Rafe to show me that being a wolf was just as good as being human."
What does this have to do with me?
Kanan asked with a bite of his old spark. He turned and leaned against one of the porch support beams to face me, his arms folded across his chest. It made me smile to see the shadow of who he was. "Everything," I replied. He rolled his eyes, but I kept talking. "You had to do terrible things, but your actions helped release people from their suffering. You saved children from dying and from horrible experiments, and you helped protect your loved ones from the horrors they were creating at those labs." Kanan's voice was soft when he spoke. His dark red eyes took on a haunted light.
That doesn't make it any easier.
"Does Grace?" I asked quietly. When he didn't reply, I said, because without you, she would still be there. He let out a small breath, then said,
There were also clones at the first center. They were all dead and decaying, their faces twisted in pain. I had to destroy them too.
My breath caught. I had no idea. His fists clenched.
The thing that bothers me is the backup plan. What if there are more of us at that lab, left to die or being tested and tormented?
I closed my eyes at the same thought that I had also pushed away because there was nothing I could do about it. Maybe I had developed more of the wolf's acceptance of fate than I realized. I sighed. Then Jays will find it, or they'll find us. Either way, we don't know, and it's not worth ruining your life over.
That's awful.
His voice was accusing. Worse than throwing away a good life with people who love you because of something that you can't even prove is happening? The question hung in the air between us, and I gritted my teeth to keep from taking it back. His brow furrowed.
I have nightmares.
I did too, I admitted. Their faces used to haunt me when I closed my eyes, calling for me to help them, to fix them.
How do you sleep?
I smiled. Rafe sings to me. It helps with my insomnia too. He pursed his lips, and I thought for a minute that he was going to brush me off, but a smile touched his face.
I wonder if I could get Grace to sing to me.
I laughed. If she won't, I will. I'll record it and then you could play it every night.
I'm trying to get rid of the nightmares,
he said with a laugh. Hey! I pushed his shoulder, then smiled. It's good to hear you laugh again.
It feels good to laugh.
He sighed.
But I still can't stand the thought of others suffering because of us.
His voice thickened.
You know, if it wasn't for that car accident, they wouldn't have been able to fuse our DNA, and they never would have succeeded on their werewolf experiments. They would have had to give up eventually.
I fought back tears. You can't go through life hating your existence.
Can't I?
He shot back. I blinked, hurt, and he looked immediately sorry. He touched my arm, but I turned away.
Look, now who's protecting whom?
His voice was probing, trying to get a smile out of me. I wanted to stay mad, but I had never been able to stay angry at him. I sighed and turned back. Grace tries to take care of you, but you make it hard,
I know,
he said apologetically. We just want to help. We're worried about you. He gave a small smile.
And maybe that's enough. I told myself I wouldn't cause anyone else pain. I hadn't realized how much I was affecting everyone.
I frowned, not completely convinced by his sudden change of direction. But you'll still have the dreams.
Maybe I just need to find my own way to cope with them like you did.
He smiled, and it touched his eyes.
Maybe I need to visit your forest.
Come with us after Christmas? I asked, happier at the thought.
Do you think Grace will be welcome?
I thought of the pups and how much she would love them. Without a doubt. He nodded with another true smile.
We'll go back with you then. Maybe you can help me find the escape you did.
I held out my hand. Deal. He shook it and we both grinned like we were little kids again making promises in Dad's workshop. Kanan laughed and led the way back inside.
I still think your Barbies looked ridiculous in my truck.
I shoved his back and laughed. At least they fit. He grinned and we walked to the kitchen, jostling each other like we used to when we were teenagers. Opening presents on Christmas morning felt like a dream come true. My parents were there with Rafe and my brother, and we were surrounded by friends who cared about us even after everything they had gone through to protect us. I felt so warm and safe I never wanted the moment to end. Brock and Mouse came over about 10 minutes after we started opening gifts, their arms laden with presents of their own to share. Felt like coming home in the best possible way. I leaned against Rafe and he sat against the back of the couch my parents were sharing, their well-worn checkered blanket over them, and Mom's feet nestled snugly in Dad's lap. Meg and Roger shared the overstuffed armchair and wore the matching sweaters Nikki gave them over their pajama tops. Jay sat next to Nikki on the floor, a piece of ribbon wrapping in his hair and a bow stuck to his forehead. Nikki toyed with the necklace he had given her, a promise knot of which both parents had approved with only mild glances. Mrs. Carso bustled between everyone with plates of cinnamon rolls and gingerbread men that had been decorated by all of the girls the day before. I made Rafe eat one I had shaped into a drooling, snarling werewolf. He, in turn, made me eat a chocolate cherry even though I told him I hated them. They turned out to be his favorite food, and the first time he had ever tried them, so he was convinced I would like them as much as he did. He was only slightly disappointed when I didn't, because there would be more left for him if he could keep them away from Brock and Jet. Jet had actually let down his guard enough to step away from his usual sentry position. He knelt next to Tay while she wrapped a black and red scarf she had knit around his neck. He was actually blushing, and he ran the scarf through his hands like it was the best gift he had ever received. While I was watching him, Jet straightened and stared at the door. He then turned and glanced toward the kitchen. His eyes narrowed.
"Something's wrong,"
he said softly. My heart slowed. Everyone stopped what they were doing. A footstep creaked on the porch. Then, the door burst open, and 15 guys in bulletproof vests, black masks, and carrying machine guns filed in. We heard the door to the kitchen slide open as well, and footsteps followed along with Mrs. Carso's startled gasp. She was jostled into the living room and forced to sit down next to my parents. Nausea rose in my stomach, and it was all I could do to stand still.
"What's going on here?"
Jace demanded.
"We come for Colleen and Kanan. The rest of you won't be harmed if you don't put up a fight. You'll take them over our dead bodies,"
Jet growled. He moved to grab one of the men, despite the machine guns pointed directly at his chest. "Jet, wait!" I shouted. He looked at me, his dark blue eyes wide. I glanced around the room. Mom and Dad stared at the men, their eyes wide with fear. Jace leaned forward on the couch to shield both Nicky and his mother, his eyes narrow and anger at the intrusion clear on his face. Jet stood protectively over Tay, muscles tense as though he would snap at any moment. Kanan had risen to a crouched position, his hand on Grace's arm and his eyes on the guards. Both Brock and Mouse were in the corner by the plate of cookies. They had been laughing with Meg and Roger moments before, but all 4 of them now looked as if they didn't dare to move. Rafe had been in the process of opening the gifts I had picked for him, a hunting knife and a real backpack. His hands were completely still above the box, and he watched me with concerned, calculating eyes, their gold shining brightly in the warmly lit room. "Do you really want them shooting in here?" I questioned to all of my friends. No one needed to answer. We were badly outnumbered, and we didn't have a choice. I met my brother's eyes. "Kanan, let's go."
Colleen, no!
Mom protested.
"It'll be all right, Mom,"
Kanan said in a tight voice. He squeezed Grace's arm reassuringly, then rose and walked with me to the door. Rafe moved to follow, but I shook my head. I tipped my head toward the room, and he knew he had no choice. We wouldn't risk our pack. Kanan grabbed my hand on the way out the door and tightened his fingers meaningfully. I followed his gaze to his wristband, and my heart tightened, but I nodded. We followed the guards in front of us to the lawn. Then we both stopped. I bit the edges of the pocket on my wristband as Kanan did the same. The guards started yelling, but I swallowed the 2 orange pills before they could stop me. My stomach hurt. I didn't know if it was from the pills or my fear of what would happen when they took effect. I grabbed Kanan's hand and waited for the inevitable pain and death that would follow. He held my fingers tight, his own as tense as mine. I closed my eyes, but nothing happened for several seconds. A sound began, and it took me a second to identify it. Someone was clapping. I opened my eyes to see Agent Sullivan rising from an unmarked blue car parked near the driveway. "I don't understand," I said. He shrugged with a grin.
"You did as you promised and ate the pills. We now have reason to believe that given a similar, more sinister situation, you would truly end your lives as promised to keep more unethical and, frankly, just plain evil experiments from taking place."
He walked through the circle of guards around us and reached for my hand. I yielded in a fog. He lifted my wrist, unhooked the wristband, and let it fall to the grass.
We will interfere with your lives no longer.
He unclipped Kanan's wristband and tossed it next to mine, then turned to walk away. Kanan stared.
That's it? You pretend to kidnap us so we'll commit suicide with fake pills? Then you just leave like that?
His voice rose at the end with an edge of anger. Agent Sullivan turned back around with a gleam of humor in his eyes.
It could be worse. You could be dead.
Kanan leaped at him, but I caught his arm before the guards could move to intercept my brother. Let him go, I urged. It's all right. We're okay and everyone's safe. My mind still reeled at the thought that it had been a test, but my heart was starting to pound a bit stronger at the fact that the suicide bans were gone. I met the agent's gaze. So we're free? No monitoring? No suicide pills? Nothing? He nodded, a kind smile on his face.
You can live your lives without fear of seeing me again, unless something truly terrible and unexpected manifests.
I rolled my eyes. Reassuring. He winked.
Think of it as a great Christmas present.
I glanced toward the door where everyone was spilling out onto the porch. Rafe stood by the stairs with a look of relief on his face. I smiled and turned back to the agent. We will. Thank you. Enjoy Christmas with your kids. He nodded and slid into the back seat of the blue car. We watched the guards walk back to their vehicles and drive away. Rafe came down the steps and stood behind me with his hands on my shoulders.
Suicide pills?
He whispered into my ear. I shrugged. I had no choice, and it was easier not to tell you. He sighed and turned me around.
Just promise me one thing,
he said, his golden eyes melting into mine. Anything, I said softly. My heart raced at the heat that ran up my arms from his touch.
Next time, you better make sure you get enough pills for the both of us, because there's no way I'm losing you again.
He pulled me to his chest. I listened to his heartbeat and smiled at the fact that I would be able to listen to it for the rest of my life. Snow fell in big flakes, catching in my hair and landing on the ground with a soft whoosh muffled by the cold air. I held out a hand and watched a flake land on my palm and melt. Mom and Dad stepped out on the porch with Mrs. Carso behind them. The look of relief on everyone's faces matched the weight that had been lifted off my shoulders at the removal of the wristband.
Colleen,
Mom called. When I turned, her eyes were bright.
How do werewolves celebrate Christmas?
I stared at her when the realization of what she was asking hit. Kanan laughed next to me, then pulled off his shirt. He phased into the crimson-coated wolf and started running through the yard toward the forest. The others quickly gave in, and soon wolves of all sizes and colors bounded through the falling snow. Rafe bumped my shoulder, and I chased him across the white ground as snow reflected the moonlight and lit the world around us in an unearthly glow. I looked back once to see Dad standing on the porch with his arm around Mom, her head on his shoulder and a content smile on her face. A bark sounded, and I glanced up just as Kanan pounced on me and drove my face into the snow. I jumped up and chased him. He brushed against Grace, and the lithe gray wolf ran beside him, their footsteps falling as one in the deepening thicket of white. Rafe ghosted up beside me, and we followed the other wolves to the forest and the waiting world beyond. Nothing could stop us, and nothing threatened us. The love of my life ran silently at my side, and my world was right once more.
This has been Violet, the Silver Series, Book 4, written by Cheree Alsop, narrated by Michelle Carpenter. Copyright 2023 by Cheree Alsop. Production copyright by Cheree Alsop.